Did you say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked her in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Fadzai.
And I'm Sandile.
And today we will be finishing up the better brother, Stefan Salvatore. Sadly, in some of his worst seasons. Yay!
At least it's not because of him.
It's not
these
because of
last
him,
two
no.
seasons. The circumstances.
It's a symptom of the show.
Nobody's escaping the downward slide of this show.
I was just saying, I often forget how low I rate season 7 because I'm so busy dragging season 5.
Deservedly
Season
so.
7 is... it's not the best.
It's not the worst.
It's not the worst, but I'm like, and particularly Stefan, I'm like, I think, and this should tell you how I feel, I think my favorite part of season 7 for Stefan is like the Stereline of it all.
Wow!
With Valerie tied to it.
Of course. You love that drama, as we are aware.
Yes.
I agree somewhat. I think similar to season 5, the first arc is probably the strongest.
Yes.
And then it dives.
Yep.
But it doesn't dive as hard as season 5 does. It's pretty close, though. I won't lie. It comes back up when the main antagonist hit. Unlike when the main antagonist hits for season 5 and you still don't care. For season 7, at the very least. I mean, we did an episode on her, so that should tell you how I feel about her.
And boy does a different antagonist for this season. I guess you could say the Silas equivalent. Boy, does he stick around for a long time.
That's the Wes Maxfield, baby. Let's not give him such accolades.
That's fair. Yeah. Oh, then who would the Silas be? Just the heretics?
Lily, I guess.
In general?
Yeah, the heretics combined make up Silas. I think you're right.
Lily is the Ketsia. She's doing bad things, but we understand where she's coming from.
Absolutely.
We sympathize.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you know there's so many people, I think I'm sure I've told you this, but there are people online, and I mean it's what you'd expect with a show like this, where the characters that most people at the time, and honestly still now, cared about are just the Salvatore brothers. And there are people who hate Lily Salvatore. Think she's this like irredeemable, unforgivable character, and it fascinates me.
I guess that makes sense if you see her through the Damon lens, which people are often watching the show through. Or if you really love Stefan and you're like, no, but she hurt him, and I don't care if he forgives her, I'll never forgive her. But also just women and female characters often being judged by a harsher metric than everyone else.
Precisely that. And I've just always found that fascinating. Listener, if you haven't listened to our Lily Salvatore episode, I think we have a very fair and nuanced take for about 3 hours on her. So if you're so inclined after this.
But season 7 is the season with all the flashing forward and flashing back, and it's so fun. Not at all jarring when in a single episode you could have 3 different timelines you're existing in.
That's so true, actually.
You're in 1863, you're in 2000 and what, 12 was it? 12, 13?
Let's see. Season 1, 2009, because it's half a year.
Yes.
It's like September to Christmas. Season 2 is the balance of that year. So 2010, first half.
Oh yes, they're weird school years.
Exactly. That's why I'm counting in like odd years. Season 3, second half of 2010. Season 4, first half of 2011. Season 5, second half 2011, first half 2012. Season 6, second half 2012, first half 2013. So season 7, we're in 2013 going on 2014. And then a 3-year time jump to 2016 going on 2017.
So we are in 2013 to 14, and sometimes 2016 to 17,
right?
And sometimes 1863,
right?
And in certain episodes, we're even in the 1850s.
They are, and we also get a little 1903 just for some flavor, just for some spice.
Gosh. And I mean, listen, I know it's a vampire show with these long-lived characters. You're bouncing all over the place, but my lord.
It's a lot this season. It is.
And we start off season 7 with Stefan's POV. He's being chased by someone at these docks in Brooklyn. He finds a shipping container with a coffin inside that Damon is asleep and desiccated in, forces him to wake up by giving him a blood bag to feed on. Damon's like, no, I'm supposed to be sleeping till Elena wakes up. And I was like, if only. And Stefan's like, no, you have to wake up. By the end of the episode, we will go back to that flashback and we find out that they are being hunted by someone who we're using she, her pronouns for, but at this stage, we don't know who this person is. Stefan's just like, my scar opened up this morning and he's got this bloody X-shaped wound on his chest.
Which I thought was pretty interesting. I remember when it happened, I was like, whoa, we're in Medias Rex? That's crazy. And then I found out it was a time jump and I was like, okay, well, I don't know how I feel about that. But the scar shit's really cool.
For the longest time, I wondered if they were trying to, without showing her on screen, I was like, I don't know where they're going with this, but like, for like the first handful of episodes and when all this was happening, I was like, are they trying to say that somehow Elena has woken up and been turned into a murderous hunter and she's who's after them?
Actually, you're so right, because I think that was a possible... They seem to, because they don't explain who this is until she appears. For the first bit, it does seem like Elena's coming after them, having woken from her sleep. For the second bit, it seems like it might be Lily who's somehow chasing after them.
Yeah.
But then she dies, and then it's confirmed, no, it's not, and then she appears. I think that's definitely something they were going for, which would have been cool.
And considering how much she just happens to look like Elena. Honestly, Elena waking up and being the huntress
would be so fun. Oh, it'd be so fun, especially because she's human again. We can have her be the hunter she was meant to be in the third season.
Buffy vibes.
Right.
Go Elena.
Right.
Jeremy's gone anyway, so you might as well give it to her.
Take up the space, girl. Take your place on the mantle. And honestly, as you're saying the fact, because I never thought that they looked that much alike, but I guess there's a resemblance. Reina being the huntress, the Buffy-esque huntress in this era is like kind of like a, hey, we got it in the end, you know? Even though she's not here anymore, we figured it out.
Reina, Elena, I see you. But in the present, we get this cute little moment, picking up where we left off with Stefan's devotion to Caroline being solidified. He comes up to her while she's on her mother's memorial bench, writing in her diary. They're a bit awkward because Caroline's like, what's been going on? Stefan, fill me in. And Stefan's like, oh, Matt says blood bags are missing. And she's like, oh, it must be Lily. And Stefan's like, well, I mean, she seems to have dropped off the face of the earth. And then before he can say anything else, she's like, yeah, and how's Damon? And he's like, I mean, he's in Europe with Bonnie and Alaric. So
love and exposition.
Yeah, you know, waiting. And then she's like, okay, ran out of things to talk about. And he's like, this is awkward, right? I made things awkward by professing my love for you. And she's like, no, it's not awkward. This is normal conversation. He's like, you just brought up my brother who you hate. In order to fill the awkward space.
I love it. I love it. They're finally having fun.
And she's like, okay, fine. Yes, you made it a little weird. It's awkward. Well done. And Stefan's like, listen, you can live your life and take all the time you need to heal from the loss of your mom. And in the meantime, we can just be friends. And she's like, okay, cool. And then we immediately meet Valerie for the first time. She's doing her diarizing. We mentioned in the Valerie episode how jaded and angry she is about everything. We love it. She gets hit by a car, the hit and run, and goes to tell her family. The two evil lesbians, Nora and Mary Louise, are like, cool, let's go murder the driver and drink his friend to death.
It's what they deserve, those damn teenagers.
Those damn weed-smoking teenagers, no less. So later, Stefan, Matt, and some local authorities come across the gruesome remains of the heretic's handiwork. And Stefan phones Damon, who's overseas with Alaric and Bonnie, and he's like, this is what's been going on. Damon's like, Lily has her family back? What? Sorry, I spent the season 6 finale worrying about Elena. I didn't know that had happened. Stefan's like, give the phone to Rick. I need to know how to make a bomb. Wild.
It's really kind of like a crazy drastic choice that I'm so curious, like, what made you I mean, it's the mom stuff. You've said it before. There's like some bitterness there where he's like, nah, I'm just going to explode them with a bomb.
I'm just going to blow them up. And honestly, after spending several seasons fighting unkillable people where it's like Silas, the originals, now he's like, these heretics can be killed by normal vampire means, so let's just blow them up. Honestly, let's just get it done.
Or so he thinks.
After Caroline scopes out the heretic home, which is not yet Chez Salvatore,
Not yet.
it's whatever other random house they were living in. She's like, okay, there's 5 heretics, but Lily and Emzo are absent, so now's the best time for an attack. And Stefan's like, I don't really want you to be the vampire who has to enact this plan with Matt. And Caroline's like, well, they lived in the prison world copy of your house, so they've seen pictures of you, they know who you are, it has to be me. And it's like, oh, it's sweet that Stefan's being like all protective, but Caroline's got this. She's been an action girl since season 2. She's got this. So she goes with Matt to plant the bomb. They just barely manage to get away when the bomb goes off with Valerie, Beau, Nora, Mary Louise, and Malcolm in the house. Stefan later on phones Lily to gloat about having blown up her house and killed her heretics.
Also crazy.
And he's like, yeah, you have until nightfall to get out of Mystic Falls or I'm coming after you next. And then Lily scoffs at the idea that her foster family would be defeated so easily. And she's like, Stefan, these heretics are centuries old, world-weary survivalists who are quite powerful in their own right. And Stefan's like, oh,
All right.
Oh, damn, that's right. And then she's like,
thinking.
if I may offer some motherly advice, run. She's so unbothered by it that I love it.
Love it.
He's like, Tee, I killed your family. And she's like, oh, honey.
She's got the energy
Oh,
of like,
I think they're fine.
oh, you don't understand the world yet. You're so young. You'll learn soon. Good luck with that. I love that so much.
So the heretics attack Matt's police academy graduation ceremony, and there's fire and screaming and feeding on humans. In the chaos, Stefan and Valerie, who are both present, don't manage to see each other, which I was like, interesting.
I mean, he walks past her in that park where she's writing on a diary. They don't see each other then. They do it a couple times this episode. It's funny.
That scene is shot so weirdly that I'm like, was she Invisiquaid? Because she doesn't react to Stefan at all.
Could be.
Did she also not see him?
But from Invisiquaid, you can see people. I don't think it's like a two-way mirror. No, I think it is a two-way mirror.
I guess he didn't see her at all, and I guess he wouldn't have been expecting to see her.
Yes.
But I'm like, she doesn't react to him either. She's just like, ugh, dear diary, I'm literally in hell. And I'm like, were you just looking down and that's why you didn't see Stefan?
Fully consumed in the emo energy. Just talk about how she hates everything. It's just like, you could have seen him. Didn't.
Valerie, our emo vampire, we hope to see you tonight. That's an inside joke for me and Sandile.
Emo night, baby.
Anyway, Stefan attacks Beau and almost stakes him. Then Beau gets the upper hand and almost stakes Stefan. And then Lily shows up and she's like, okay, time out. This fight is over. Chastises both sets of her kids, I guess. Or at least Stefan and Caroline along with the heretics.
She's like, this blended family is tearing us apart. We need to work together here.
She's very upset that they've been undoing all her hard work to build a peaceful life, so she gathers up her family and leaves, stating that the bloodshed is over. Stefan and Caroline later regroup at Chez Salvatore, and they have this tender moment because Stefan conveniently needs Caroline's assistance to remove this wooden splinter stuck in his neck. It's cute.
Love it.
Caroline is like upset about all the casualties at Matt's graduation ceremony, and she's like, oh, our town, it's in danger. We love this place and its people. There's so much history here and they're ruining it all. She's like, frankly, Lily is kidding herself if she thinks she can control the heretics. And Stefan's like, you know what? You're actually right. I have a solution to create lasting peace. And he surrenders the town to Lily and her family, and using compulsion and lies, the Mystic Falls gang, or what's left of it currently, evacuates the human population of Mystic Falls. So Lily and the heretics move into Chez Salvatore.
Yes, they do.
I assume they said to Lily, listen, this is what we're going to do. We need like a good month to enact this plan.
To actually make it work. Yeah, because it's by the time it's happened, the Amsterdam trip is over. And I don't imagine they happened to be coming back from Amsterdam that day.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think the flight's that quick.
Speaking of the trip being over, Damon surprises Stefan by coming back just as Stefan is trying to avoid telling him over the phone what's been going on. He's like, who the hell is living in our house? Damon, of course, doesn't think surrender is a good idea. Stefan's like, listen, while you were gone, we've made agreements to leave each other alone. Caroline and I are going to make sure people don't wander into town. Matt's also going to help, like people who aren't in the know and aren't under compulsion. Whoever the heretics do find in town, it's a free-for-all buffet. I don't know why they were comfortable with agreeing to that, Stefan and Caroline, but I guess they had to sweeten the deal somehow.
Yeah, they're unfortunately on the lower end of this deal in terms of leverage, so they needed to give some incentive. Which is wild.
Damon says something so wild.
As opposed to his usual rational statements. I'm sorry. I need to apologize. Last week I was on one regarding Damon and Elena. To be fair, when am I not? I'm trying to rein myself in today. Pretend I didn't just say that.
He says something that he has never said before, I should say, which is wild, the thing that he says. He says that Stefan doesn't give a damn about the people in this town and accuses Caroline of having influenced this decision to surrender Mystic Falls for the sake of the citizens.
What?
And I was like, huh? But
that's
what?
Like Stefan's whole deal.
Didn't we just have a flashback last season about how Stefan said, hey, Damon, please don't kill Uncle Zach and his friends. Like, this is my home.
This town. It's like the fundamental difference between you two that launched this damn show.
Sometimes Vampire Diaries feels like season to season, if not episode to episode sometimes. This is just a group project where each person does their bit, then passes it on to the next person, and they don't speak. They're just like, here, you fill in what you want to fill in. Because
God,
in the internal consistency of characterization and motivations, it's just like, huh? But okay, Damon, if that's what you want to say, you now believe.
I understand coming in as a writer in season 7 going, okay, Stefan at this point in time in season 7, certainly not the guy he was in season 1. But do I feel that it's constructive to suggest that now Stefan doesn't care about the people of Mystic Falls, the town he calls home and lives in? I don't think you're gonna swing me on that one necessarily.
Or even to suggest that Damon believes that. Because I'm like, why would Damon think that? What has Stefan done to make Damon think he doesn't care about the people in this town who aren't part of the Mystic Falls gang? Certainly not caring about the vampires all over the world. We've established that when you said, let's just kill the originals we aren't descended from in season 3.
I will say Stefan is not above, because every now and then they will let like an innocent person die because strategically in whatever goal they're having against the big bad, that's the thing they have to do to keep them from getting leverage or to keep them from getting information or whatever reason where someone in this group decides, okay, well, somebody's gonna die. Fine. The whole town en masse? You can't buy that that this decision to save this town from the heretics, it couldn't possibly have been his idea, because he does not care about the entire town of like thousands of people.
I guess projection. Damon's like, listen, every good thing I've ever done, if not for you, has been for the sake of Elena, who I'm in love with.
It's been exclusively for you and Elena. Why would you ever give a shit about these people?
So it follows that you must be doing this for Caroline. Stefan's like, no. And he's like, listen, Elena wanted you to live your life and be happy while she was sleeping. Do you think she'd be able to forgive you if she woke up one day and found out that everyone she loves is dead? If anything, I'm like, I don't know how much Elena loves this town.
No, Elena does love this town. But Damon would just be like, listen, it's just kind of how it was. I'm sorry. And she'd be like, okay, I get it. So I don't super know what Stefan's worried about.
So Stefan's like, I'm actually doing this for you, Damon, not Caroline. And that I can believe. Because Stefan...
yeah.
Now that Elena is gone, and you and Caroline have a relationship that is mostly healthy, everything that drags you down will be your love for Damon.
Mm-hmm.
Stefan and Caroline pack up her home, and she's like, oh, was it a huge mistake giving up the town? And Stefan's like, hey, what would Liz Forbes do? And Caroline says, I guess she'd protect human life at any cost. So Stefan's like, yeah, I don't think we're making a mistake then. And Caroline's like, listen, I thought I could heal from my mom's death and time would pass and I'd be ready to move on, but I'm never gonna stop missing her. So Stefan's like, yeah, that's life. You can't just sit back waiting for good parts to happen. What you can do is forgive yourself for trying to be happy during the bad parts.
I love that.
So then Caroline's like, to be honest, I guess I am happy. Despite Elena being gone, despite my mom being deceased, despite Mystic Falls being in the hands of these heretics, I'm happy because you make me happy, Stefan. And then they kiss, and it's their first kiss of the season and their first kiss since he professed his love. Yay. And I'm like, aw, this is cute.
It is.
I can be a team player.
I appreciate your generosity. It's a very lovely moment.
You know who's not a team player? Damon, who goes with Bonnie to, I don't know if he told Bonnie what the deal was with this town. I like to think Bonnie would not have just gone against this, but who knows at this point. He and Bonnie kill Malcolm.
Yeah. Yeah, I've said it before, when these two link up, oh boy.
So Enzo snatches Caroline on behalf of the heretics, and that's where we close out that episode. In the next episode, it's a lot of Caroline being hostage in both timelines.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, not yet, sorry. She is taken hostage in the future as well, after we get a brief flash forward scene of her getting a message from her assistant who's like, we speak about your fiance. And she's like, oh, my fiance. And that's at the start of the episode, and you would think, oh, cool, she's engaged to Stefan. And then at the end of the episode, he's like, yeah, unrelated to your fiance. Someone called Stefan Salvatore phoned for you. And she's like, Stefan Salvatore? Well, if he calls back, tell him that I'm busy and I never want to hear the name Stefan Salvatore again. And it's like, oh no.
Heartache.
What has happened in the interim?
Stake through the chest. God.
Yes, she gets staked through the chest. You'd be forgiven for thinking they're trying to make you think she's dead. I'm like, well, she's obviously not.
Oh, I was talking about myself. Yeah, her too, but...
She gets staked through the chest. Her assistant gets killed. She gets attacked. And that's where the episode closes out. As for what happens in the present, Lily and Bo show up to confront Stefan. Stefan is very ableist to Bo and gets hit with an aneurysm spell. And he deserves it. Stefan, that was rude.
That was rude. That was unlike you.
And also a little racially charged, unintentionally, I think.
Yeah, certainly. I think everything involving Bo is a bit racially charged at baseline.
Lily's like, sorry, Stefan, we're not in the mood for glib jokes. I thought we had a deal. Stefan's like, we do! That's why I've been patrolling the streets, to make sure humans don't wander into town and end up food for your heretics. And Lily's like, yeah, well, speaking of my heretics, Malcolm is dead. His corpse was found in the street with his heart ripped out. Stefan is visibly stunned, so Lily's like, oh, you didn't know. And Stefan's like, yeah, we didn't do it. And Lily's like, no, I believe you. I'm not here to blame you, just to explain why we are doing what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And Stefan's like, oh, what have you done? Obviously learns that Caroline has been snatched, goes to the Lockwood mansion, which is where he and Damon are living now that Shay Salvatore is Shay Heretic. I guess they kicked Matt out, because didn't Tyler sign that over to Matt ages ago?
Matt lives in the police station now.
Oh, no! Matt lives in the sheriff's office. Stefan is like, did you kill Malcolm? Damon's like, yeah, nonchalantly, I did. And he's like, okay, well, Lily and I had a deal for peace. And Damon's like, yeah, it was a stupid deal. So Stefan's like, okay, well, now the heretics have kidnapped Caroline in retaliation for what you did, unbeknownst to him, also Bonnie. Damon is suddenly snapped out of his blasé demeanor and is like, oh, no, but it was me. Why would she punish you? And I'm like, haven't we done this before, Damon? This feels very familiar.
Yes, because it's season 2, right? At the end of season 2, he tries to pull this shit with Klaus.
And then Jenna gets snatched. God. And I'm like, why are you shocked at this point? Also, Damon, did Lily and Co even know you were back in town?
Right.
Who would they suspect?
Who could they possibly suspect? I guess he thought Lily would think it was some mysterious third party in this empty town. I don't understand.
Gosh.
He's like, but I'm the one who did it. Why would she take Caroline? It's like, why would you think? For leverage. That's how these villains work.
Honestly.
That's how you worked.
And I love, Stefan has a brief blip of growth in this moment. That won't last. I'll tell you now. Spoilers, it won't last. But in this moment, he's like, yeah, I didn't do this. You did. So you're going to go over to Lily's place and fix this. And I'm like, wow. Can we maintain this energy, Stefan? He won't. In fact, in a later episode, he'll do something similar, and then a scene later, he's gone back on his word. Damon does try to fix things. He goes over and admits to killing Malcolm, and Lily's like, no, I doubt you killed a powerful heretic all on your own. Damon doesn't implicate Bonnie, so I guess points for that. He's like, no, I did do it solo. I'll trade myself for Caroline as a hostage. And Lily's like, no, actually, we don't really care about you or want you, so we're not going to make that trade. I love that when Damon comes home, Stefan is snarky. He's like, I only hear one set of footsteps.
That's so
like Stefan seems very over Damon's nonsense at the beginning of this season, and I'm like, why couldn't we keep that energy?
No, it's not. It's because here's the thing, right? And I was gonna save this until later, because at least after this nonsense with Caroline, in this era, Damon is maybe, in the dialogue and in the like hijinks and the ongoing of it, maybe the best case scenario of Damon by this point in the story. Of the possible heights he will never reach, this first arc of season 7 is kind of his best era. It's a shame that for me by this point I did not care about this man, but I'm sure he was fun for everyone else. But the thing that happens in season 7 with Elena's absence is that Stefan and Damon naturally rise now to like, because they were second and tertiary lead after Elena, and so they rise to be like now primary and secondary lead.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason in season 7, the story like warps to shape around Damon. The way it warped to shape around Elena in the prior seasons 5 and 6. Season 7 just becomes about Damon and his shit and his spiral. And it starts doing that after this arc. So I think that's why the energy for Stefan that you're describing ends with this arc. And post this, he will now become again support scaffold enabled to Damon, because the season becomes about Damon and his shit and about the absence of Elena and how he's struggling with that and how he can't be good without Elena by his side.
That explains why the back end of this season is so awful for me.
Yeah.
Despite there being a lot going on, and even a lot for Stefan to do, the main conflict for Stefan at the back end of this season is something that I hate so much.
Yeah.
Go back and listen to the Ilaric and Caroline episodes, guys, that I can't even enjoy that.
And I have thoughts on that for later too, but I think that might be why what you're describing ends very quickly.
That's why the dynamic of this show is so off from season 7 onwards, and probably why it only lasted 2 seasons post Elena.
It starts to fall apart if you don't have the anchor for the show. And the choice to make the anchor Damon and not Stefan was the mistake, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess it's probably because Damon is the one who was with her when she leaves. So now it's like, her absence affects him most of all, and how is he dealing with it?
Yeah.
It should have been Stefan.
It's also because he's the more popular character, unfortunately. That's just a fact.
I refuse to accept that as true, even though it might be.
I'm sorry. I unfortunately handle the socials for this podcast, so I'm aware of the analytics when I'm looking at the trends for these characters in our episodes. Damon is unfortunately...
I choose to interpret that as people enjoying listening to us dragging Damon for several hours.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, we're not done. Stefan has not been, at this stage, at time of recording, we have not put out all the Stefan episodes.
That's true, and we have not put up the Stefan promo. But what I'm saying is, when you look at the hashtags on TikTok and on Instagram, the highest, tick counts are for Damon. It's Damon, Stefan, Elena, Caroline, then you start getting the Enzos and Kais, all the hot evil boys who don't matter, and then you'll get Bonnie.
Damn.
And then you'll get Tyler and Matt.
Damn.
Yeah.
Tyler and Matt after Enzo?
Yeah. Yeah.
The disrespect.
Which really gives you an idea of how the locus of support of the show works, right?
Bots. These are bots, and that's my headcanon. Because if we live in an age where people can make all sorts of wild claims and refuse to accept the facts, then I can do that too.
Fair. Fair, and that's your prerogative. Anyway.
People do it with serious world issues. I'm choosing to do it with a CW TV show.
Let's do it about the CW show that ended 8 years ago. Let's do it. Who cares?
Damon's like, yeah, Lily didn't want to make my trade. And Stefan's like, it looks like nobody wants you around, do they? And I'm like, damn, Stefan! I love this version of you.
His girlfriend's been snatched, and it's his fault, and he's pissed. Yes, I love it.
Damon notices that Stefan is poring over maps of the underground tunnels that conveniently connect every significant location in Mystic Falls. And he's like, oh no, we can't enter the house through the tunnels because the house is in a human's name, and we can't get through the door. However, he's like, I'm gonna find out who it is and kill them so that the house is free for vampires to enter. Stefan's like, your cheery attitude makes me think you're actually enjoying this conflict. And Damon's like, well, yeah, I've got 60 years to kill before Elena wakes up, and having an evil nemesis to fight is not the worst waste of my time. Stefan says, it's ironic that you think Lily is the evil one when you murdered one of her loved ones.
Just truly out of nowhere and for nothing.
I don't know what was in the water at the start of this season. Stefan is so sensible. Is it fluoride? Put the fluoride back in the water.
Someone was looking at the scripts ahead and was pissed. They were like, what are we doing here? Can we get some logic? Can we get some sense in here? Thanks.
Damon has the audacity to be like, oh, are you taking Lily's side? And Stefan's like, no, but I'm sure as hell not taking yours either. Ooh. Nora and Mary Lou spend the episode torturing Caroline. Turns out Stefan Salvatore is actually in Matt's name. The heretics drained him of vervain, then compelled him to sign the deed to the house and then erase his memories. Damon finds this out and cooks up a plan with Matt and Bonnie to temporarily stop Matt's heart so that the seal on the house is broken and his technical clinical death will allow vampires to enter again. What's crazy is that when Damon has already cooked up this plan with Matt and Bonnie, he then tells Stefan, who is like, no, Matt's never going to agree to that. He's wrong. Matt has already agreed, reluctantly. Damon says, Matt knows the alternative is that I'll just kill him, so he'll go along with it.
Fun. We love to know that even in season 7, you're perfectly prepared to kill Matt for a girl you barely care about.
At this stage, in 2013/2016, the year of our Lord.
Yeah.
Stefan's like, oh, it's good to see that your morality is holding up in Elena's absence. /S. And then Damon's like, oh, subject change. Are you and Caroline officially a thing now? And Stefan's like, no, I'm not in the mood to discuss that with you. And Damon says, well, you know, if you're willing to let Matt die to save Caroline, there must be something serious going on. And I'm like, now suddenly it's Stefan who's willing to let him die? This is your plan. Stefan said he doesn't even think that this will work, that Matt will go along with this.
And you just said if he objects to this, then you'll just kill Matt. So, like, what are we talking about? What discussions are we having here?
So wild. So pointless. Elsewhere in the episode, Valerie comes to Caroline pretending she wants to help shield her from Nora and Mary Lou, and she casts that spell that makes Caroline's skin burn vampires like vervain. Mm-hmm. So when Stefan eventually comes in to save Caroline, can't touch her.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's okay. We'll call Bonnie, like we always do, for everything. And she'll fix it. But for now, let's avoid skin-to-skin contact. And he jokes that, I know this will be extra hard for you, Caroline.
It's a really good era for them. I like it.
And then he gets yanked out of the window by the renewed invitation seal because the house has now been signed over to the housekeeper, Lucy. They were really reusing names here at this era.
That's wild to use the name Lucy.
We get another Julian, another Valerie, another Lucy.
When you know Lucy Bennett has not yet been seen after she had been promised. The witch who was promised.
She's under the heretic's thrall and now owns the house. So Stefan is sucked out the window. I don't know why Caroline isn't also sucked out the window. She's instead dragged downstairs, where she conveniently ends up at Enzo's feet, and then he gets the housekeeper to invite her in, so she's still in the house and still their hostage.
Dramatics. I don't mind it.
In her Elijah era, I guess. Later on, Stefan's like, Damon, Caroline's still at the mercy of her captors because you ditched our rescue mission midway. Damon was on his own nonsense. Elena's coffin was snatched. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Damon's like, yeah, Stefan, get all your rage out now because I'm leaving Mystic Falls forever on Lily's orders because she has Elena. And Stefan's like, oh no, Lily's taken everything from us. And then Damon decides, which, I mean, he's not wrong because the writers decide he's not wrong. But Damon decides the reason that Lily has taken Caroline and now taken Elena is to drive a wedge between Stefan and himself to make them fight. And Stefan agrees. So then they're like, yeah, we're going to pretend that we're fighting and that she's fractured our bond. And then I'll go back to her and try to like get her to, you know, just dial back the antics a little bit. And in the meantime, Damon's going to go look for Oscar, the sixth heretic, and capture him and use him to negotiate a trade.
Which we have to say, I don't think that was not an intention of Lily even a little bit. It was just a happenstance that like Damon, in fact, no, it wasn't a happenstance. Damon made a really stupid decision that Stefan then got upset at him for. And then unrelatedly, she took Elena to punish Damon. I don't think she was trying to split them up or something.
The story will treat it as though this theory is correct. So, I mean, what can we do when a werewolf is wounded with silver? It heals.
It really does.
The only other significant thing is that Nora gives Caroline Stefan's diary, so he finds out about Valerie Tull, the lovely young girl who he met when he was a 16-year-old boy in 1863.
It's Caroline and Valerie speaking on one end, Stefan and Lily speaking on the other end, kind of discussing the same topic, which is Stefan and Valerie's past.
And through them, we learn that Valerie, when she was a mortal siphon, knew Lily, They met when she was working in Lily's TB ward when Lily was dying. They became close after Lily turned, and Lily was like, hey, before I go to Europe with my gentleman friend...
We never confirmed if it was the same TB ward, I will say, because we know that Lily died in 1858, but in 1864... when Valerie meets Stefan, she is like...
I think she meets him in 1863.
Sorry, 1863. She's between the years of 17 and 20, we have to estimate, for it to not be too weird. So that means at the time Lily died, she was a child, like a child, like a tween or a preteen.
I mean, Lily just says, I think she says she worked either in my TB ward or the TB ward where I was, and then she says, after I turned, I took her under my wing. Oh. So she must have been there when Lily was a dying human.
So how long was Lily dying then?
I don't know.
She can't have been dying for 8 years.
She's supposed to have died pretty quickly, unless Giuseppe just lied to his children.
Which is not unthinkable, certainly. It's like, take her away, I don't care what happens after. And she took like 3 years to die, in which time Valerie became a nurse at the ward.
Or at least an assistant. I don't know. She had an older cousin who worked there, and she was like, let me just hang around you, because the Gemini Coven hates me, so I'd rather be around humans.
Wild.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not super clear.
Head canon. But suffice to say, Lily sent Valerie to check up on Stefan, and she accidentally spent a little too much time chatting to him and fell for him. Julian was skulking around being a creep. Go back to the Valerie episode if you want to know about all that stuff. I guess the important beats of the flashback, because now we're in 1863, the important beats are that Valerie and Stefan eventually make love. It's Stefan's first time. A little while later, I don't know if it's the same night or a different night that they've slept together, but Stefan's like, I want to show you my mom's grave. You know, as you do when you like a girl.
Listen, they have the gothic romance vibe. I get it.
And explains his guilt about how, I was sent to go procure these cream violets as medicine for my ailing mother, but I didn't run fast enough. And by the time I got back, she'd already been taken to the sanatorium, and that's where she died. It's very Barry Allen in certain Flash stories where it's like, if I just run fast enough, human child Barry Allen, I would have been able to save my mom. Which is, of course, not true in either instance. And Valerie tells Stefan that, cream violets have no medicinal properties, so there's nothing you could have done to save your mother. It was not your fault that she died. Which I guess gives him some semblance of peace, until Julian shows up and ruins the moment.
Yeah, as he does in many respects.
And he's like, yeah, we're leaving now, like leaving town. And Stefan's like, no, will I see you again? And she's like, I promise I'll find my way back to you. We learn that she did send Stefan a telegram a few months later saying, meet me at our spot, but she seemingly stood him up. And in the present, as Stefan is telling Lily all of this, he's like, I guess she didn't really care about me. She was just using me or whatever. I don't really care. And it's like, Stefan, you clearly care. Yeah. I don't know why we're playing this game.
Yeah.
But we eventually find out why Valerie didn't meet him there. Because Julian showed up and beat her until she lost the child she was pregnant with, which is something she never got the chance to tell Stefan, and which she never told Lily, so Lily doesn't know this either.
It's heavy, heavy stuff. Every time we go back to it, I'm always just like, God damn. This is a season of quite a lot of hard stuff, despite the nature of the show in that respect. It's like we talk about the feticide and abuse that Valerie faced. We talk about the abuse that Lily and her sons faced under Giuseppe. Reina having to kill her own father. There's just a lot of really hard moments in season 7. And I weirdly appreciate them despite everything else.
They were trying to allow the show to mature with its audience. If only the characters could have also matured a little bit. But anyway, I do like that also in the episode when Stefan is speaking to Lily, and Lily's like, I was very depressed because I couldn't be with my children after I turned. And Stefan was like, really? And she's like, I'm not the cold-hearted snake that you and Damon wish to see me as. It took me a long time to get over you. And when she mentions Julian, she's like, is it so shocking that I could have had, a gentleman friend, a lover? And Stefan was like, well, I mean, your husband, the last love of your life was a horrible, abusive monster who shot and killed his own sons. Yeah. So forgive me if I don't trust your type.
Like, yeah, fair. And she's like, he's nothing like Giuseppe. And Stefan is like kind of intrigued. He's like, okay, tell me about this boyfriend, I guess. I'm curious. It's kind of like the first turn in this disaster of a reunion that they've had since the season 6 stuff, of like a moment of bonding for them, of sharing this like
he's also
stuff.
helping her with her driving, like in the passenger seat.
So cute. Oh, I just got flashbacks to me helping my mom with her driving, and then we crashed. That was crazy.
Also, when he first finds her trying to parallel park and she almost dings his prized car, he's like, oh, no. You can take over my town, you can trash my house, but do not touch my car.
Which is funny because he's already blown it up in the flash forward. So.
Yes! Gosh. In the flash forward, we see him torching his car. It's this moment showing us that, ooh, it's really serious. Everything has changed. Stefan is on the run and he's burning his own car. He almost burns his journal with it. One of his many journals, I guess. But he's like, no, let me keep that. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Unlike Elena, who burned her original journal along with her house in season 4.
It has to be the one he's keeping now because he burned all his past journals.
Yeah.
It must be the one he's keeping for Elena.
I guess. Unless we have superpositional journals, or it's his 1863 diary copy from the prison world.
That's that. Oh, you're right. Because Valerie had that. Well,
Gosh.
It's a shame.
But yeah, it's because it's the whole, we have to go get to Caroline thing. He doesn't yet know she's in danger, but he will learn that by the end of the episode. Oh yes, we're often confused about how old Stefan is when Lily went to the TB ward. We don't know when exactly she died, but since he's 16 when he meets Valerie, he does say his mother died 6 years before.
6 years?
Yeah, so all that happened when he was 10.
Okay.
So I guess 1857.
But they say 58.
They're confused. They can't do maths.
That's funny.
Because I'm like,
I'm sure it's
1863
fine.
minus 6 years is not 1858.
The years work weird over there in the States. They do the half and half. Like their milk, they do half and half. So it's fine.
Maybe he was like, it hasn't been a full year yet. So I'm counting the years that have, completed themselves. And 1862 was the last one, so it's been 6. I don't know. No, that still doesn't work, because I'm going the wrong way. It's too few years.
Yeah, you are certainly going the wrong way, but I'm not here to attack you for the failures of other people. I'm just happy to move past it.
We can move past
it. He was 10.
This episode is very much Stefan bonding with Lily, and also from his point of view, just assuring her that, no, I don't care about the Valerie nonsense. It was 150 years ago. Lily asks him, surely you're not still angry with her for standing up? And he's like, it was 150 years ago. And I'm like, that's not a no, Stefan.
That's a pregnant pause and a lack of a denial. So, oof.
Speaking of pregnancy,
Caroline
I was
like, I left an opening and I hope he doesn't take it.
I had to take it. Caroline speaks to Lily, and Lily's like, oh, hey, you lost your mother recently. Is there any way that one can get over such a loss? And Caroline's like, girl, Stefan never got over losing you. I have a copy of his journal from 1863, so you can read for yourself how much he loved you and missed you. And Lily is moved enough to release Caroline from captivity. So Caroline and Stefan do get to reunite, but they still can't touch because of the whole vervain skin thing. Also, Caroline brings up Valerie. And Stefan's like, oh, I was just a kid, I was a troubled boy who was mourning my dead mom. Something strange happens with how the flashbacks are framed in this episode. Stefan says this, which you can just, he's just trying to assuage Caroline's misgivings. And no, it wasn't that deep. But there's also a point when he's speaking to Lily in the car about how, you were ripped out of my arms when I was a child and sent to die in a TB ward. One could never move on from something like that. One just finds distractions. We immediately transition into his first night with Valerie, or one of his nights sleeping with Valerie. And I'm like, that's a weird...
Interesting.
Because we know that she wasn't a distraction. Canonically, he was genuinely in love with her.
Yeah.
But why frame it that way in this episode? I just thought it was worth noting that that's a little strange.
Interesting. I don't know how this interplays with that, but I was going to say, in the sense of him telling Caroline it wasn't that big a deal, to him, in his conscious mind, he may feel like it wasn't that big a deal because, like he says, it was so long ago. First love and all that, be damned, right? But I think it's the lack of closure that's leaving a door open here, where it's like, if it had ended with a definitive answer, it probably wouldn't have been this heavy on him, right? Because as you say, it is very clearly still heavy on him because it was just left open. She sent that telegram suggesting she wanted to run away with him and then disappeared. And it's like, well, damn. I assume that you were just using me now that I've gotten this information, but like, that's not a satisfying conclusion to the story. I think a good part of it is like, it is that heavy on him without him realizing because he never got closure on it. So he may not be aware that it's like the traumas that we hold that we're not aware are that heavy until it like hits the little T traumas.
The trauma that we hold in different parts of our body. For Stefan, it's his hair.
All right.
Caroline's like, oh, you know, you're saying that you were just a boy. And Stefan's like, yeah, I was young and human. And Caroline's like, well, I was young and human when I first met you. And I remember the exact moment I first saw you. And I was like, no, we don't have to do this. We don't have to thread back to the season 1 of it all where he was this unrequited crush that she had. I'm like, I don't want to have to view Steroline through that lens because then it feels like she always held a torch for him. And she didn't. So, yeah.
But, we spoke about the Caroline episode and I also was like, it feels like we're regressing Caroline, what's going on? But like, yeah, Caroline will sometimes have that insecurity, unfortunately, especially where Elena's concerned, because she brings up Elena.
Yeah, like, there's a brief Elena flare-up, and Stefan has to be like, no, things are different now, circumstances have changed. And she's like, okay, well, Valerie's out of the prison world. Does that change anything for you? Do you ever wonder what would have happened if Valerie had shown up to meet you? And Stefan's like, no, I don't wonder anymore. I don't care about the past. All I care about is that you, Caroline, are here, and you're safe, and you're with me. So that's nice.
Reassurance.
Also, Valerie kills Oscar, which sets a whole bunch of other things into motion in the ensuing episodes.
Oh, honey.
The next episode, episode 4, Carry Your Heart With Me, we're dealing with Oscar's death. This is the scene in which it's like, oh, Stefan, we're already sliding back and we're only 4 episodes into the season. Stefan sees that Oscar is dead.
Immediately, we have to cover this up. We're hanging him out a window. There's a college party. It's so crazy.
Damon is like, no, I didn't do this. We need to get rid of this body. And Stefan's like, no, you need to get rid of this body. And I'm like, yay, refusing to take on the burden of your brother's messes. The next time we see Stefan, when Nora and Mary Lou show up, he is literally helping Damon dispose of the body.
God.
So I was like, what was the point of that line? Like,
we're in the hijinks era now. It's like, dirk. It is kind of funny.
They lie to the evil lesbians that Oscar is not around, that he gave them the slip because they're hanging him out the window. And they're like, cool, we're going to murder one of these innocent college students every hour that Oscar has not been found. Stefan's like, cool, Caroline, we need to find a way to stop these people from killing innocents, proving that, yes, Damon, Stefan does still care about innocence.
Like,
they still can't touch because of the vervain spell. So Caroline's like, oh, you haven't spoken to Valerie yet and gotten her to undo the spell. And Stefan's like, no, I haven't seen or spoken to her yet. And Caroline's like, oh, are you avoiding her? Like, aren't you the least bit curious about why she left you hanging? And Stefan's like, listen, Valerie has not contacted me in the 4 months since she was released from the prison world, so I assume she's as over it as I am. And I'm like, okay, Stefan, so not all that over it is what you're saying. And Caroline calls him out. She's like, that's a pretty big assumption since Valerie is the reason we literally can't touch each other right now.
Yeah.
Stefan will continue to avoid this meeting. For now, in this episode, it's like, no, the priority is Nora and Mary Lou. That's what we have to deal with. So then they're like, cool, we're going to trick them into going to this Halloween dance where we can keep an eye on them. So they do that using Inception. It's very cool. It's mainly Caroline's idea. At some point, while they're planning this, Stefan gets to speak to Nora alone. And he's like, hey, could you just siphon the spell off of Caroline? And I'm like, Stefan, that's not a bad idea, but it does seem like you're going out of your way to not go and speak to Valerie. Nora is like, no, I don't want to get on Valerie's bad side, so I'm not going to do that. Nora also states that possibly the reason that Valerie is always in such a foul mood is because she's still obsessed with Stefan. And I was like, oh, okay, Stefan, so chew on that for a bit. Later on, Nora and Mary Lou have their arguments. They storm off. Caroline and Stefan just speak, and they're like, oh, Caroline can see the tension between Nora and Mary Lou. And Stefan's like, oh, you can pick up on that? And she's like, yeah. And she sort of threads it back into their conversation.
Expert.
The way that Caroline is wont to do. But it is cute that Stefan's like, I like your outfit, Caroline. You put it together really quickly for a party we just decided to go to.
Yeah.
Were you planning to come to this party without me already? And Caroline's like, yeah, I didn't think a Halloween party was good first date material, but I wanted to go like for my own self. And Stefan's like, oh, this is a date? And Caroline's like, oh, well, you know, what would you call it? And then Stefan's like, oh, I would call it torture because I can't touch you.
Up and down and says torture. And I was like, oh. Whoa.
I'm like, were you this saucy with Elena, Stefan? I don't know.
Think that much. They were saucy in their own right, but this is a new Stefan and a new Caroline. We're post-college, it's a different vibe.
Love that for them.
Yeah. They snatch up Mary Louise at some point. Vervainer, she's sitting alone and sad.
Is like, okay, cool, Nora, I'm gonna stake your girlfriend in this hallway in front of you if you don't siphon the spell of Caroline. Nora's like, I've got a better idea. I'll use my magic to attack you because I'm a freaking heretic. Caroline shows up, puts her hand over her mouth, burns her, and is like, siphon the spell or burn.
Iconic.
We've discussed this moment in the Caroline episode. We love it for both of them.
So good.
Nora siphons the spell. Caroline snaps her neck, and she and Stefan are free to embrace. And then they hook up. Woo! Is this the one that you wanted to count as their first time?
In my head and my heart, this is the first time. And we'll leave it at that.
Caroline does almost put the brakes on as they're getting hot and heavy because she's still feeling insecure. And Stefan's like, listen, I don't want to speak about Valerie because I'm not thinking about Valerie. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about you. And he says the two of us have had more history in the last 5 years than most people have in a lifetime. So that's cute.
So good. A poet.
Episode 5, Live Through This.
Damon shows up in their dorm room to disrupt them while they've woken up from peaceful bliss.
Oh yeah.
He brings coffee.
They're canoodling. I like that Stefan can immediately tell that type A Caroline cannot stand the idea of just lying in bed and doing nothing.
Listen, they know each other well. It's very cute.
Damon does show up and ruin the vibe. That's when he first learns about Valerie because Caroline's like, oh, didn't you hear? One of the heretics is Valerie, Stefan's first love, who he's been avoiding contact with.
Damon also screws the pooch because he says, oh, 1864 first love Valerie?
He's like, it's like V-card Valerie?
Stefan gives him this look that's like, I need you to shut the hell up.
Damon wants to interrogate Valerie for whatever. Caroline's like, oh, this will be a great opportunity for Stefan to finally catch up with her. Unless there's some reason that would be uncomfortable for you, Stefan. And Stefan's like, nope, no awkwardness, no discomfort. And Caroline's like, cool, good. Have fun. And she leaves to do her own stuff.
Funny. Damon showing up with coffees in hand. He's like, you crazy kids and your first time sex and your relationship drama. It's like, wow, I wish this was you all the time, Damon. But yeah, they find Valerie on that random highway and stop her. And Damon tries to threaten her and she drops him with magic. And Stefan finally is like, oh, hello, Valerie. Shall we chat?
And then they get to take a brief road trip, which is made all the more awkward by Damon's quips. They're looking for Julian, and Valerie's like, listen, Julian is this monstrous vampire. Whatever love stories mother has told you, don't believe them. He is the worst person I've ever met. Damon is like, I'm gonna tease you about your troubled romantic past, the two of you. And Stefan tries to brush it off. He's like, oh no, Valerie was just spying for Lily, so it doesn't really matter. It was all a game. He frames as a question. Valerie doesn't answer, and she's like, listen, the only thing that matters is finding Julian before Lily does. Caroline calls Stefan during this road trip when they've stopped for gas, and she's like, listen, I feel guilty for pushing you to spend time cooped up with your brother and your ex. And Stefan's like, no, actually, I needed the push because I needed to hear everything Valerie told me back then was a lie. And Caroline's like, oh, did she say that? And Stefan's like, well, she didn't deny it. And then Stefan's like, yeah, anyway, when I get back, let me take you out on a proper date. I feel like we should do that. And Caroline's like, okay, yeah, sure, lovely. Eventually, Stefan, Valerie, and Damon find the warehouse where Julian's body is stored. Stefan is judgy about Valerie killing Oscar to keep him from finding Julian. And Valerie's like, listen, I reiterate, I had my reasons. He's a monster. And then Stefan, this snark should be saved for Damon. I don't like when you use it on Valerie, but I understand you using it here from your POV. He's like, it's a good thing our relationship was cut short, since you might have run me through with a butcher's knife if I'd done something as innocuous as accidentally insult your driving. I'm like, firstly, Stefan, there were no cars when you guys were dating, so...
Yes, there were. There were very early automobiles at that point.
There were automobiles in 1863? I stand corrected. Stefan,
so.
You are right.
Let me double check so I'm not off.
But I like that Valerie claps back. She's like, listen, it doesn't exactly sound like you've lived the life of a saint either, Stefan, because Damon had earlier made some Ripper references. And she's like, surprise, Stefan, the world changes people. She also explains the Phoenix Stone and how its resurrected properties work. Stefan lets Valerie know, oh, by the way, I got Nora to siphon the spell on Caroline, just so you know that story has been closed out. And Valerie's like, to be honest, I completely forgot about that spell, but good for you. And Stefan's like, okay, well, why did you do it? Because I doubt you were genuinely worried about Caroline's safety. And Valerie's like, what do you want me to say? I did it because I'm just evil and I like seeing people suffer. I'm not a horrible person, Stefan. You know nothing about me. They locate Julian's coffin, they try to burn his body, but Lily and Beau and the wicked lesbians show up and stop the fire with magic. Lily's livid. Valerie tries in vain to convince her that Julian is evil. The worst time for her to try to do this. You've been caught trying to kill him, Valerie.
Honestly, the timing. Also, motor vehicles 1880s, 1890s were the first proper models. So yes, you're right.
Ah, you see, Stefan? And you're supposed to be the gearhead. Lily slaps Valerie, and despite Stefan's own sour attitude towards her all day, he objects to this. He's like, hey, we get it. You're angry.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, Stefan.
Yeah, he
so
can't help
chivalrous.
himself.
Look at you. Lily tells the Salvatores that anything Valerie has told them about Julian is a lie, and Valerie's like, no. Lily says that Julian made her a better person. He made her vindictive and cruel. She is the one who gave Kai the idea to put the Sleeping Beauty curse on Elena, which unfortunately, this then sends Damon into his own little mood swing. He attacks Lily, Beau fends him off, and telekinetically explodes all the coffins around them, wounding Valerie and the Salvatores. But Damon will continue on this trajectory for the next few episodes. It's very annoying. When Stefan comes to, he immediately calls out in concern for Valerie, which I also thought was interesting. Damon is right next to him and visibly okay, so he knows Damon's fine. But he was like, Valerie! And I was like, Stefan, not as sour as you're pretending to be.
I mean, he doesn't want her to die, I don't think. He says as much when Valerie's like, wow, and I thought you hated me. And he's like, yeah, even if I hate you, that doesn't mean I want you dead. That's crazy.
So real. So true. When he finds her and pulls the wooden shards out of her, he's like, I'm not the type to leave someone hanging. And Valerie's like, okay, the tea, the shade. You couldn't help yourself, could you? Stefan's like, listen, I don't hate you. I just wanted to know the truth. And now I do. And Valerie's like, listen, you don't know the truth. And she finally confesses that she was coming back for him, but Julian didn't want her to jeopardize his plans with Lily. And Stefan's like, why would you have jeopardized those plans? And she's like, because I was pregnant with your child. And Julian knew that Lily would want to have a whole family thing with her son and grandson, well, grandchild, and all that. So he attacked me and beat me until I miscarried. This will then start Stefan on his own revenge arc, which is completely justified, and I completely understand. He calls Caroline over the phone to be like, oh, we have to postpone our date because of the insane new developments of the day. Caroline assumes he's talking about finding out about the mechanics of the Phoenix Stone, and that Joe is actually still dead and hasn't been brought back, because that's been happening on the Alaric side of things. And then she's like, is there any other big news you want to tell me? And Stefan's like, no.
Which is fair, it's a sensitive topic and it's not all his own. It's complicated.
Yeah, and he's just found out. It's I understand.
Yeah.
He does speak to Valerie afterwards and he's like, listen, I'm angry that I didn't know, and I'm sad that something I could have had was taken away from me.
Oh.
And I want to kill Julian for what he did to you, and I am so sorry that you had to go through it alone.
Oh.
And Valerie's like, yeah, I was so devastated I tried to take my own life. That's how I became the first heretic. But I never told Lily what was going on. Please don't tell her or anyone else. And Stefan's like, okay. So now he's locked into a secret that he has to keep. Later on, Valerie will claim, no, I assumed it went without saying, but I didn't mean Caroline, which is not fair. But
she's being shitty. She's causing problems on purpose.
Valerie's like, what would you have done if you had known about the pregnancy? And Stefan's like, I would have wanted a child. And he offers to let Valerie stay with them in Shea Lockwood, where they're currently staying.
So it's Lockwood, not Forbes. I owe apologies to Valerie for suggesting that she would come downstairs in a towel in your Caroline's house. That's on me.
No, it's Shea Lockwood. Stefan's like, there are 5 bedrooms. You can choose one. Pin in that for the next episode, just a brief thing. Valerie's like, no, I have to skip town, because if Lily doesn't kill me, Julian's definitely going to when he finds out what I did. And Stefan's like, Damon won't let Lily get the stone. And even if Damon fails to stop her, I will kill Julian myself. So that's nice. Episode 6, Best Served Cold. That's when we see the broadcast with Caroline being taken captive in the flash forward to the future. And she's like, I have an urgent message for Stefan Salvatore. In the present, Stefan has that weird dream of living in the 19th century as a human and teaching his son to hunt out in the woods.
What's the son's name? Did you catch it? I always try to remember.
It's Jacob, which I'm like, okay. Of all the names.
This is absolutely not the energy I would attribute. No, it is the energy I would attribute. It's not how I feel about Stefan in this moment, but there's that anti-abortion comic that was going around.
I was going to say the same thing. I recently saw a tweet about it, like, going viral, and I was like, as you say, this is not the energy of Stefan, but it's impossible not to think of that.
Very much the same energy.
But he has a dream that he's teaching this boy how to hunt. As they go off into the woods, the boy disappears, and he's like, Jacob!
Oh, it is sad. He's mourning the fatherhood he could have had.
I'm like, I don't know, Stefan. I see you as more of a girl dad.
You know?
But sure.
I agree. It's weird that there's this paternalistic energy about it, especially given how he's been presented, his female friendships. I guess he is still an 1800s boy. I don't know.
That was a mama's boy. I feel like...
Weird.
Teach your daughter to hunt. I don't know. I know it's the 19th century. No such luck.
You were like
but
protesting
teach her to ride a horse?
You were mansplaining to Elena about how women had to write under pen names. Like, surely you would teach your daughter Jacobina to hunt. I don't
Jacobina.
Jacqueline.
Your daughter Renesmee.
Your daughter Renesmee.
Which is the feminine form of Jacob.
Your daughter Stelena.
Oh, now I'm remembering that horrible thing I told you from Legacies. I don't know if you forgot.
Oh, God.
Do you remember?
I had pushed it out of my mind, but thank you.
The brief throwaway line about Stephanie Salvatore.
Stephanie Salvatore. Throw me out of a moving vehicle on a highway with an overpass.
Which unintentionally, another link to Twilight with the Stephanie name.
I have to go.
But in the real world, Caroline wakes Stefan up and she's like, who's Jacob? You were calling out his name in your sleep? And Stefan's like, no, it was just a bad dream. And then she's like, yeah, no wonder you're having bad dreams. Why are you asleep on the couch? Then Valerie appears and it's implied Stefan gave up his room for her, all chivalrous. But I'm like, but you said there were 5 bedrooms in the house. And this is the Lockwood Manor. I don't think you needed, but okay.
I guess he feels weird about sleeping in the other rooms, but I assume some of them are guest rooms, Stefan. It's not...
And Damon said that he was moving into Carol Lockwood's room. So honestly...
Well, that's the weird move.
I don't know,
that's
Stefan.
Nothing to do with
it's a rehash of the towel girl scene because now Valerie has just come out of the shower, is towel clad.
Yeah. It's possible, listen, maybe he was just drinking some bourbon in the living room and then he fell asleep in the middle of like a contemplative stupor.
Perhaps. But Valerie walks in and she's like, no, that's my fault. I'm like, it's your fault that he's on the couch? Why?
In this 1-bedroom apartment, there was nothing else we could do.
Stefan explains once she leaves, Valerie's in danger of Julian's retribution once Lily releases his spirit from the Phoenix Stone, and Caroline's like, yeah, not really seeing how this is our concern. I'm not connecting the dots. Stefan doesn't elaborate, but he's like, hey, listen, just trust me, we need to help Valerie. And Caroline's like, cool, I will happily help make Valerie disappear / go into hiding. Lily invites her enemies to a dinner party that episode. Very Esther Michelson of her.
I respect it. Somewhat filling those shoes. I like it.
Stefan and Damon accept. And Damon tells Stefan, okay, my plan is to let Lily enjoy having her true love Julian back. Lull her into a false sense of security. And once she's had enough time to really settle into it, as Tyrion once said to Cersei, there will come a time when you think you are truly safe, and then all your joy will turn to ashes in your mouth, and you will know the debt is repaid. That was what Damon was trying to go for. And Stefan's like, no, I'm going to kill Julian tonight. So that doesn't work for me.
I can understand why Damon's on his whole trip. I don't super care for it, but I get it. But I don't care for it. But I get it.
Weirdly, they don't discuss this again until they're both at the party.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened. They speak about it there, and Damon's like, no, Stefan, I don't want him dead. She needs to enjoy him for a bit first, so it really hurts when I take him away. And Stefan's like, no, he needs to be disposed of immediately. And Damon's like, okay, what am I missing? Why do you suddenly want to kill him so badly? Julian comes over to greet them. It's his first time seeing Damon. Stefan, however, he'd already met. And he's like, Stefan, how long has it been? And Stefan's like, I don't know. I must have lost track after I stopped thinking about you. Love it. Julian sees that his charm is being lost on both of them, so he's like, Bo, get these men a drink. They're dreadfully sober. Later on, Julian and Stefan play pool. Julian invites Damon to join, but Damon's like, no, I have an irrational fear of pool tables. Let me explain why. And then he tells a story that is clearly a thinly veiled attempt to warn Stefan not to try and attack Julian because he's more than twice their age.
Really feels like he's warning Julian that Stefan's going to attack him, which is crazy.
He also heavily implies that if Stefan makes a move on Julian, he'll stop him. So I'm like, okay, wild.
It's good to know you'll jeopardize your brother's life for your revenge. I love that for him.
Later on, Stefan and Damon speak alone in Damon's bedroom, which Lily has claimed. They continue to bicker about the way and time around which each of them think that Julian should die. And Damon realizes that, no, Stefan, you must know something to make you so vengeful. And Stefan's like, well, it's not my secret to tell. Matt comes in with some of the Salvatore booze. Damon swipes the bottle from him because he's rude and takes a swig, and then he goes down because there was vervain in it. So deserved. This was all part of Stefan's plan, it seems. And he's like, yeah, Matt, take Bonnie and leave the party because things are about to get ugly. Stefan attacks Julian and even manages to set him on fire, but Lily saves him. Lily assumes that Stefan is going after Julian to get to her. I'm like, no, Lily,
it's
wrong
got
son.
Nothing to do with you, babe. He actually kind of likes you. You're good.
And she's like, what did I do to you to make you hate me so much? Stefan's like, it's not about you, girl. And she's like, well, since I've come back, all you've done is try to strip me of my happiness, which I'm like, not true, but okay.
She did try to blow up all her children in one go, episode 1.
And then they had a nice chat and, made peace. And they spoke
she
about
thought
Valerie.
They were good. And now he's trying to kill her husband. I don't want to be like, hey, maybe Lily's making a point. But it does seem like Stefan's just trying to destroy her family for no reason now.
I guess from her point of view. And she's like, what did I do wrong? Damon recovers and joins Stefan, Julian, and Lily. Julian monologues for a bit, and then he and the Salvatores end up fighting. Julian gains the upper hand and almost stakes someone, but Lily intervenes, and she's like, okay, sons, get out. And she saves them from death at Julian's hands. So that's nice. Finally, when Stefan and Damon return to Shea Lockwood, and Damon's like angry at Stefan, he's like, you're going off the rails. You're being the unstable brother. That's my job.
Oh my God.
You're supposed to be the level-headed one. I don't go into your territory. You don't come into mine. Stefan eventually tackles him to the ground and is like, okay, here's the truth, and tells him what Julian did to Valerie. And Damon's like, oh, why didn't you tell me? And Stefan's like, oh, so that you could laugh it off with some glib joke about how it was 150 years ago?
As you've been
Which I'm
doing.
like, honestly, Damon, yeah, your record is against you. So Stefan is like, yeah, I want Julian dead now. Later on, the brothers talk about how much Julian reminds them of Giuseppe. And Stefan's like, hey, speaking of Giuseppe, were you ever scared you would turn into the kind of father Giuseppe was? And Damon's like, nope. Our dad was so horrible, I wanted to be a good dad just to spite him.
Oh,
which is the most Damon way you could have answered that question.
Damon, why do you think you're the way you are? Oh, God. Go back to the Damon episode for that discussion. Part 3.
And Stefan says, look, the only regret in my long vampire life after everything I've gotten to experience is that I never got to have a kid and be a father. So Damon, in a nice moment of brotherly loyalty, is like, okay, if you want Julian dead, I'll help you. Tomorrow, tonight, now, I'm in.
Okay.
And that's where that episode closes out. The next episode, Mommy Dearest, episode 7, is the Thanksgiving episode because for some reason this show suddenly decided in like season 6 that it needed to always have a Thanksgiving episode.
I mean, that is the way of network television that they were weirdly not on that board because they were doing the half and half thing. Like typically these sorts of shows will do Thanksgiving, Christmas, skip New Year's because we come back mid-Jan or end of Jan. That's the vibe.
Thanksgiving. Of all the holidays. But, America.
Yeah, America.
Stefan is making preparations for Thanksgiving. Damon's like, I thought we agreed to kill Julian. Why have we not made another attempt in his life? And Stefan's like, no, well, Julian knows I want him dead, so we have to be smart about this. I plan to recruit an ally to assist us. The doorbell rings and Damon sees that Stefan has invited Lily over. Stefan tries to convince Lily of Julian's evilness. He tells her about Valerie's pregnancy and how Julian beat her into miscarriage. Lily's still not convinced and tells Stefan not to believe any more words that come out of Valerie's mouth. Stefan pretends to accept this and makes a toast. The beverage that he poured her has vervain in it, so it knocks her out. The Salvatores then tie Lily up in a chair and stage an intervention until they can get her to realize that she is dating yet another manipulative abuser, just like in her marriage to Giuseppe.
Yeah, That's tough.
Lily's not too receptive. Thankfully, they don't like torture her the way they do like emotionless Elena.
Certainly
They're like,
not.
we just need you to sit here and listen.
Yeah, that's the vibe that you are led to believe when they knock her out and tie her up, because that's what you're used to in the show. And they, surprisingly, both of them are going, no, we're just going to talk to you. We're just going to remind you of the shit that we've been through.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of flashbacks, mainly Lily and Damon under the hand of an abusive Giuseppe Salvatore. Stefan as well, but because Stefan's only 10, there's not a huge amount of focus on him. But a particular part I remember is when Giuseppe calls for his cigars to be brought, and Stefan's the one to get up. The small little toodle pip, you'd swear he's 5 years old, runs over to a little counter, a little dresser drawer, pulls out a cigar box, and goes over to Giuseppe and hands it to him. And it's like, damn.
Yeah.
That feels bad, man. Ugh.
In the midst of their intervention, Lily is injured because Enzo is dueling Julian. And she's like, my life is magically bound to Julian's, and everything that happens to him happens to me. If he dies, I die. And I'm like, oh, not this again.
Babe. Catherine, too.
Not only did you reuse Lucy Bennett's name, you reused her
spells. This is unconscionable.
Lily eventually tells Stefan of her failed plan to flee Mystic Falls back in the 19th century with her sons so they could escape the abuse of Giuseppe. She does this because she's like, I find it insulting that the two of you think I was so blind I didn't know what kind of a man my husband was.
And
I
she's
did know.
right.
I was also on the receiving end of his abuse when Giuseppe caught me and also hit me for trying to run away. He said, if I ever tried this again, he would take you away from me. So I had to stay with him. I stayed in that marriage not because I was blind, but because it was the only way to keep my sons and to, by some measure, protect you from harm. Which I was like, eat your words, Salvatore.
Yeah.
You see? You don't know?
It should be the thing that turns you on Lily, but apparently for a lot of people, no, not enough.
Wild. I hadn't even thought about that when you brought that up. I'm like, yeah, this abuse victim.
Yeah.
In the 19th century,
1860s.
she even says, I didn't have any money or any possessions. I had to steal from my husband so that I would have enough money for the train tickets to help us run away. And then I got caught.
Yeah. Yeah. And like within the house, they're facing similar levels of abuse. At least beyond that house, her sons have more a measure of protection than she does in the world. She was trapped there. And then she dies of TB. And then she wakes up a vampire. And she's got this bloodlust. And she goes back to her kids to try and get them out of that house now that she's got superpowers. And she almost eats them. And she's like, oh no, I cannot take them. They're more of a danger with me even than with their abusive father. And she goes on the run and she lives in a ripper fugue, and then she meets these heretics who bring her back to a sense of stability, and she's already such a different person after 4 decades that the idea of going back to her sons who are now in their 50s, 60s is just like, ugh.
And it's like, I understand feeling some type of way about the idea of a mother just being like, I don't really love my kids. If you can't accept that the trauma and then having to get over that trauma is what led to her being that way, fine, whatever. But it annoys me to no end that all of this is framed around her vampirism, like her going off and abandoning them. It's because of her vampirism, and that's not a good enough excuse. But Damon's homicidal tendencies being framed on his vampirism is a perfect excuse.
You need to interrogate your willingness to excuse certain characters because of a reason and not others because of a reason. And honestly, you need to interrogate your biases with female characters and the complex emotions and situations that they are in. I challenged you, the listener. I'm speaking to you directly through your phone or your laptop. I don't know what you do with your life. Just think on that a bit more. If you're somebody who's a Lily detractor, and just think, hey, maybe I haven't considered all facets. And that's fine. We learn and grow. We watched this when we were children.
Damon doesn't care and attempts to kill Julian anyway. He's like, if Lily dies, she dies.
Yeah. It does suck that after all this, he's still just like, who gives a shit? It's like, okay, I guess. Elena's asleep, the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Thankfully, the Phoenix Stone is not in the Phoenix Sword, so Julian survives. He attacks Damon, but then Stefan arrives with Lily in tow and stops him. Later on, by themselves, Stefan and Damon argue. Stefan is, of course, upset that Damon intended to kill their mother, along with Julian. And Damon's like, oh, you keep looking for redeeming qualities in our mother when she keeps disappointing us. And Stefan's like, look, you don't know the whole story. And Damon's like, I don't want to know. I'm still hurt and bitter that Lily faked her death and abandoned us and moved on with a new family, so I don't care. On her own, Lily realizes during a conversation with Julian that he's just another abusive, evil man who follows a lot of the same beats in their conversations that Giuseppe did. And she's like, oh, my eyes have been opened.
Yeah.
So at the end of that episode, she comes to Stefan and Damon and she's like, I've seen the light. Oh. I believe you about Julian. I have a plan, and this time we won't get caught.
Oh, reunion, allyship, cohorts.
But the next episode, episode 8, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me, they've enlisted Enzo's help as well, who is, of course, in love with Lily and would like nothing more than to kill Julian. Stefan's like, cool, we need to get Julian's blood and have Nora, Mary Lou, and Bo magically unlink Lily from Julian. I don't know why that spell can't just be siphoned away by the heretic they already have on their side.
Yeah.
But whatever.
That's fine.
Damon's like, I don't want to go through all that trouble. Let's just stake Julian and let Lily be collateral damage. Enzo's like, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that Nora, Mary Lou, and Bo would never help us. And Stefan's like, no, I'm going to use Valerie to turn the other heretics to our side. And Valerie comes in and Enzo's like, she's the black sheep of the family right now. She's not going to hold any sway over them. And Valerie says, no, I will tell them the truth about what Julian did to me. They have a party, another party. This time it's to celebrate Nora and Mary Lou's anniversary. Lily texts Stefan the location of the party that Julian is throwing, and Stefan heads to the door and is like, cool, Damon, we gotta go, wherever you are, let's go. But Caroline is already there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, going through her own thing with the mystical pregnancy that she's shown up to tell Stefan about. Thankfully, Valerie, when she shows up with Damon in this scene, has the tact to be like, I think these two lovebirds need to speak in private. Mm-hmm. We'll go on ahead and you can catch up, Stefan. So Caroline tells Stefan that she's pregnant with Alaric's magically transplanted Gemini twins. Stefan is stunned, but doesn't have any sort of big negative reaction that Caroline was afraid of. He doesn't really have the space to react at all because of the day's murder plans.
He's like, we've got a timeline. I've got a...
Yeah, he's like, wait, it's a time crunch right now. I promise we'll discuss this later, but we have a small window in which to kill Julian. Caroline's like, oh, okay, cool. Stefan and Damon attack and incapacitate Julian at the party, while Valerie and Lily tell the other heretics about her miscarriage. While Damon is tying Julian up, Stefan goes to speak to Lily, and he's like, Caroline's pregnant with magical Gemini twins. It's a long story. Do you have any advice? Lily's like, just be prepared for Caroline to sacrifice everything for her children, because that's what a mother does. And then she's like, even though I know I've made a lot of mistakes, I mean, look at me. Even now, recently, I was still choosing Julian over everything. And Stefan's like, no, Julian's gonna die. And then you can start over. And Lily's like, no, it's too late because I've already lost so much. And Stefan says, well,
oh, baby,
you haven't lost me. And I guess a willingness to forgive must be in my genes.
Oh, God.
And then Lily's like, too bad my other son doesn't feel the same way about forgiveness.
And he's like, we've got eternity. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, he's like, listen, we just need time. You were his first heartache. And I think you are the reason that he reacts the way he reacts to a lot of things. But you can also fix him. Mary Louise messes up the plan and frees Julian from Damon and Valerie. Thanks, Mary Lou. Stefan calls Caroline and apologizes for bailing earlier. And Caroline's like, no, I understand if you want to run for the hills. This is super weird and this is a lot to ask. And Stefan's like, no, I'm not going anywhere because I love you. And no matter how weird it all gets, we will do this together.
Cute.
Lily tries to kill herself, to kill Julian, in order to save Damon and Valerie after he gives her this ultimatum. It's like, choose between the two of them. However, Mary Lou, MVP of the episode, has already unlinked them. So Julian is safe and runs away, leaving Lily to die. As he flees, Stefan and Nora come in, and they're like, the splinter, it's too close to her heart. She's going to die slowly, like a werewolf bite, but not with a werewolf's venom, because we don't have wolves in the show anymore. Stefan says his goodbyes to Lily, and she says, it's unfortunate that only one of us gets the luxury of time, but promise me that you'll use yours to the fullest. Damon, on the other hand, refuses to mend fences with Lily, even though she apologizes to him with her dying breaths. He doesn't respond, and Stefan's like, Damon, say something. And then he cusses her out one last time as she dies. So, wow, Damon.
Listen, that's, again, his prerogative as a child who was scorned. But as you say, with her last breath, was like willing to kill herself to take out Julian rather than, as he believed, to kill him to save Valerie. It's such a strange... You would think that would give you the schism you need to bust out of it, but I suppose it is Damon. And I do find it interesting... he pities Stefan, his insistence on seeing the best in people and on forgiving people when they're discussing Lily and how, like Stefan asserts, there's a road to rebuild with her, and Damon insists that she has chosen against them time and time again. And it's like, if Stefan were not that person, Damon, you wouldn't be here.
You know?
Right? Given the long track record you have of betraying Stefan, violating Stefan, harming Stefan repeatedly. If Stefan were not that person, you wouldn't be here. And a smarter story would be making that point. And there's so much runway this season between Stefan and Damon that would reinforce that point. But unfortunately, the conclusion reached is not the one you'd think or you'd hope would be like a narratively satisfying one.
I guess ultimately the story has never depicted Damon as respecting Stefan for all the second chances he's given him. It's not even that he thinks it makes Stefan weak or silly. He just never addresses it. He's like, oh well, I got forgiven again. And if I'm in a good mood, that's great and I accept it. If I'm in a bad mood, I'm like, no, Stefan, leave me. I'm evil.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's assumed
what
at this
can one
point,
expect?
So yeah, I just always lament that I always reference Korra season 2 when I'm thinking of this season, of the really good setup that's then just like completely collapsed halfway for something bizarre, unusual, and stupid. And it's a shame because it's a good point to finally
and
address
Vatu and
yeah, the Civil War
dark
and like
avatar.
spiritualism and like fascism and like all that. And then it's like, nope, amnesia. Nope, retcon of the world lore. Nope, Korra's back and she's got everything and it's fine. And now we're fighting the evil guy who wants to be Satan. Don't worry about the complexity. Everything is black and white. You are Jesus. He is Satan. Now kill him. Like, oh no, guys.
In the next episode, Cold as Ice, we get shocked when a flash forward 3 years to the future shows that Stefan is apparently involved with Valerie now. Because he kisses her before he goes off to save Damon and Caroline. And it's like, oh, maybe this is the reason why Caroline is so angry at him in the future. He did ultimately rekindle things with her.
And I will say, part of the reason Valerie was episode 19 and Caroline is 18 and Stefan is 20 because in my head as a little joke I was like, oh, Valerie got between them.
Really?
Yes.
Well, wait, didn't we have a Michelson's episode?
Oh, you're so right. I think the order was different initially once Valerie was put at 19. Yeah, I think Caroline might have been 18 at the time before we like shuffled some things around.
But I mean, if we want to make it a love rectangle,
Klaus is also there.
Klaus in love with Caroline and Stefan. So honestly,
oh my god.
Surprised he didn't show up and be like, your first love was who?
Time to kill her, I guess.
Stefan on season whatever of The Bachelor and competing for his affections are Valerie Tull,
right?
Caroline Forbes, Catherine Pierce, and Klaus Michelson.
And Enzo St. John, a Dark Horse entry who comes in halfway through the run of The Bachelor.
The surprise contestant.
Exactly.
What happens in Cold as Ice?
They have a very small funeral for Lily at the beginning, which Valerie attends, Stefan is holding, and there's a moment where she brings cream violets, that flower he went to get for Lily. And so there's a small moment of, oh, you remembered that, and oh, what a kindness to bring that for me and for her in this moment where she's dying. And it's a small spark of tenderness after this flash forward we've had of Valerie and Stefan on the run. But yes, the main part of the episode, it's a Christmas episode. Damon's drinking a lot. Stefan's trying to get him to confront what is clearly his like emotional constipation about the death of their mother. He refuses. There's a bit of a time jump too because Caroline is now severely pregnant. I guess they jumped from Thanksgiving to sometime just before Christmas, which is a month and a half. Maybe? Yeah, they're trying to get Julian, who's now the main antagonist.
Favorite era. Especially now that Lily is dead. I care so little about Julian.
Yeah, Julian's only interesting through Lily and Valerie.
So Valerie is still here, so that's a thing. But she's also... We kind of know how she feels about everything and where she stands. And also with Stefan, we know how he feels about everything and where he stands. And now it's just like, we're drawing up the death of another antagonist. Yeah. Like we always do.
They try to get Julian, but fail. They end up snatching up Mary Lou to draw Julian in. Julian then texts Nora, who all the other heretics except for Mary Louise have abandoned Julian, but he texts Nora to be like, oh yeah, your new friends have Mary Louise, by the way, just thought you should know. So then Nora comes by to where Valerie's keeping her in Visiquade and snatches her up and dips. Meanwhile, Stefan and Damon fight off against Julian, and Julian manages to stab Damon with the Phoenix sword.
Ah, yes.
Which captures his spirit, and then skedaddles off as he's wont to do. Then in the midst of like him sort of dealing with the situation, Caroline arriving after because she's been off dealing with like pregnancy Rick stuff, finds him and is like, oh shit, Damon's been taken into the Phoenix Stone. Nora uninvisiquays in the middle of the room with the Phoenix sword that I guess she's just gotten from Julian and stabs Stefan as well for good measure, and Stefan's trapped in the Phoenix Stone. And that's how that one ends.
Yeah, and then episode 10 is really just Damon in the hell of the Phoenix Stone dealing with his visions.
Damon. Such a good episode.
All Damon.
So good. It's my favorite episode that's dealing with Damon and his shit, because it's the only one that does it honestly. And it's maybe in my top 3 episodes of this season. Actually, my top 3 episodes of these last maybe 3 seasons, I think.
Is there anything in there that's worth discussing from Stefan's POV? Because he's not really there. He's just in visions.
Yeah, it's a manifestation of like Damon's own guilt that's speaking through Stefan and occasionally Lily. It's just that Stefan, in the time that Damon was away at war, was severely depressed, which we knew from like just his general vibe. But that he wrote to Damon while he was at war after. It was around the time of her passing that year. Damon was absent and their father was their father, so he was feeling particularly depressing.
I feel like their father was their father.
You know, he is who he was. But yeah, not really Stefan related.
Not really Stefan related. Episode 11, once Damon wakes up and comes out of the Phoenix Stone, he sees Stefan is already out. This is after he's attacked everybody and then quickly saves them. For Stefan's part, it's dealing with a lot of his own stone PTSD that he believes he is over.
Yeah, it is, again, to the point I was making earlier of who the focus is this season, is we have an entire episode for Damon's time in the Stone, and we experience Stefan's time in the Stone through retroactive flashbacks once or twice in the subsequent episode.
Retroactive flashbacks, 2 conversations with Caroline.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's during this conversation with Caroline that he's like, what I did in my visions that was so bad. We see flashbacks that he also pushed Caroline away after he came out of the Stone. And in the present, he finally admits that, yeah, in my visions I was drowning, as I did after Silas locked me in that safe. But this time I was drowning with Damon, and I kept trying and failing to get us both out of that quarry. And in the end, I realized the only way to save myself was to let Damon go.
Yeah.
And I did that. And it's the worst thing I could have ever done. I let my brother go. I'm a horrible, irredeemable person. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I feel like even now that I'm out of a stone and being haunted, it's the stone trying to tell me something, that the only way I'll ever be happy is if I just get Damon out of my life for good. And I'm like, so the stone might actually be the best therapist you've ever had.
Right! Right! And this will come back later when we talk about Stefan and Reyna, but the stone, even though it is meant to torment vampire souls, is weirdly therapeutic. When you zoom out of that from within the story, it's like, this is a very interesting point that's being made. And as we've discussed Stefan and Damon's relationship in the last 6 seasons, you'd be hard-pressed to disagree with that point. You said earlier, Fadzai, a lot of Stefan's problem this season is Damon dragging him down. And it's like, in an ideal world, you would hate to say that, Stefan, you need to let go of your brother if you want to be happy. But given that your brother is Damon Salvatore, maybe that's a point you need to take under consideration. I don't know.
I mean, like, Stefan, you were willing, before you and Lily mended fences in, like, the last arc of her life, to accept that, oh, well, I guess there can be nothing between us. So I'm like, so why is it that your blood relation to Damon means that you must spend the rest of your existence fighting to save him from himself? Like, sometimes family isn't enough.
Sometimes
it's like, hey,
it's not enough. Sometimes family harms you more than they help you, and you need to set your distance. You need to just you ever heard of low contact, Stefan? It's a relatively new concept for you in the 1860s, but it's very, very useful some cases.
And he's got so many examples of people who aren't super close to their toxic family members. We've got Matt with Kelly Donovan. I mean, the Michelsons, who are an entire shit show. Mm-hmm. Maybe he doesn't want to have to let go of him the way that he's had to let go of the idea that Giuseppe was ever a good dad or a person he could have a good relationship with. Mm-hmm. Because in the 1800s, it was he was the one who was fawning. He was like, if I can just please Giuseppe enough and follow the rules, we can be close and loving, and it seems to be working.
Yeah.
Until the day I tell him I'm in love with a vampire, and then he shoots me.
He shoots me. Right.
And then post that, he's like, yeah, our dad sucked. No, I can see that. Our dad was the worst.
Yeah. But the issue is we've had a dozen instances where Damon proverbially shoots Stefan when things aren't perfect. And you would hope that one of those would be the one to do it. But I guess at this point, Damon's the person he's known longest in life. How do you let that go?
Yeah, and now Lily's dead, so
Lily's dead.
There's no one else.
Only family. Zach's dead because he killed him. Damon, that is.
I don't know, Stefan. Go hang out with Sarah.
In fact, once Damon's gone, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to hang out with Sarah now. Well, there's one.
Well... Mr. St. John.
Oh, God.
Anyway, despite making this apparent breakthrough that the only way I'm ever going to be happy is if I get Damon out of my life for good, Stefan eventually, finds Damon at the end of the episode. He's been chasing him around all day because he was hallucinating. He was with Damon. Then it turned out he wasn't with Damon. It was in his head. But he finds the real Damon back at home. So in Chez Salvatore, Damon's brooding over his own developments. And Stefan's like, I have a confession. I abandoned the hallucination of you in the hallucination of us drowning together in my psychic prison of the stone world. And Damon's like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of going through my own stuff, so I'm not really having any major reaction. And then Stefan's like, but I swear I will never give up on you, Damon, no matter what. You're my brother. Damon then almost tells him that he believes he has torched Elena's body in the coffin, but he can't bring himself to.
I cannot believe that for 3 episodes, I think, this season, Damon believes he has torched Elena's coffin. Stefan's first love of his life, effectively. Well, no, second, now that Valerie's been introduced. And just doesn't tell him. Just doesn't tell Stefan the whole time.
He's like, well, you've just reaffirmed your devotion to me.
As Stefan is telling him, I will forsake the cosmic therapeutic advice that I've received and do everything I can to help you. Wild.
But yeah, that's it for episode 11. Episode 12, Postcards from the Edge. Stefan comes to see Caroline. He brings food for her because she's having her pregnancy cravings. And he's like, I can't find Damon because Damon's off spiraling somewhere because he thinks he burned Elena to death.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in a fighting pit now. Don't worry about it.
This is when Caroline starts to feel pain in her abdomen and collapses. And when Stefan takes her to the hospital, we see that the babies are perfectly healthy, but Caroline's body is slowly desiccating. Mm-hmm. Valerie first goes to Julian to intimidate him with symbols of the mysterious X mark that this hunter is associated with this season. Julian's like, okay, one of my stooges, kill that wench. Then Damon shows up and decapitates the man sent to do so. So thanks, Damon. And then Julian's like, Damon, I thought I promised to kill you if you ever harmed one of my stooges again. And Damon's like, well, I'm feeling self-destructive, baby, so bring it on. Yeah. So Valerie is able to just walk out because now Damon has taken the target off her back. So thanks, Damon.
All right, I'm gonna go. Good luck, the two of you.
So she's summoned to the hospital where she explains, oh, the babies are siphons like me and mine, and they are draining the magic from your vampiric body, Caroline. Valerie gives Caroline a talisman for the babies to draw magic from and hopes that that will solve the issue. Outside Caroline's hospital room, Valerie tells Stefan that she saw Damon flaunting some kind of death wish in front of Julian at Julian's bar, and Stefan's like, God damn it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I guess I gotta go deal with that now. Can't even be here for my pregnant girlfriend, who is in the throes of a supernatural pregnancy for which there is no precedent.
Right. And the annoying thing, too, is that he'd been doing so well so far. And, like, the Christmas episode and the one surrounding that, despite all the stuff he's been going through with the stone PTSD, like, they've been working through this. They chat very casually about the pregnancy stuff. She tells him everything about when she's going to, like, the Lamaze classes, when they're having the baby shower. It's just been like, yeah, this is going pretty well. And then
he shows up at the fighting pits that Julian is now running in Mystic Falls. Mystic Falls is the ghetto.
I mean, it's now just populated with all his people who are all vampires. It's a mess.
It very much feels like one of the gritty Marvel Netflix shows where we're dealing with the street level heroes. It's not that sweet, quiet antebellum town with parades every weekend.
We're in Hell's Kitchen now, apparently.
So Stefan shows up to save Damon from himself yet again. Damon wants to keep fighting Julian to the death, by which I mean his own death. And Stefan's like, the stone must still be messing with your head. And Damon's like, no, it's not the stone. This is what I deserve. And he's like, Stefan, if you don't leave, I will destroy you like I destroy everything good that I've ever touched. And Stefan's like, okay, I can tell something is going on to inspire this latest self-destructive episode. I just need you to tell me what happened. And then Julian's like, no, we're not having this. We're doing our own thing here. And has his men drag Stefan out of the fight club.
Yeah. First rule about fight club, your siblings are not allowed to try to drag you out of fight club.
So Julian wins the fight against Damon, which Damon's very much like, yeah, kill me, Julian. End my suffering and kill me. And Julian's like, I can tell you're suicidal. I'm going to still do it, though. Yeah. But
why not?
He's suddenly hit with an aneurysm spell, and Valerie's like, surprise, I was invisiquade with Stefan. And Stefan's like, Damon, listen, if you let Julian rip your heart out, I will kill Julian, obviously, in retaliation. And then his men will kill me. So you'll be dragging me down with you. If your life doesn't matter, neither does mine. And I'm like, okay, Stefan, if that's where we are now,
yeah.
I mean...
I guess.
Lily died and something in the universe shifted. Something that had not been there before was there again. And I guess it was Lily. And as soon as she was gone...
it really just kind of laid the stage
back into place
for us to regress to this.
So then was like, okay, I agree to stop my nonsense. And he leaves with Stefan and Valerie. Outside, Valerie suddenly disappears from the shot, so Stefan and Damon can have their private convo. And Stefan's like, listen, you're acting erratic. I know where this is going. You're going to storm off and flip your switch. And then Damon's like, no, Stefan, I'm not going to flip my switch because I want to feel all of this pain and all the suffering the universe has to give me. I deserve it.
Okay.
And I guess Stefan is like, I've never seen any sense of true remorse from this man, much less a sense that he deserves to be punished for things he's done. So he's like, wow, something must have really rocked the boat with you. What happened? What did you do? What did you finally do that was so heinous that you see yourself this way? And then Damon's like, I killed Elena. I set her on fire because I was hallucinating. Something Henry Wattles. She's dead. So I suck, Stefan.
Sweetie.
Stefan, clearly shaken by this, doesn't immediately do anything, and then Damon being Damon has to go, and he was like, yeah, Stefan, so tell me how awful I am. I'm a monster. Yada, yada, yada. And eventually Stefan punches him a few times, because I'm like, you were kind of asking for it. In fact, no, you were literally asking for it, and this is, of course, someone Stefan cares deeply about.
This is
who he now believes is dead. So Stefan goes to sit in his car and does that manly thing that all the men do where they sort of cry while hitting the steering wheel.
Slams the steering wheel because I can cry as long as it's angry.
Matt did the same thing when he thought Jeremy was dead in season 4.
It's just like
the manly tears.
Stefan's never been the manly crier. Where's season 1 Stefan who cried without abandon? With abandon.
He's gone. He died.
Yeah, I guess.
Several times.
He's over that now.
While Stefan cries a little bit over Elena, Valerie shows up and talks to him, and Stefan's like, this is all Julian's fault, and he's upset that they have continued to let Julian live. And I'm like, yeah, me too, but not because it's led to Damon misbehaving.
Yeah, I don't think this is, again, it's anyone's fault except for Damon's, right? You've just learned that he killed Elena, apparently, and somehow this has to do with Julian.
I mean, he lists a bunch of things. He's like, I hate him for what he did to you, yada yada, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't feel like Damon hallucinating because of the stone.
I guess he's addressing the fighting pit, but Damon walked into this pit of his own volition, and we literally see him, after that scene with Julian and Valerie, cut to a fighting ring where Damon's in the ring. You're like, are you gonna fight Julian? No, I guess you're gonna fight for him.
I guess it's because Julian put him in the sword, but I'm like, if we thread back every sin to its origin point in this show...
I'm just never in the mood to, what's the dark version of taking away agency? Taking away accountability? from Damon.
Yes, taking away accountability.
So gross.
Otherwise, we have to go back and be like, it's actually Catherine's fault.
Oh, they
and then I
did
guess
that
it's
in
Klaus's
season 5.
fault for harassing her into turning herself. And then I guess it's Esther's fault for making Klaus into a vampire in the first place.
Right. You were just a dancing puppet in this whole charade, I guess.
But yeah, he's like, I want Julian dead. So he's back on that wavelength.
Yeah.
Which is lovely.
Fair.
Because later on, he comes to Julian's bar and attacks Julian. Julian's like, the audacity, the gall, and the gumption of you to come here and attack me in front of all my men. Are you stupid? And then Stefan's like, teehee, your men can't see you. And Valerie reveals herself and she's like, I've got all 3 of us in Visiquade.
Sick.
We are cloaked. Sidebar, I have heard different characters say Invisiquade and then suddenly in Legacies it's Invisique. And I was like,
no.
Nope.
No. Are they even trying over there?
Someone said, actually, the correct French pronunciation.
The French pronunciation, they're not speaking French. They're speaking magic. Shut the hell up.
I'm fluent in magic, actually. Because I'm from New Orleans.
Invisique.
Or Oregon? I guess that's the way the Gemini coven comes from.
Okay, fine. Invisique, I guess.
Invisique or Invisique, depending which side of the states you're from.
It's regional.
I think it was Hope who said it, and she's the one who's from New Orleans.
Okay.
So, okay, fine. She said, hey,
sure.
I'm in New Orleans, girly. The French is important to
Why
me.
not?
With their powers combined, they manage to kill Julian. It's very satisfying because none of his allies can see or help him. Stefan still has to struggle against Julian's superior strength, but I guess his rage, as we've seen, trumps the power scaling of vampire ages, and he slowly pushes the stake into Julian's heart.
I think Valerie's also holding him back. She's using magic to hold him back.
Is she holding him back?
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense. Cool, team effort. They stake him and he dies. It's so satisfying. Bygones.
Yeah, it's like, finally, we're done with this guy. We've said it before, but like, the threat of Julian is not that he's this physically imposing. Like, yes, he's 500 years old, he's so strong, but like, as a viewer, you're just like, God, can we just get rid of him?
Yeah.
Can we just be done with this guy? That is a real man I know in my real life, and I hate that guy. Just somebody kill him.
And honestly, it was like, while he's a fun antagonist for Stefan this season, and more so for Valerie. Like I said before, like, we've established the enmity therein. We've established what's going on. Having him around until episode 12?
Yeah. It's too much. It's frankly far too long.
Almost half a season. Like, gosh.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's finally gone, and unfortunately, I become a lot less interested in Stefan's story after this.
That's valid. I can't tell you anything otherwise.
I guess the episode ends with a flash forward to the future where Stefan is revained by Matt, who has betrayed him to Raina Cruz, who was introduced. Episode 13, This Woman's Work. Stefan goes to see Caroline in the hospital. She is still desiccating, and I guess no one's checked up on her since Stefan left. Yeah. So now he's like, okay, well, I feel guilty for leaving her unattended in order to go save Damon again and kill Julian. And Valerie's like, well, what was the alternative? Let your brother get his heart ripped out? And I was like, well, Valerie, I mean, the alternative was letting Damon deal with his own issues. Like, if Damon wants to go and be suicidal, why must we now leave Caroline to suffer? What has she done?
Like, I understand Damon is going through some shit, but the tendency for Damon's self-destructive spirals to vortex and pull everyone around him, specifically Stefan, who is always right next to him, down.
And how many times is it because Damon has either been deceived or doesn't really know what's going on? I'm like, if you would just take a beat to not react immediately.
Right.
You killed Aaron Whitmore because Elena dumped you. Surprise, it wasn't Elena, it was Catherine.
Now you've killed her friend. How long are we to allow Damon to just live like this and never, like, grow? You know?
Stefan compels the doctors to perform a C-section because we're like, we gotta get these magic babies out. The babies are like, well, no. And magically stop this from happening.
Real. I'm having my buffet, bitch. I just got my entree. I'm not leaving before dessert.
Valerie summons the other heretics to create a magical field to draw out the twins and make them feel like, okay, I guess it's not so bad leaving this magical vampire body if there's so much juicy magic out there in the world. Alaric isn't there, so it's nice that when he calls, Stefan's like on the phone with him being like, don't worry, nothing's gonna happen to your precious little bundles of joy. Then Beau's scar opens up because Damon and Bonnie have been doing some nonsense that has that has given Reyna Cruz everything she needs to go on a killing spree. So the heretics are like, okay, Reyna's coming for us. We're gonna dip because we will not let Bo die. Stefan's like, no, we had a deal. Mary Lou is like, listen, I know you love Caroline. I understand. We ain't even enemies no more. But I'm not letting me and mine die for you. And Valerie's like, it's okay. You guys go on. I will stay behind and do what I can. Then Damon, late to the party as always, calls Stefan to be like, hey, just a warning, Reyna Cruz is coming. Stefan's like, yeah, I know. And I heard that you gave her sword back. Insult to injury. I can't remember why Damon gave her sword back. I don't care.
Enzo tricked them. He had to give the sword to Reyna to save Bonnie. I am okay with that. It's what he does now that pisses me off.
Damon's like, oh dear, gotta fix my little oopsie. And I'm like, maybe you're even worse when you're helping.
That's what I'm saying. That was him helping and it still screwed him over.
In the meantime, Stefan projects his mind into Caroline's so that he can calm her and take her on a little psychic date during her delivery. She's aware that she's being distracted. And he's like, no, but you spent like all these months sharing your body with these babies, and I'm just trying to give you like a little moment of just relaxation. Don't worry about everything that's going on. We've got it all covered. And that was nice.
That was really lovely.
Then Bonnie comes in to tell Stefan and Valerie that Bo has been killed and Nora and Mary Lou are in the wind. Damon is in the hospital fighting Reyna.
The thing is that when Damon's fighting Reyna, he's not fighting Reyna with the intent of leading her away from the people who are at risk in the hospital or making any effort to actually like deal with her. He's trying to get Reyna to kill him. He like by the end of that fight is kneeling down and waiting for her to stab him, and it's like, and then after that, where do you think she's going?
And the thing is, she was only there for Bo, who was dead. So I'm like, if you had drawn her away,
right,
everybody else would have been fine.
Damon on his bullshit.
R.I.P. Bo. But so then Bonnie comes in and she's like, Stefan, you gotta go help him to make sure he doesn't die, because that's super important. And Stefan's like, no, I'm not gonna leave Caroline. Whatever Damon has done to put himself in this situation, I don't care. He's got to deal with it on his own. I am not leaving my girlfriend. And before I could say, yay, Stefan, we're moving up along the spectrum of not putting up with Damon's nonsense, we slide back down because Bonnie convinces him that, hey, I don't know what's going on between y'all, but I'm going to stay and help Valerie with the spell. You know how much I care about Caroline. She's my bestie. I won't let anything happen. Please go save your brother, because I obviously can't. So he's like, okay, I guess I'll go help Damon. And I'm like, yeah, okay, Stefan, sure.
Yeah.
And then, as you said, Damon is kneeling down, getting ready to be killed. Stefan vamps in and gets the sword stabbed into himself, and he gets marked with the X. He kicks Serena away.
It's pretty cool. That's cool, I'll say. Because she's stunned that somebody has jumped in the way of her true target, and he's like, opportunity, bam!
Sends her flying down the hallway. I guess she's unconscious because we don't see her again. As he realizes he's been marked, because now he understands how the Phoenix Stone works, he has this little, like, internal montage of all his romantic memories with Caroline, and I'm like, yeah, all the stuff you're giving up now to save Damon. And then he turns to Damon and he's like, I'll see you, brother. And then he vamp speeds away.
It's the quintessence of this season, of Stefan and Damon's relationship in general, of just Stefan sacrificing all his own shit to save a man who wasn't even thinking about him at that time.
Who wasn't even at least thinking, hey, if I die, how is Stefan gonna feel? Stefan, who loves me so much.
Who isn't even thinking, okay, I told Stefan I killed Elena. How is he processing that? No, it's about me and my whole shit. Okay.
He's like, no, Stefan's got a girlfriend now. He'll be fine. Because romantic love is the ultimate patchwork for any issue.
God.
Caroline gives birth to the twins. They're healthy and everything's fine. And then she's like, hey, Bonnie, where's Stefan? And we cut to a scene where Damon has called Stefan, who is fleeing in his car. And he's like, hey, so from my end, I've learned I didn't kill Elena after all. I got a second chance, brother. And I'm so sorry that all my nonsense has led to this, but I promise you I'm going to fix it. I'm going to kill Reyna Cruz with my bare hands if I have to. But Stefan's like, okay, yeah, I'm getting a call from Caroline. Caroline calls him and he's like, yeah, I have to keep driving to lead the Huntress away. And Caroline's like, I know, I just wish it didn't always have to be you. And I agree, Caroline. I agree. And Stefan promises that he will come back for her.
Yeah. And then he's on the run.
Did we get the random crossover episode?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to go meet up with his ex-boyfie. Not on purpose. He just kind of rocks up.
I always forget. Is this coinciding with original season 3?
Because the Cylines are at war, yeah.
So I guess Stefan goes to New Orleans.
Yeah, he's going to St. Malo, which is that bar that's protected from magical tracking, so that Reyna can't find him.
What else does he do in that episode apart from witness the unsiring of Klaus's lie?
I think he just helps them face off against the Strix. Spoilers for the original season 3, but it's somewhat relevant. He gets a patch of herbs from a witch in the originals that blocks the scar. So it blocks the tracking magic that Reyna has to find him. And so it's like, okay, you're good. Now get out of my town. But then the main plot of the originals presents itself, and Stefan's like, well, maybe I can help with that. And then he removes the patch to lure Reyna into New Orleans to then fight through all their 100 enemies that they're facing in that episode. And she does fight through all of them. But I think it's before that. I think the Vampire Diaries episode leads into the originals episode, which means in the Vampire Diaries episode, when he goes to St. Malo, Klaus meets him there. Either he or Caroline, when Klaus weirdly calls her up, now that he's reminded of old times, I guess, and he learns about Reyna Cruz and is like, oh, no, you're not bringing her here. I know about Reyna from back in the day. She's a menace, and I'm the oldest bitch in the world, so let me tell you. And asterisk now, because Silas and Kitsia and Amara are all dead. So then he is trying to get rid of Stefan, but Reyna catches up to them before he can get Stefan out of town, and it's nighttime. Reyna's fighting off Stefan, and she's winning. She's beating his ass, and then at the end, Klaus comes up with that pipe and whacks Reyna so hard that she dies, as we know. Killing one of her
Go
8
back
lives.
to the Reyna episode to see how I react to that.
And that's when he's like, okay, well, I'm not going to let you die, so let's figure it out. Then it goes into the originals episode where they do all of that. And then he puts the patch back on. And then he heads out.
That's interesting. They get to briefly discuss, I guess, the love triangle that now exists because Klaus still holds a candle for Caroline. But he's like, okay.
Why? This is especially it's been 3 years.
I'm sure Klaus is like, you know what? If it had to be anyone, I'm glad my girlfriend and my boyfriend are together. I think it's really cute.
Fascinated by the level of authority he takes over Caroline because they knocked boots in the woods one time. I'm so fascinated by that.
He's like, well, I loved both of you first.
Yeah.
Before you each loved each other. So... Episode 15. I would for you.
That's what he says to Caroline.
Sorry?
That's what he says to Caroline in season 5. When they're going for the Travelers and he's going to be mind tortured to find the doppelganger Tom Avery. He says, I would for you, Caroline.
Oh, yes. We'll just pretend that's a throwback, even though it's probably a song or a movie title
possibly,
or a book.
Yeah.
So at this point, Valerie is with Stefan.
Yeah, she's been coordinating with him. She's why he knew to go to St. Malo to be protected. Because she knew about it. And now she has joined him and they're looking for those herbs that will keep up the patch.
Conveniently, the herb that it comes from doesn't exist anymore.
That witch who entraps them is like, no, somebody stole the last of it and there's nothing left. You're screwed.
And they're like, the reason that witches have made sure to destroy this herb is because it's sort of like vervain for us. It depowers us and we can't have that. And I'm like, well, in Secret Circle, it was iron... What was it? Iron sulfate?
Yes.
Iron phosphate?
Iron
Something.
sulfate. It was really cool.
Which is kind of fair folk of them. And I'm like, maybe
It's
if we'd been allowed to
interesting.
continue, we would have had 2 different witch lines where one is a bit more ooh, the arcane of it all, and the other one is the fair folk of it all.
Yeah. There's banter between Stefan and Valerie because Valerie's a nomadic soul now. And she's like, this is kind of exciting. Don't you like the open road? Oh no, you want to settle down and marry Caroline. And it's like, okay.
This was the point at which I was like, you know what? As a person who never really wanted Steroline to happen, as cute as it is, I was like, if you'd given me Valerie the way that you retconned her in, and you'd taken the time to build her up, I would have been okay with this.
With this
I would have
being
been like, you know
endgame?
what? Forget old Elena. I got my emo witch now. I love the emo girl broody boy combo. It's very Zuko and May.
Fair. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I think we discussed the Valerie episode. I'd never thought about it at the time because I just did not believe that they would not do Steroline. Maybe there was a bit of denialism to it considering how the show operates sometimes, but I was just like, there's no way they're not going to have them end up together because I want them together. So I didn't consider Stallary to be an option.
Stallary!
Yeah, and that's nothing against Valerie because, as we've said, love Valerie. She's great.
He first discusses the around the world thing with Caroline?
He calls Caroline up, who is now, the babies are born, her and Rick are in Texas, and they're in full parent mode.
Yeah.
And he's saying, the Hubs were a dead end, but we're going to chase up some other leads. It's going to take us, even further away. But now that Rick is settled in Texas, you can maybe tag in for Valerie. You and me will see the world while I'm on the run.
And on Caroline's end, she's sort of gotten to a place where she's like, I actually kind of want to build a happy home. And if Rick is okay with it, which he seems to be, I'm going to stick around indefinitely to help him with these kids.
What she says is that Rick needs a lot of help. But there is threads of what you're saying where it's like they're forming like a unit in the short time they've already been with these kids. But she's just like, yeah, I can't just leave Rick with the twins. Like, they're a lot of work. They're a lot to handle. Like, I need it here. And Stefan's like, no, it's cool. It's fine.
That's when she asks him, what do you think about moving to Dallas?
She does!
And I'm trying to imagine a different scenario where all three of them are just try-parenting these babies.
The thing is, the initial assumption was she was going to give these babies to Rick at the end of it. She was just getting through surrogacy. So prior to this, there hadn't been a discussion of, oh, maybe I co-parent with Rick, which then means since we're a couple, we co-parent with Rick.
And then, understandably, she became attached and she was like, okay, I'm kind of... I mean, she, as you say, she's excusing it, I think, in her own mind as, no, I'm just here because Rick is so hopeless. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, Caroline, okay.
The scar starts hurting Stefan and he starts dying because Damon somewhere else is killing Reina as many times as possible to exhaust her lives.
Oh, yes, this is when she gets buried alive.
He buries Reina alive to suffocate over and over again. And then gets the call from Bonnie and Enzo. Well, Bonnie, because Enzo's being an ass right now with the armory. That if Reina dies her final life, any vampire who's marked by her and any vampire in the Phoenix Stone is going with her. So then he has to dig her up. But meantime, Stefan is dying and Valerie has to try and suck out the magic. It doesn't work because all the Reina stuff is anti-magic. But Damon manages to revive Reina and Stefan survives. Then they decide to go to the Philippines. But yeah, him and Valerie go off for 3 years because this is the last episode before the time jump.
Ah, yes. Thankfully, it becomes a lot more streamlined after this.
Yeah. I mean, they do try to look back as well, but it's only for Stefan and Valerie and Bonnie and Enzo because we need to establish how these romantic bonds formed sort of out of nowhere for you if you've been watching real time.
Well, one of them anyway.
One of them, because at least Stefan and Valerie have a baseline relationship they're working from.
Damon has some drama where he's like, I can't live without Elena, so I'm gonna go desiccate. Stefan is like, well, no, please don't do this, because I also care about you and need you, and we can't just be giving everything up for Elena, as we have all season.
And also because you promised that you would get me out of this thing that I'm in because of you. Like,
Damon would be like, did I? I say so many things in the heat of a moment.
Oh, right before he and Valerie leave, he does go back to, after they lock up Reina in the armory, because that's why Damon is like, okay, I'm gonna desiccate until Elena's awake, is because the armory finally captures Reina. He goes to the coffin. Stefan goes to Dallas to go see Caroline, but he looks through the window and sees her and Rick and the twins in their domestic life, and I guess it's like, well,
no room for me there.
Sort of the scar thing rather than stay here.
No room for me there with my girlfriend and her surrogate babies, and
but also because since it's Reina's final life, Stefan now has a mortal lifespan. Now that they know that he's gonna die if she dies.
I grew so tired with the lives being linked together because this is now the second one in a season.
Yeah. It's a very easy shorthand to put stakes on a situation, I guess.
No pun intended. Oh, yeah. Matt is on a whole thing. Oh, Matt.
Is that this
Matt,
episode? That has to be in the flash forward, surely.
the whole, oh, you killed the love of my life.
Yeah, that's in the flash forward because just before the time jump, he meets the love of his life.
Okay, well,
Whatever
I
her
guess
name is.
We'll
Penny
delve into it in a
Sparrow.
Matt episode one day. But Matt has decided for the 16th time that he doesn't like vampires.
Right.
Because Stefan apparently rippered his way through. Was it even a ripper thing?
I
Or
don't
was
know. They don't make it clear at this point, and it's actually silly when you get to the later on to be like, what were we upset about? What was this about? All he says is, you killed her. I saw you kill her. That's it.
You killed her, and I'm going to blackmail you to leave the town now because I have video evidence.
Right.
Damon being all supernatural with Reyna.
Like, okay.
And I've got footage of you as well. So I guess now I'm just in my Suicide Squad era. I'm Amanda Waller. I'm pulling all the strings.
God.
I truly don't care about Matt's arc this season. I'm so sorry, Matthew.
fine.
I love you as a character.
We'll
but
see what we can pull together for him at some point. But more importantly, when we flash forward, because in the flash forwards that have been happening so far, we've been seeing Stefan on the run. Reyna does finally catch up to them. She lures him in with the broadcast and then gets him. And we wake up with him tied up in a chair. And Reyna is like, hey, I'm tired, man. I'm sure you're also tired. Also, I don't super want to kill you because, as it turns out, this whole time I've learned you're a pretty decent guy. We do get some scenes when he's on the run early on and Reyna's after him, where she tells him she can see through her marks, her victims, into their mind, through their eyes. And in the flash forward, we learn over the course of the 3 years while she's been in the armory and trapped, she's been watching Stefan live his life. She's been learning that he's a decent guy and that now that he's away from Mystic Falls and specifically away from Damon, as the stone predicted, he's actually pretty happy. He's got a weight off his shoulders. He's living a bit more carefree. And she's like, I'm gonna kill you because you have the X on you, but I don't super want to. And what if I said there's a plan B? And that's when Damon brings his face into the screen. There's a spell they can use to transfer the Hunter's Mark from Stefan to Damon, who she was aiming for to begin with, she says. She says, that's my true mark. That guy sucks, and I'm happy to kill him. But of course, Stefan's like, yeah, no, not gonna do that. That's my brother. He pretends to agree, but then the moment she gets close, he like busts free, knocks her out. As he's running, Damon grabs onto her, even though he's soaked with werewolf toxin, and he like cuts her up really badly. It actually really grosses me out. But yeah, Stefan escapes.
Days of the Future Past is that's the one where we're now looking back,
yes,
rather than looking forward and filling in the gaps. This would be where we see that on the run Stefan starts to fall for Valerie, which I liked. I liked it. It was cute. I was like, if we're gonna have an obstacle, this is a cute one.
Yeah. I like their vibe. It's like they're on the road. It's exciting. They're visiting exotic places. They have good banter. It's sweet.
It's everything Marvel's Most Wanted wished it could be.
What's up? Oh, Bobby, you deserved better.
She deserved so much more than what she got.
But yeah, they kiss under the moonlight at some point while Stefan's being very silly about constellations. It's adorable.
I guess, is this their first kiss since 1863?
Yes.
So wow, long time coming. Valerie obviously has continued to hold a candle for Stefan. And as respectful as she was of the whole Steroline thing, she's like, well, that's clearly not happening now. So I mean, I'm going to make my move.
It's a year after they've left Mystic Falls. Stefan's clearly trying to move on from that. Yeah, it's fair game.
I don't know how much of, because obviously Stefan did love her at one point. I'm like, was this another distraction?
Well, they worked that out by the end of the season.
They do in that scene. Gosh, the number of times I watched that scene. Also because I really like the song that's playing.
It's a lovely song. But present day, as Stefan's driving away, Reyna said some shit to Damon that reminds Damon that actually, no, I'm selfish and I want to prioritize myself. So when Valerie shows up to do the transfer spell like he agreed to do, he jabs her with vervain and knocks her out. As Stefan's going to the airfield where they were meant to meet, Valerie's now tied up in Damon's car and he's refusing to take on the scar. Valerie's like berating him for it. He's bitching and moaning. Stefan calls Damon answers her phone, I believe, that she was trying to grab. And he's like, don't worry, brother, the cavalry's coming. Because now Stefan's on the run from Reyna. He's like, we're on our way. And he's like, what's going on? What happened to the transfer? I've still got the scar. And Valerie shouts, he's refusing to take it. And Damon's like, don't listen to her. I have a plan. And it's like, well... We're in episode 17 and it's just more of the same again. After Damon asserted that he's going to do everything in his power to fix this, after Stefan truly for 3 years has been dealing with this shit on his behalf, just goes, no, I'm not going to do the right thing actually. I'm going to do my own thing. Does he ever explain what his plan is? No, because he doesn't actually have one. He's hoping in the time he takes to drive from where they are to the airfield where Reyna might have already killed Stefan, that he'll figure out a way to get rid of the scar from Stefan, but not take it on himself so he doesn't have to bear any difficulty in his life. And so naturally, Reyna gets to Stefan first and kills him.
His second stint in the Phoenix Stone.
Yeah.
At this point, I was like, in a season where we're already looping around, doing the time warp again. Why are we doing this? Because this is the part of the story where Stefan being in the stone is actually relevant to his own arc.
Yes.
The first time was just so that he could feel bad about abandoning Damon.
Yes.
And spiral over it for like one episode and have PTSD, then get over it and reaffirm his devotion to his brother.
Right.
Who was going through his own stuff, which the plot takes more seriously. And I'm like, what's happened? I actually forgot how insufferable season 7 is.
Right. And then the thing is, this thing with the hunter's mark that Stefan takes on for Damon and then has to go on the run for 3 years of his life should be the moment where we swing up, where Damon finally realizes, oh wow, my younger brother who has for almost the entirety of his life been spending his time making sure I'm okay, making sure I am like level and I'm like aspiring to some sense of like, I don't know, goodness, or at the very least not evil, always sacrificing so much of himself and his life to protect me. Now it's my turn, and he says, I will do everything in my power to make this right. Only for him to not do that. Because he doesn't do that the same way he didn't in the same way where he begins to spar on the previous one and Stefan has to regress. In this moment, Stefan's pissed. He's on the phone telling Damon, are you taking the scar or not? And Damon keeps insisting he has a plan. Stefan's like, well, I guess I have my answer. It's good to know I can never rely on you. And you would think after this, because Stefan dies, just as Damon's decided, okay, fine, screw it, I'm going to take on the mark. But as Valerie tries to transfer the mark, it stops working because Stefan's been stabbed and he's in the stone. And they get there and they're all mournful. Reyna's already gone. She's chasing the evil lesbians who go Thelma and Louise. And at no point does Damon from that point till the end of the season have a single moment to be like, well, A, this is my fault. And B, if only I had given as much thought and care to my brother as he does to me on even his worst day. Maybe I could be that now. Never. Because after this, Stefan's in the stone for a bit, but then the lesbians explode the Phoenix Sword.
I think it's the same episode that Nora and Mary Lou
and all the souls in the stone scatter. And then Stefan's in some random dude's body and a serial killer's in his body. And then they have to switch them. And then it's okay. After that, there's no issue. As always in the show, with no effort from Damon to change anything about himself, things are just okay again.
The only thing we see from Damon's POV is, oh, I feel bad because my brother's out there in a mortal body that is suffering from addiction, dying of hypothermia.
Freezing.
I don't want to lose my brother because if he dies, I'll be sad.
Yeah. There's no personal reckoning. There's no reckoning with their dynamic or their relationship the way the show sets it up to happen this season. It just sort of restores its own Le Chatelier's principle, a system at equilibrium will restore its own equilibrium given enough time, I guess, if we're to bring it to chemistry. Le
Chatelier.
Yeah, did y'all not do Le Chatelier in high school?
I either didn't get far enough to learn that or I forgot about it. And it could go either way.
The thing that infuriates me is that the narrative asks this question of, would Stefan be better off without Damon, given that Damon, even given enough chances, does not change in his relation to Stefan and in their dynamic and in how his actions, whether intentional or otherwise, consistently harm Stefan? And the answer by the end of that season, whether intentional or otherwise, is that this is okay. This is good, in fact, that that's how the dynamic works. And this is what Stefan and Damon will be till the end. And that just pisses me off in a way that I cannot quantify. I think I've mentioned before in the Damon episode, which is particular, may explain a little bit. I mean, Damon sucks at baseline, but I think I especially am frustrated by Damon because I have not a similar relationship, have had a similar relationship with an older brother, and I just take issue very personally with how this relationship is framed.
I, on the other hand, have a fairly good relationship
with your older brother.
My older brother. And so I watch this and I'm like, you are terrible.
Well, that's good to know. There's your impartiality, listener. I can give
Just
you
so
the
awful.
minutia and the nuance of why this is bad, and Fadzai can assure to you from an impartial perspective that it is bad.
It is very bad. And especially, as you say, the focus of this season shifts. And it's like, okay, well, it's not the Elena show featuring her boy toys anymore. It's now Stefan and Damon, our lead vampires, and what they've got going on. You would hope that the focus would be like, okay, it's going to be about brotherhood and family. And a little bit it is. But instead of...
Instead of
almost like
union.
Instead of the Michelsons, whose relationship in many ways improves when they go off in their spin-off show, we begin to see that what is it like when we tell a story about family and not just like, love triangles and whatnot. With Stefan and Damon, it's like everything gets worse.
Specifically, Damon gets worse, and thereby their relationship gets worse. So it's truly in spite.
Damon gets worse. Stefan's codependency and
Yes.
desire to just excuse everything Damon does, even while acknowledging that Damon is detrimental to his health and his other relationships, just continues. And I'm like, where even are we at this point?
Because where does this end, actually, when I think about it?
It doesn't.
It's the Marty stuff. He manages to get to Marty. Stefan as Marty hallucinating Damon as he did when he was drowning. I hate how Stefan's always in these dire situations and Damon's taking his sweet time to get to him. But that resolves. And then after that is the armory that they have to open because they've just sealed it shut. I'm trying to think specifically between Stefan and Damon. I don't think they ever get back to this. Because at the end, Damon is taken by the
Damon
siren.
gets sealed in the armory so Stefan can feel guilty again.
That's exactly right. So Stefan can feel guilty and go to save his brother, even though his brother sucks and has never apologized for it.
Gosh.
That's
like
where
you guys
the season
had
is.
so many seasons to redeem this character, and somehow he ends up worse than he was in season 3 when he's actively trying to steal his brother's girl.
Oh god.
And the Marty stuff is quite interesting.
Yeah.
The irony of Stefan ending up in the body of a human with human addiction problems.
Yeah.
Also, I'm like, man, can this guy catch a break?
Yeah. Ultimately, what you learn in the back half of the show is no, he's never allowed to.
He's never allowed to catch a break. The universe seems to constantly be punishing him for the kind of stuff that it just lets Damon get away with. Like Damon's punishment is often in the form of other characters feeling disdain towards him. It's like, oh, Damon did a bad thing again. We're cross with you.
Right.
Whereas Stefan is like, Stefan must work hard to redeem himself and be faced with all the ghosts of his past and his many sins.
Stefan needs to suffer as atonement for all his great sins. And it's like, God, you really have to think about what that is, right? Because it's usually things that were out of his control or that he did in a state of being where he had very little volition. Not like actively trying to harm people's lives.
Yeah.
And it's like, now Stefan's got to crawl through that muck to get back to good boy status again. And Damon,
crawl through the snow in this episode, dying of hypothermia, on the phone with his loved ones being like, I don't feel cold anymore, and I know that's a bad sign because that means you're about to die.
Hypothermia,
your blood vessels are
withdrawal.
tired, they've relaxed.
The cops are after him because he flipped a bus or something, and a lot of people died in a fire.
Marty was drunk driving with school kids.
God, it's so bad.
And I'm like, I know the naysayers will say, but Damon goes through a lot too. He was just in the Phoenix Stone this season. I'm like, yeah, Damon goes through a lot and then never grows or changes or really feels bad.
And then actively makes it worse for everyone.
Damon is like, I feel bad that I hurt Stefan because I care about him. I'll keep doing it.
Yep.
I feel bad that I let Elena down or am not living up to who she needs me to be. But at the slightest hint of trouble, I will continue to be the kind of person that she would not approve of. And Stefan does all this while still dealing with Damon's nonsense. It's never like Stefan has an arc where he's dealing with his demons and not worried about Damon. It's like, no, Stefan is fighting demons and then fighting Damon. Damon is the main demon.
I'm fighting demons and the demon is my toxic older brother. Oh, he tries to ask this lady to help him to make a phone call and she sees the cuffs on his hands and she's like, no. And he tries to fight her to like try and grab the phone. He's like, I promise I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying to make a call. But he's too weak because he's the skinny guy who's going through withdrawal and the lady just knocks him with her door and drives away. It's so bad. He has to break
completely
into
understandable for her from her POV.
Absolutely. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, Valerie almost dies trying to put him back in his own body once they've gotten both bodies back to a motel. As that happens, she hops into his mind space the way that Stefan did for Caroline. It's like this reflection, this mirror of this moment of like the support and the love that Stefan's showing Caroline. And when Valerie shows the support and love to Stefan and he realizes that she's going to maybe die from trying to put him back in his body, he becomes very afraid and tells her to stop. And at the end, she manages to do it a lot because Damon is like grabbing her as she collapses off the ground and is bleeding in the face and like forcibly putting her hands on these two bodies and be like, no, I made a promise. We're gonna get this done. It's like, well, great. You're gonna sacrifice Valerie to do that too. This girl is so important to Stefan. Damon, I can't deal with you. She manages to do it though because she's a badass. She's like, yeah, you became afraid because you thought I was going to die to save you and that it would have been a waste. And Stefan tries to deny it at first, but as she says more about, you know, the time that they spent and the fact that you're talking about like staying close to home, what you mean is close to Caroline. And yeah, you asked earlier if she was a distraction. Stefan insists she was not a distraction, but she does say even if he does love her, which he does not love her to the same extent that she loves him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. And she's so gracious about it too. She's like, you know, I always knew in my heart, even when we were out there, that there was the chance that you would go back to Caroline. And that's okay. You're with your people. You're where you need to be. I'm gonna go on a world tour. It's Valerie Tal solo show. And it's probably for the best. And they have a little sweet goodbye.
She's so graceful and demure. And
mindful. Love her.
She's the girl who's going to be okay.
Exactly. She's the girl who
lost
lives to
her
tell the
standing,
tale.
as we said.
Yeah.
I feel like she could have been that thing for Stefan where it's like, you love someone a little less and you're able to settle for them. Like you see a lot with these like old stories where, oh, someone went to war and they thought that he was dead, so his wife moved on with the other guy. And it's like, oh, but he was her true love. But this man made her happy enough. So she was fine and they had kids and it was a happy life.
She's the James Marsden.
Oh, no!
You made me think of The Notebook. It's like, yeah, James Marsden in any movie, but James Marsden specifically in The Notebook.
And unfortunately in the X-Men, even though that is very against canon.
So wild. So wild. That's episode 20, I believe, or 19 or 20. But I remember at the end of it, after this discussion with Valerie, he goes back to Dallas finally, now that he's free of the scar, because through exploding in the Phoenix Stone, dying, jumping into another body, jumping back into his own body, the scar's gone now. And he goes back to Caroline. This is where he goes back to speak to Rick.
Oh, no! You know what? I had actually forgotten that it's only like the last few episodes, so thank the old gods and the new. He goes back to speak to Rick, and I think this is this the part where Rick like asserts that he and Caroline are together now?
Yeah.
And Stefan had his chance and abandoned her, and Rick was there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, that's
and
it
then
indeed.
Stefan, who I guess has already been in their house, is like, oh really? Is that why there's 2 separate bedrooms for the happy couple? Because I don't.
It's like, who are you, buddy, to snoop through his house? You're in his home. You're insulting him about the state of his relationship, his family?
I was like, Stefan, you might not know this, but ye old money people, the aristocrats, the royals, sometimes did have 2 different bedrooms for a couple where they could sleep without disturbing each other. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip had separate bedrooms because it's a freaking palace.
And isn't
it's huge.
that the goddamn way? We'll have a slumber party sleepover whenever we want, and then when we actually go to sleep, because you snore and I swing my arms because of my vivid dreams, we can both be comfortable.
So honestly, making a lot of assumptions there,
You
Stefan.
know?
Whomst are you? You never even got to cohabitate with Caroline. You don't know what it's like.
You were in her dorm room, twin bed, at most, buddy. Maybe relax yourself.
But that conversation, much like the rest of that arc, just makes me so uncomfortable because everyone is taking it so seriously. Stefan is taking these digs as if he sees Alaric as a real romantic rival. Alaric is so hurt by Stefan bringing this up as if he's like, yeah, my failing relationship with my former high school student who has not yet allowed me into her bed. And I'm like, what's happening?
And Caroline comes back and fully ignores Stefan when he sees her for the first time in like 3 years. She gives a kiss to Rick on the cheek and is like, I've put the kids to bed. I'll see you later. Good night.
And I guess from Stefan's point of view, it might feel as though, yeah, she has genuinely moved on. Creepy as that would be. He's like, I guess she fell in love with him while they were co-parenting, as can sometimes happen. Now that's the latest obstacle in my way.
In practicality, we're choosing to view it as him, Caroline, and the life she has now with her family unit. Because as the following episode comes in and they're dealing with... what are they dealing with at that point? Oh, Bonnie was
Probably
dying.
armory stuff, which is why we don't super remember.
Yeah, it's not really important, but like it's the armory. Enzo's been shooting Bonnie up with magic pills that are now killing her. They exchange Reina's final life. Reina, who's like, I'm ready to die. I've been alive 200 years. I just want to rest and be with my dad again. But she tricks them and she makes Bonnie the huntress, which is fun. But just before that, she's like, I don't want to hear anything from Stefan. And whenever they do see each other, she's like clapping back at him, fairly so, because he did disappear kind of without a word, even though he'd made all his decisions and like looked at the situation and been like, this is the best thing I can do. Again, tell one person, Stefan, the way you just disappear after you've made a decision and tell no one, you throw the grenade. But when she is psychically marked by Bonnie, because she goes into Bonnie's mind to try and wake her up, Bonnie's in a self-induced coma so she doesn't harm her friends. Bonnie stabs her in the dream. She wakes up and she is marked in real life. Now she has to go on the run the same way Stefan did because she can't put her babies and Rick in danger. She at first does not want to run because she's like, I'm not going to abandon my family. Stefan vervains her, throws her over his shoulder, and is suddenly by a hotel next to the airport because you can see the planes taking off in the middle distance. And it's like, what? They fight again. First there's a jab about Elena because she's like, you used to give Elena all this agency. Why would you not let me make my decisions? And it's like, well, firstly, I don't want to be here. Please leave me out of this. But then secondly, she says that like, this is unlike you. And the unsaid thing is, this is very like Damon. What the hell's going on? And Stefan references when Elena drowned and he chose to save Matt and not to save her, and is like, I made that mistake. I can't make that mistake now with you. I need to make sure you're safe. Everyone else be damned. And it's like, okay.
If you want to look at it charitably, Caroline is coming at it from the angle of, oh, you must like me less, or at least respect me less than you respected her, since you're not giving me the agency you gave her. And Stefan's like, no, actually, I love you so much more than Elena, or than I loved Elena, that it's making me into the kind of selfish person who would burn the world down for you, like all the girlies want their boys to do.
I hate this show sometimes. I really do.
I mean, realistically, I can understand him because he definitely regretted saving Matt. He was definitely like, yeah, given everything that follows in season 4, I really should have just saved him.
Again, not his fault. It was the mind control that everyone pretends didn't happen. But in this episode 2, he says, you can be angry at me, but you can be angry at me while we move because we're going to take a plane. And it was just such a Damon thing to say that I was extra pissed off. Ultimately, they don't leave. But Caroline does say, I now realize the struggle you had to face when you had the mark on you. But I'm still upset that you made that decision by yourself and not with me because we're meant to be partners. And Stefan apologizes for that as they're driving back because Bonnie's awake now and chasing after Damon or something. And they're like, we can get the twins to open the armory. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. They talk about there being a thaw in the ice between them, and it's like this first jokey banter they have since he's come back. So that's nice. Yeah, they get the twins to reopen the armory that Bonnie sealed so they can get inside, kill the final everlasting, and thereby free Bonnie, which they do. But the thing is, there's a creature in the armory that ate all the armory people, which is why they shut the armory. And so Enzo and Damon, who went inside for whatever reason, get snatched up by the creature who we will learn in season 8 is a siren.
Not nearly as scary as I was expecting.
No, sadly so. They really hyped it up. Both Stefan and Caroline make amends. Caroline tells Rick that, yeah, we're not going to get married. And he's like, I get it. And I'm not going to get into his response. But
I'm not thinking of the song Not Getting Married Today.
Thanks for them. I can't remember the conversation because by this point I was like, okay, let's get it over with, guys. I just need to be back in a good place. This season's been crazy. But I'm sure some sweet things were said and they kissed. And then they had to deal with the fact that Damon and Enzo had suddenly disappeared.
And honestly, it's like, well, now you ruined what was a good ending for Stefan and Caroline. Because now Stefan is obviously going to be all, my brother is gone. And I'm like, didn't we do this at the end of season 5?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Except now Enzo is in place of Bonnie, so I care even less.
So Bonnie's now like, my love that nobody cares about. God, this show, man. But yeah.
So yeah, a very up-down season for Stefan. A lot that we hate. Most of it is Damon related. But the stuff with Lily and the stuff with Valerie and the stuff with Caroline is very interesting. Some part of me wonders, what would the show have looked like if Damon had to go to sleep for a long time?
As opposed to, oh, Elena, yes. In my ideal heart of hearts, absolutely. But I recognize that Damon is a necessary foil in some capacity. But the choice to just like crumple up the foil even further, have it like expose more scratchy angles and lines that just cut you up when you pick the ball up. It's like, for who and why?
You often say that this show and many other shows like it don't know how to write any sort of obstacles or struggles or challenges in a romantic relationship without it being, oh, we might break up or something's going on there. As if once you've decided you're together and that's it must all be smooth sailing and that's not exciting to watch.
Yeah.
In a similar way, it's like they don't know how to write this brotherly relationship without making the one brother so terrible to have to exist alongside, and the other brother so incapable of really seeing that awfulness for what it is and being like, I think I'm done with this, or I think at least I deserve better as a sibling, as a family member. I'm walking away. It's like they don't know how to write that, and so we just cycle through worse and worse degrees of the same stuff of Damon is a bad brother who's trying to be good but can't. Stefan is the good brother who will shoot himself in the foot to save Damon because that's how much he loves him and he's very self-sacrificing. And it's like, at a certain point.
And I think because you're talking about, the immediate thought I had is that like the way to write this better would be if everyone was reacting normally to the thing that was happening to them. Because my main issue with a lot of these characters is no one reacts normally to what Damon has done. As you said, it's just disdain, but nobody ever thinks like, oh, this is beyond a certain point. This is past the point of no return of some kind. And thereafter, Damon then goes, oh no, I've gone past the point of return. How do I fix this? And then make any genuine effort to fix it. The argument against that could be, well, they're vampires. They're not going to have normal reactions. But the thing is, that's not what the story is telling. The story is not telling this dynamic and these sequence of events with the awareness that these guys are in a toxic, imbalanced, grandfathered relationship. As far as the narrative's concerned, this is the happy ending. And that's the problem. That's when you go, oh no, they think this is all good and fine. I don't know. Because as much as I don't like how extreme and far a place they keep cycling back to with Damon, I would dislike it a lot less if it had any material consequence, which it rarely ever does.
Yeah, if I think of all of Damon's worst moments, aside from people being angry with him for a bit and ultimately getting over it, what thing does Damon really have to suffer the consequences of? And it's a forever thing. It's like, well, you did this thing and now here we are.
Here we are forever. That is the question. Other than Elena going to sleep, which he cites as the reason for all his woes, it's like, you're gonna see her eventually. I get it's sad. I get as a vampire, you're sadder than the average human about that. So is everyone else around you, who arguably have been connected to Elena longer than you have. Yes. And they're not doing whatever it is you're doing. So it seems like you've got to work on something, buddy. Other than that, though, what is going wrong in his life? He's not super concerned, as we've said, about like the well-being of the town as these heretics go about. Largely in this season, it's a personal vendetta with Lily, even beyond the point where she's on their side. It's self-indulgent bullshit after the stone. It's more self-indulgent bullshit past Reyna because he doesn't have anything against Reyna. He at first is trying to get Reyna to kill him because I guess he's suicidal after thinking he killed Elena. Then he's maybe trying to help Stefan, but then goes, no, never mind. I need to stay alive so that I can see Elena at some point. So it's like nothing impacts him. Nothing affects him, nothing concerns him, nothing lasts when it comes to Damon having a kind of bad day. As opposed to, as you say, Stefan, who has to suffer constantly to get through this thing.
Stefan, who often suffers as a result of Damon's sins.
Precisely.
Like Damon's rap sheet, as we've discussed, includes murdering one of Stefan's last family members, and to his knowledge, his only living family member apart from himself. Murdering Stefan's best friend, trying to frame Stefan for vampire killings, triggering Stefan's bloodlust, stealing Stefan's girlfriend away. Or at least trying to steal Stefan's
Trying to at many junctures.
Messing around with Klaus's plans, getting himself bitten by a werewolf, and then Stefan having to go on the road with Klaus to save him. And that's just the first 2 seasons.
I don't know. We can't spend this long talking about Damon. I feel like we both feel the same compulsion, and then in my head I'm just like, this is a Stefan episode.
It's a Stefan episode.
We can't keep giving him this time.
I will say, Stefan, one of the characters I think who feels Elena's absence the least in season 7, because they had that whole amicable friendship thing. If you leave aside the Damon of it all, because most of the time when Stefan talks about Elena, he's talking to Damon. Leave that aside, he's kind of doing fine. Like,
because he's got
Bonnie and Caroline are
missing
their bestie.
He tells Damon, we all miss Elena, but we're not going off the edge like an insane person. Lock in, buddy. Get your shit together.
He's got a lot going on, and I love that for him. In a season that feels the need to loop back all of a certain character's behavior to Elena's absence, which I guess, her significant other.
Yeah.
Stefan is like, no, nothing Stefan really does is tied in any way to her. He's well and truly moved on. It's been put to rest. He's dealing with Caroline. He's dealing with his mom. He's dealing with Julian, dealing with Valerie. So I did like that. As far as season 7 is concerned, and as far as the absence of Nina is concerned, I'm glad that Stefan's storyline doesn't suffer for it.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, that's it for season 7. And then we go into
the
any semblance of sanity we had left. Is just...
I envision us spending like a solid 20 minutes talking about Stefan and about an hour talking about the sirens. So that should be fun.
Yes. We're going to have to revisit Sarah and all. Sarah, you deserved better. Season 8.
Sorry, there's immediately a plane flying over.
It's here to save us, honestly.
Apparently. Honestly, there could not be a worse day. It's so windy outside, and I know it's going to pick up in the audio. I am sick with something I cannot identify.
This is being done on a different day. And several days ago, I partook in activities that involved me having to raise my voice in a crowded, noisy musical room, and I still haven't fully recovered.
It is very much giving you a quality of like late night radio with Fadzai, listening to the soothing sounds of jazz.
The huskiness that's there whenever I'm not fully well. But yeah, season 8 as we've often said, the shortest season, which doesn't bode well when it's your grand finale. Just a very good indicator of what, between the fans, the writers, and the network, everyone was feeling by the time we got into this home stretch.
For the first time, everybody on every side of this damn show synced up in that we were ready for it to be over.
Yeah, we jump right into it. Stefan is actually starting off the season on a good note.
You say that every time, and it's honestly never true, or it never lasts longer than 5 minutes.
In this instance, he starts off the season happy. I don't think I say he starts off season 5 happy, or season 3.
He ends up season 5 on a better note than 4, and I'm like, yeah, that's true in the sense that he's no longer drowning in a safe, but his brother, his only family, has disappeared forever. And then you say,
I mean, I see
he ends up season 6 on a better note. And I was like, yeah, that's true if you don't consider that Elena has gone to sleep for nearly a century.
We've moved on from Elena. At this point, that's not even Stefan's problem. In fact, the storyline of it all is the silver lining in a season that otherwise ends on a downer.
I mean, that's fair, I guess. But also his mother had just like avowed, I am no longer your family. And it's like, yeah, I guess mathematically speaking, it is a better note by the increments.
No one in this show is ever truly happy. So
real. And in that way, I am the show and I am of the show.
Okay, Valerie. But yeah, Stefan he's being all sexy with Caroline in bed. Damon is still missing, but I'm happy that Steroline is on solid ground. Will it last? Spoiler, no. But
against all odds.
But it's nice to see them being like all physical. I was like, you'll never be Tyraline, but I'm happy for you.
Okay. It is, though, the tone of it, if I recall, and listen, when's the last time I watched season 8? It's very in the midst of like dire straits. It's like there's a lot of narration in that first episode to catch up the viewers on what's happened.
Yeah, Bonnie's narrating about how sad she is, but that she's happy for Caroline. And I'm like, okay. But from Stefan's point of view, in this scene, he's having a lot of fun.
But that's what I'm saying is that, like, it is great to see that they are maintaining their relationship despite the fact that it's a very depressing time for what's left of this group.
Yeah.
Given that 2 of their loved ones are missing.
Later on, they have a cute moment because Caroline is like complaining about the hot new nanny who she's like low-key jealous of because she's too perfect, and also she's kind of possibly flirting with Rick. And Stefan's like, I don't really see what the issue is. She complains and she's like, oh, she cuts the crust off my kids' sandwiches. Like, there are people all over the world who go hungry every day and she's just wasting pieces of food. And I was like, honestly, Caroline, real, I agree with you fully. The crust is part of the bread. Grow up and eat it. And then
I think that's a very white liberal thing to do, to invoke the hungry children of Africa when you're trying to make a point. But okay.
Hey, she didn't name any places. She just said people all over the world go hungry. We know what she meant. That includes America. America is part of the world. In fact, if you ask Americans, America is the world. But she mentions that, Rick has been sleeping at the armory. Like, is he even eating? And then Stefan's like, maybe he's feeding off all the crusts that Selena's cutting off your kids' sandwiches. So Stefan's joking and he's playful. And I'm like, I like you this way. I like how fun and happy you are with Caroline. But then they get a new lead because much like every season of this show, except, I guess, the Summer of Love that kicks off season 5. It's like, I spent all summer doing research and trying to find out either how to resurrect someone or find someone who was missing. We've been tracing all these missing persons reports, trying to find Enzo and Damon. And now finally, a body has shown up. Stefan goes to talk to Bonnie about that in the woods. Bonnie's like, I have no hope left. We keep failing to find them. My soulmate Enzo. Remember that? How important that was last season? And then Stefan's like, no, Bonnie, you need to cling to hope. Like, you have more determination and fighting spirit than even Caroline and Elena. And if you give up, I'll have nothing to hold on to. And I'm like, okay, that's nice that you're gassing her up like that. Then Bonnie's like, fine, I won't give up, but I won't have hope either. So I'm like, okay, I guess she's just gonna keep going through the motions.
Bonnie, you're very real and true for that. Sometimes you don't have any gas in the tank, and you've just got to run on that reserve until you can find a station.
But they do go to the crime scene. Bonnie sees the guitar wire that clues her into the fact that it's Enzo. They tell Caroline where the murder happened, and then Caroline's like, cool, doing some... She's the girl in the chair in this episode.
Mm-hmm. It's a good place for her. I like it.
She's like, okay, so there was a river or a creek nearby this spot that ran red with blood a while back. A slaughterhouse was suddenly like running off into it. Stefan's like, cool, I'm gonna go check that out while Bonnie stays here in this scene for a little bit. Goes to said slaughterhouse, and there's Damon saying the titular, hello, brother. Damon's being very nonchalant because Bonnie's not the only one who's given up. Damon has given in and flipped his humanity switch because it's easier for him to work for this mysterious new monster. Stefan's like, oh, okay, so what creature has a hold of you? Damon's like, doesn't matter. What matters is I have no self-control anymore. I'm a slave. But you be proud of me, Stefan. I'm only killing bad people. So Stefan's like, cool, where's Enzo? And Damon's like, Stefan, just go home. Like, I've accepted my existence as a creature of death. Unlike you, who wants to keep living your illusion of a heroic life. I'm done with it. And I'm like, all right, firstly, you never lived an illusion of a heroic life, Damon. But
well,
second, why are you throwing shade at Stefan for the way he lives?
He would argue in season 7 he was the ultimate hero doing right by Elena. So.
Oh, take a shot every time someone says do right by Elena in the last 2 seasons of this show. But Stefan very quickly is like, oh, okay, so you flipped your humanity switch off. Cool, I can help you turn it back on. And Damon's like, no, I know you can. I believe you. But I don't want it back. See, because like I've seen how this ends and I'm going to hell. And by the way, this isn't last season's hell of like the Phoenix Stone psychic torture. No, I mean like literal fire and brimstone Christian concept of hell. That's where I'm going. And Stefan's like, huh? And then Damon's just ominously like, leave, Stefan, because the creature doesn't want you. Yet.
Lord.
Stefan, of course, isn't leaving without Damon, so he's still there when Bonnie arrives, just in time to see Stefan bringing up Elena, like he always does. And then Damon's like, I don't care about Elena.
Fair. All right, then.
Which was refreshing. Eventually, Stefan's like, I'm done with this conversation. Snaps off a mop handle, impales Damon. Bonnie's like, you get Damon to the car. I'm going to look for my boyfriend. Stefan's like, oh, no, actually, I thought maybe we could just leave now while we have the chance and maybe go back for Enzo later.
Priorities.
And Bonnie's like, no, actually, Enzo is now the most important thing to me in the universe, and I won't leave without him. So Stefan's like,
The difficult thing that we're negotiating with, too, is that Bonnie doesn't have her powers right now. So even from a safety perspective, it's like, let's get the one we've tagged and come back when I don't have my hands full with a grown vampire body. Like,
yes. Speak of the devil, not Cade. Speak of the figurative devil, and he doth appear. Because then Enzo shows up, and Damon recovers, and then they're like, yeah, you guys should just leave. And Damon's like, Stefan, my life is over. It's been over since you took it from me in 1864, when you made me turn. And I was like, are we really back here?
We are always here, Fadzai. We never leave here.
But every time this is brought up, the issue is seemingly resolved. So how do we keep coming back to it every season?
How else are we going to maintain this dynamic? How else are we going to justify the fact that Stefan has to constantly cycle back into this? It's because it's his fault.
You said
he did this.
You said this recently to a friend of ours, but I did not realize how true it was until I went back and watched. I'm like, season 8, apart from the sirens and the insanity therein, it's just a rehashing of a bunch of story beats we have already been through.
Yeah.
The only fresh thing is the Matt Donovan and Peter Maxwell thing, I guess.
Yeah, which everybody cares about and thinks is interesting as the one new thing.
I'm like, at least Matt gets a new arc never before seen. But everything else is like, oh, Stefan feels guilty for, if you go far back enough, this bad thing is my fault because I gave this person the power to be as evil as they have been.
If you pull the thread all the way back, the original sin is Stefan always.
Stefan always. And for this first arc, it's very much, yeah, Stefan wants to save Damon, but also Stefan's like, yeah, all the evil stuff Damon's doing now is ultimately my fault because I made him turn into a vampire, which led to him being the dangerous vampire who then got controlled by this creature. So technically, it's me who should be going to hell. And it's like, huh?
Yeah. I didn't want to I say I didn't want to. I'm sure I've said it at some point in the length of this podcast, but when we were discussing this point, when we started with the Stefan journey, if Damon didn't turn into a vampire, he would have faded to death. Stefan turns him to a vampire. There's a very quick way to achieve that same result, which he didn't do. He continued to live for this 170, 180 years and then hang it on Stefan for fun, I guess. At any point in that 180 years, Damon could have just taken a quick stake to the chest, and then problem solved. So what are we ever talking about with this?
No, but you see how the structure of sin works is that Damon becomes a vampire, then likes it, and then causes a lot of trouble. So he's obviously not going to off himself, but it's still Stefan's fault because Stefan convinced him to go through with that transition and then turn into a vampire that he liked being.
You're so right, and I didn't consider that. Okay, well, one is off the slate.
I don't know why it's not Catherine's fault for giving him the choice to drink her blood, or his fault for taking the blood.
Because he, as established, really wanted
to do this. Or Giuseppe's fault for shooting Damon.
Whatever. It's fine. Stefan's the original sin. Stefan's the ultimate villain and evil. To the point of the rehashing of storylines, there is something to be said about in your final chunk of a story, a long story like the Vampire Diaries, especially on network television, of like doing the last hurrah and stepping back through familiar haunts as you say goodbye. It's just that the way it is executed here is so frustrating and dull.
Yes.
Because there's nothing new about any of this.
It's boring. And in a season where Stefan actually has so much to do, this is a Stefan-heavy season and a Damon-heavy season. It's amazing how boring it is because I'm like, we have been through every single note. This is a cover of a song I've heard covered like 8 times before by many different artists over the decades, and it's not even that good a cover.
Yeah.
So why do I care?
Yeah, it's especially frustrating because we just did this. We did this with the Phoenix Stone.
Yes.
And to immediately the next season do this with actual hell is no more or less interesting than when it was with the Phoenix Stone. At least with the Phoenix Stone, it wasn't so on the nose, right? There was a little bit of mystery and esotery to the Phoenix Stone. When you bring the literal devil, quote unquote, because it's not, and literal hell, quote unquote, because it's not, it's just like, this is dull.
The sirens were actually so much fun.
Right.
And so insane. And I think without them, I don't know if I'd have made it through season 8. I might have stopped. I might have given up.
Without them, for me, this would be the worst season. The sirens are the only reason this season edges out season 5.
That is. Oh, is this your second lowest?
This is the second lowest.
I mean, looking back, yeah, and I think for me, they're the only reason it's higher than 7. I really enjoy them. 7, as I've said, gets rid of too many things I enjoy too quickly.
I understand. For me, Stereline, Reina, Lily, Valerie, I'm living. You've got the same set of pieces except for Stereline, so I get it.
Yeah, it's just that I guess Valerie lasts quite a while.
Yeah.
Lily is gone before we're halfway.
Lily's gone in 7 episodes.
And then in her wake, it's Julian, the most exciting villain ever. The other 2 major points of this episode are there's a shift where suddenly Stefan has lost hope after seeing Damon and how Damon is. And Bonnie's like, no, it's not his fault. Damon and Enzo aren't in control. And Stefan's like, well, Damon's blamed me for his vampirism again. And even Stefan even acknowledges, he says, Damon has said this before, so I don't know why it hurts so much to hear him say it this time. But I just feel like this time, Damon may never forgive me. And I'm like, oh,
why?
God.
What's so different
Didn't
about
we do
now?
this last season?
Didn't we do this in the 60s? I don't know.
So now Bonnie's like, don't give up, Stefan. And then at the end of the episode, he's like, dear Elena, writing in the diary, he's like, oh, I don't know. I hope there's still a small piece of Damon left in there. I guess I won't give up, even though having hope hurts. And then Caroline comes in and comforts him, and she's like, hey, I'm going to move into Chez Salvatore to live with you, because this house is empty, and it's probably not feeling like a home right now. And he's like, okay, sweet and kisses her. So that's nice.
Yeah.
And then that goes into the next episode where he's doing home improvements.
He's childproofing.
He's childproofing. It's later on shown at the end of the episode. He's like, oh, I was actually building like a room for your kids to stay here when they're visiting you or whatever. Which is so sweet. He's such a sweet guy. Too bad he's guilty of everything Damon's ever done by virtue of creating Damon, I guess.
None of this matters, given this will never counterbalance his original sin.
There's this thing where I'm like, I've seen stories where a person you could argue is being a bit too hard on themselves because they trace back the origin of this evil thing or evil character to themselves. It's very much like Hank Pym in Marvel Comics is always like, Ultron is my fault because I created him. We've spent years fighting him and he's gone so far beyond what I intended him to do. But ultimately, I created him and I based his AI mind on my brainwaves. So all the evil he does is technically something that I would be capable of through various evolutions, I guess. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yeah, I see that. I understand. You could argue at a certain point you could let that go, Hank. but I understand. I'm just like, Stefan didn't make Damon. And also, I'm like, this season will go on and on about forgiveness and the brotherly bond to highlight the difference between the sins of one brother versus the sins of the other. This season will not rehash the whole, oh, I pushed Stefan into his first Ripper craze. We've dealt with that and all is forgiven. But we're going to keep looping back through the, oh, Stefan pushed me to complete the transition and become a vampire. So therefore, everything I've done is Stefan's fault because he made me a vampire. But I'm like, but everything Ripper Stefan did isn't your fault, even though you made him feed in 1912? That doesn't make any sense.
Because then otherwise it's too obvious that Stefan's just the better guy. It needs to remain equivalent in their eyes. Like, there's no other way for them to do it other than to pin everything Damon's done on Stefan. It's the only way the scales remain balanced.
Ugh, gosh. But anyway, the main drama of the day in episode 2 is that Sybil is digging around in Enzo's mind and finds the name Sarah Nelson. This is the beginning of the end.
Asked you, listener, in the last session to hold in your mind everything that happened in season 6 regarding Enzo and Stefan and Sarah Salvatore. Here is where it was all leading.
So much to say about this. Stefan talks to Caroline and Bonnie on the phone. They're doing some digging online in order to track Enzo and Damon's victims. Bonnie and Caroline then note that 2 victims in North Carolina who have similar names. One is named Sarah Nelson McGowan, and the other one is named Sarah Jane Nelson. And then they're like, that's funny. I hadn't realized this. It's very reminiscent of a plot beat in the first Terminator film, which I don't think you've seen.
I have not.
So then Steph is like, god damn it. Okay, Bonnie, you don't know this. Caroline does because I told her last season. Sarah Nelson, formerly known as Sarah Salvatore, is in danger. Since Enzo knows exactly who she is and how to find her, she is my long-lost great-great-great-great-great-grandniece. They all drive to North Carolina. Stefan and Caroline relay the rest of the story of Sarah's hidden existence. Stefan is like, Damon doesn't know that Sarah exists. Bonnie's like, oh, so Enzo is the reason that she's in danger. But I thought Enzo was the double agent because last episode, he was the one who seemed to be trying to resist the siren. And Stefan's like, look, I'm not trying to figure out what's going on with Enzo. I just want to save my niece.
Right.
Let's just do that and figure out the rest. So Enzo and Damon find Sarah. They attempt to lead her somewhere private. Then Sarah quickly tranquilizes Damon with vervain. Love that for her. And then she rounds on Enzo and she's like, listen, I only had the one vervain dart, but don't even try to compel me because I'm on vervain, so it won't work. Then Enzo says, if you're on vervain, I guess I can't mind control you to do what I'm about to tell you need to do, but you have to flee and get the hell out of this country, girl, like for your own safety. So they go back to her apartment, and Enzo's like, oh, you're still renting, you don't own property. And Sarah's like, well, I can't afford to buy property because I stopped cashing in my trust fund checks because I don't want to take money from serial killers. Stefan is a serial killer, I guess. Reformed, but that's because of vampire shenanigans. So, I mean, I don't know how fair it is to judge him for that, but whatever.
Well, this is the thing. Her only information she has about this family is from Enzo in season 6. Enzo, whose only goal was to malign Stefan. She has no context for the vampire world. She was compelled to not find anything vampiric interesting this is truly a shit show.
I mean, if I were her, I'd be more concerned about, the fact that her white paternal ancestors were fought on the side of the Confederacy.
That's
but
the real
sure,
thing.
you know what it take.
I mean, all around, from her perspective, girl, what a rough thing to find out. I get it. But it's just like, damn it, Enzo, if you just had a life, none of this would have happened.
And Enzo is effectively a different person this season. So it's a shame that I have to be angry at him for this, but
I don't care. I have no such compunctions.
They go into her place and find that Stefan, Bonnie, and Caroline are already there. So Sarah packs her bags. She's catty towards Stefan, and she's like, oh, look, I get it. You're my long-lost, distant ancestor, and you feel bad that this is how our meeting finally came about. And Stefan's like, well, I hope you'd be a little less pissed at me for trying to keep you safe. And she says, well, wouldn't you be angry if you discovered some unseen stranger had controlled your entire life with lies and compulsion? And then she inexplicably states she has trust issues and she's not leaving here with anyone but Enzo.
Yeah.
And she says, and I quote, at least he lets me make my own choices. And I'm like, okay, one scene ago, Enzo said to you, oh, because you're on Vervain, I guess I can't compel you to do this and you must do it of your own free will. You have to leave the country. So to then turn around and say, yeah, you, Stefan, Enzo here has got my back. He respects my autonomy. He would never mind control me. I'm like, what? So Sarah literally has to have the memory of a goldfish in order for the plot to plot. And I don't like that.
Look, that line notwithstanding, because that's absolute nonsense, as you're saying. Unfortunately, again, because of Enzo's shenanigans in season 6, Enzo's the person she's known the longest of the people who are now trying to keep her safe. So just by pure history, Enzo's the one she trusts the most. I don't blame her for that. That line's silly. That line's quite silly.
Oh gosh, season 8, baby. All downhill from here. First, Stefan's like, hey, Bonnie, you take Enzo, get the car ready. I'm gonna wait with Sarah while she packs. We are on the clock here. Bonnie, in the parking lot, tranks Enzo and is like, actually, I'm gonna do my own damn thing and get the person I care about out of here. Then Damon comes in, attacks and incapacitates Caroline, and then bursts into Sarah's room and grabs her, threatening to snap her neck in front of Stefan. Stefan begs Damon not to kill her. Damon reminds Stefan that, hey, I warned you to leave me alone. And Stefan's like, okay, confession. Sarah's part of our family. And Damon's like, no, all of our family are dead, Stefan. Present vampire members included. And I'm like, okay, let's not get all emo, Damon.
Real clever.
And Stefan's like, no, Sarah is Zach's daughter. And he tries to get through to Damon by claiming that since you didn't actually take the life of your own, niece while she was still in utero, the worst thing you ever did. You're not actually destined for damnation.
It doesn't matter that you killed both her parents 15 years apart. Since she's alive, now you're good.
Stefan's like, yeah, Sarah's murder is not on your list of sins, if such a thing even exists. And if you let her go now, it'll balance out the scales even more. And Damon's like, I don't think it works that way. And Stefan's like, okay, look, just let her go because this is what Elena would want, right? Those are the magic words, surely.
Yeah, maybe this will snap you out of it.
And then Damon actually lets her go. And initially I thought he was in on this thing, but I think he does briefly break through it because Sybil complains afterwards. So he lets her go. And she races for the exit. But surprise, Sybil is there. And she opens the door and she stabs her with a knife.
Just like that.
So Sarah falls to the floor. Stefan immediately vamp speeds over, snaps Sybil's neck and tosses her aside and tries to help Sarah. And Damon's like, well, Stefan, you'll have to do a lot better than that to take down a siren. Stefan is trying to feed Sarah his blood, but Sybil's like, actually, I've already recovered from the neck snap.
Yeah.
A record time. And then she psychically takes control of Stefan and forces him to sit still while she asks Damon, who's Elena? And then they have their annoying little convo about loyalty and Elena, and then she reprograms Damon's mind to, take away the core Elena memory.
Sarah's bleeding out the whole time.
Sarah is bleeding out the entire time. Stefan can't move. Stefan is like, Damon, you can still make this right. Please help Sarah. And then Sarah is literally also like, please. She's pleading with her last breaths. And Stefan tells Damon to fight. And Damon's like, why should I? So Sarah bleeds to death as Stefan is helpless to save her. And heartbroken, he chokes out a final, I'm sorry. Which is so sad. It's so, they brought her back just to kill her in front of Stefan. There is so much collateral damage this season for the sake of just showing us how bad Damon is,
got,
how bad the sirens are, and just
from that perspective, that is what pisses me off the most. And I never really put weight to it before until you said, wow, it's crazy they bring back Sarah randomly in that final season for her to die when she's one of like maybe 2 POCs total that come in the back end that just kind of like get killed off. Weirdly attached to Stefan's story, both of them, because Ivy as well. And it's like, damn, would be nice to have a little color in here, but I guess it is the Vampire Diaries at the end of the day. But also, there's like a colonial, patriarchal bullshit as well to it that we don't have the time to get into. But from within the story, it's just like, he tried so hard to keep her safe, and just absolute bullshittery from external forces that had nothing to do with this girl just flew in and said, no, screw you. Didn't have anything to do with Stefan both times, right? Because the first time, Enzo was just making problems to be concerned about.
Enzo was bored.
Enzo was bored.
Enzo was like, Lily hasn't been introduced yet, so I don't have a plot.
Right.
I need to cause trouble.
And now, pertaining to Enzo and his business with the siren, this is why Sarah was found. Again, unrelated to Stefan, and now he has to try and get this girl to safety again, and now watch her die, bleed out in front of him, unable to move. It's just like, well, shit. Okay.
So then Sybil and Damon leave. As they walk away, Stefan's like, Damon, wake up! And Sybil's like, oh no, it's futile. I remodeled his psyche, so he has no more mental fortitudes against me. And Stefan's like, my brother is stronger than you think. And she's like, no, he's not. And then they leave.
He's not. I don't know why you think so. I've been here 3 months total, and I figured out he is not strong mentally.
Stefan comes out afterwards. Bonnie and Caroline have finished having their own heart-to-heart. They see he's despondent, and they realize Sarah's dead. Then that night, Caroline speaks to Stefan back at home, and they talk about his loss, and they're like, hey, we should talk about it. And Stefan's like, there's nothing left to talk about. The lost Salvatore standing is dead. Every blood relative I've ever known is gone after today. He's like, I know what you're going to say. Sarah's death wasn't my fault, but it is. So another sin that's now somehow his fault, I guess, because he didn't do a good enough job of keeping her a secret from Enzo. I don't know.
He did so much.
He tried.
He did everything right, and she still got slaughtered. How is this his fault?
I'm like, if you wanna blame someone who isn't Enzo for this storyline unfolding the way it did, blame Monique, who came to town and lied about being Sarah Salvatore, which led to Matt knowing about this, which led to Enzo knowing about it.
I'm not blaming a woman of color for this. This is Damon's fault for killing Gail in the 90s and then killing Zach in 2009, who could have been a parental figure for Sarah directly, and maybe we wouldn't need all
but
this bullshit.
Damon was only around in the 90s to kill them because Stefan convinced him to be a vampire. So no matter which thread you pull, it always comes back to Stefan's fault somehow. Caroline's like, Damon's not gone yet. Stefan's like, no, Damon is gone. I saw today that the siren has complete control over him. That's when they discuss the remodeling of the house and the fact that he's like, yeah, I want your kids to be able to come here and see you. And Caroline's like, cool, oh my gosh, look at the drawers. Opens a drawer, sees a little box in the drawer. Oh my gosh, what is this? Opens it and finds an engagement ring inside. And Stefan's like, I was hoping you would wear it. And Caroline's like, oh, is this like a friendship ring or acting all coy? And Stefan's like, okay, do I really have to say it?
Yes.
And Caroline's like, no, I think you do.
I don't care if it's the end of the world and the people we love are being controlled by a magical creature. You will propose to me, goddammit. What are you doing?
So he takes the ring and proposes to her, and she kisses him and says yes. And that's lovely and sweet.
Very nice.
I think all the Stefan moments I can enjoy this season are Steroline moments.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that must be.
That certainly helps me like the ship some more.
I thought you were going to have a reverse problem where it's like, it makes you more upset that this is the only joy available. This is the bitter outcome.
No, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I am a man starving, and this is a meal that's not my favorite, but tastes fairly good. So I'm like, it's fine. I'm not going to complain.
It's just a different style of pizza, but pizza at the end of the day is still pizza, you know?
You know? Yeah. I would have ordered something different, but there's nothing else in the fridge.
I'm not sending it back to the waiter. That's crazy.
The next episode, there's that weird thing where Stefan's like, hey, Alaric, let me pull back this thread from season 7. Just making sure you're fine with me marrying Caroline. consider it to a fault. But thankfully, Rick is like, hey, I'm perfectly okay with this. Like, that's not a thing.
I think that I appreciate that whole thing is less about, like, it's more about Rick and his state of being now, given that he's, like, a confirmed bachelor again, a father of two. I was going to say a single father of two, which is accurate, but he is co-parenting, so not quite. And he has a job he likes, but he's just throwing himself into it. So they just keep addressing that, like, hey, Rick, you should get out more. Preferably not with your TA, who is college-aged, but, you know, what am I going to say?
Hey, she's the one putting the moves on him. He is like, girl, I'm busy. I am booked and busy. I'm not interested.
Called her a temptress at some point. I think he is not above reproach.
Wow.
But I do like that they do a little handshake. They drink a glass of whiskey. They put this thing to bed. That's what I appreciate about it.
And then they speak about the armory research, and Rick is like, I've discovered this metal prong thingy. And Stefan's like, are we supposed to stab Sybil with it? And Alaric's like, I think we should probably wait until we know exactly what it does, because if we get close to her and, you know, miss our mark, we'll be under her control. It's at this point that Damon is like after Bonnie and wants her dead. Weirdly, Damon actually summons Stefan to him at Mystic Falls High School. I think this is the episode where Damon's like, yeah, Enzo and I are gonna have a duel to the death, and you have to be my second.
Yeah.
Which Enzo is like, well, that's unfair. I don't have any backup.
David says it's not my fault you don't have any friends, which is wild.
Dave was like, I tried to be a good friend. I advised you to give up and give in to Sybil's control, but you kept fighting. And then Stefan's like, wait, if Enzo's fighting, why can't you fight, Damon? Like, what's going on? And Damon's like, no, it's pointless to fight. And Stefan's like, if you kill Enzo, Bonnie will never forgive you. Enzo's like, Stefan, Sybil has been editing Damon's brain, so you're not going to get through to him. And Damon's like, yeah, it's true. I don't care about anything anymore. I'm just trying to stay alive because I'm scared of hell. That's literally my only motivation at this point. Stefan's like, Enzo, run away. Enzo's like, well, I can't. I've been resisting, but my willpower is not so high that I can disobey this direct order. Damon's like, hey, I brought you here to support me. Stop trying to play Switzerland. They start fighting. Stefan struggles to keep them away from each other. Enzo tells Stefan, listen, I don't want to kill Damon, but I will kill Damon if I have to. And if you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Enzo gains the upper hand, almost stakes Damon. Stefan intervenes and then almost attacks him with a shovel. I don't know if he was going to decapitate him with it or whatever.
Oh, back to their origins. That's cute.
Book ends. Caroline comes in. She's like, hey, I can't let you kill Enzo because I promised Bonnie I'm going to fight for him. Damon snaps Caroline's neck. Enzo snaps Stefan's neck. They're effectively removed from the fight. That's where it goes until Bonnie comes in. Sybil also comes in and is like, oh, teehee, Enzo, I'm going to kill Bonnie unless you flip your humanity switch off, at which point I will spare her. He flips his switch. She's like, lol, I was lying. Damon, go kill Bonnie. God. Bonnie runs outside. Damon is in hot pursuit, and then Alaric shows up with a car and hits him with it. By this point, Stefan and Caroline have revived, so Stefan snaps Enzo's neck as he's joining the fray. Alaric hits the tuning fork. He's discovered that's kind of what this metal prong is, against the car, and weakens Sybil, who falls to the ground. Caroline vamp rushes in and kicks her in the head so hard, her neck snaps.
Beautiful. La Duma, as the Spanish say.
Stefan unfortunately thinks that, okay, now with the tuning fork here, Damon's free. And Damon's like, no, I'm still under Sybil's control. And Sybil has plans. And Stefan's like, what plans? And Damon's like, hey, I can't say because of the mind control. He gets into his car and drives off without Sybil. She ends up locked at a cell in the armory. Stefan and Bonnie then have a heart-to-heart where now she's angry. He's like, hey, I know you're going to take Enzo to your cabin in the woods and, you know, start the whole getting humanity back treatment. Do you need any help getting him there? And she's like, no, I'm fine. And he's like, are you mad at me? And she's like, were you going to sacrifice Enzo to save Damon?
Girl.
And he's like, I would have if I had to. And she's like, oh, even though Enzo's the one who's been actively fighting Sybil as much as he can. And Stefan's like, yes, I'm very guilty and apologetic. And then Bonnie's like, okay, tell me this, Stefan. What has Damon done besides give up? And I'm like, damn,
wow.
all right.
Wild. Oh, because this is post him going into a coffin for 3 years and saying nothing. So she kind of hates Damon now. I forgot. Good Good for her.
So Caroline comes to talk to Stefan and she's like, hey, Bonnie's just upset, but I'm going to go bunk with her tonight because she needs me. And Stefan's like, hey, I hated being on opposite ends today. And Caroline's like, yeah, but I had to for Bonnie. And he's like, yeah, I know, but I still hated it. I hate all of this. And she's like, yeah, I hate it too. They're very cute.
Healthy relationships. Oh.
In the next episode, Stefan wakes up at the armory where he crashed. So he could give Caroline and Bonnie some space. Alaric is like, we're going to go question the siren with the tuning fork. That's what they spend most of the episode doing. I do like that when he goes in and he's like, oh, the all-powerful siren imprisoned by a fork. And Sybil's like, says the man who can be killed by a stick.
Yes! I wish you said toothpick. I like the dinner theme.
Oh, she's so real. But Stefan's like, why is Damon still your puppet? If we disrupted your psychic abilities with this fork, shouldn't he be free? And she's like, no, I reprogrammed his subconscious. So if he's still serving me, it's because deep down, he really wants to. And he's like, okay, why are you doing all of this? She's like, who cares about Damon? Aren't you curious about me? And he's like, no, I'm not. I just want to get my brother back.
She's like, but I'm the new villain. You need to know my backstory.
I'm the new villain.
Getting it.
I'm launching into a retelling of my origin story. She tells him all about the sirens and how they came to be. It's very much framed as this thing of like, look at our sibling relationship and how it might mirror your own. In the midst of all this, Georgie is doing her own nonsense, which gets her in a tussle with Celine, who then phones Alaric, who then has to leave. So Stefan is eventually alone with her. She tells him all about the psychic sisters who eventually become the sirens and how one of them was tricked into cannibalism. She's like, oh, look at the obvious parallels. Which sibling do you think you are in this story, Stefan? And Stefan's like, listen, we don't have to be enemies. Damon and I had nothing to do with the armory until you enslaved him. Like, you chose this path. And Sybil is like, ugh, you sound just like the younger of the two sisters in my story, who was more innocent and less bloodthirsty. She was a victim till the last, which at this point you're supposed to believe she is the older eviler sister. Eventually we see that no, she was the younger one, and she's actually pretty resentful that her sister tricked her into turning into a monster by making her eat human flesh. And she's like, I tried so hard to be good, but my sister ruined me. And it's like, oh, okay, so I guess you could say, is Stefan the older sister who asked Damon to complete his transition and become a monstrous vampire? Or is he the younger siren who tries to be good so hard, but can never escape the monster that he is?
I'll give them that. It is at least interesting. The thing I was going to say initially was like, it's nice that it's sisters, because the show, it's a sausage fest sometimes. We've had the comparison with the... The Michelson brothers, that's well and good and done. I like that it's the girlies now. I appreciate that there is depth to the comparison. It's not a one-to-one, because as you say, there's a bit in each sister, as we'll come to find, that is comparable to these boys.
But Stefan is so bored with this comparison at first. He's like, contrary to what the plot will lead you to believe. Well, I guess Stefan says this and the plot is like, no, Stefan is wrong. Because he's like, whatever Damon and I have done to each other in the past, we've forgiven each other. He's my brother and there's nothing you can do that will ever change that. Sybil is like, well, you've overestimated your sibling, I think. And then Georgie comes to free her. And she's like, and it looks like I've underestimated mine. So Georgie vervains Stefan. When he goes down, Sybil goes into his mind, finishes up her story, and she's like, yeah, my sister forced this existence onto me. And Stefan's like, okay, am I supposed to have sympathy for you after everything you've done?
At some point you decided, hey, I'm down with cannibalism and killing people. So tell you.
She does reveal to him who Celine is in these visions. And she's like, well, if you think I'm going to release you so that you can go warn Alaric who his nanny is, no, I'm going to erase this part from your mind as soon as you wake up. Orders from above, she says, which I'm like, yeah, I guess hell is in the sky in this world, so that makes sense.
That makes sense.
So she does release him. She tests his memories and is satisfied to see he doesn't recall the Celine of it all. And he's like, wait, why are you still in your cell? You knocked me out. You could have escaped. And she's like, no, I'm not going to leave you without answering your question about how you can save Damon. But first, I want to know, which sister do you think you're like? And Stefan's like, okay, I'm leaving now. He literally walks away. And she's like... It's so funny. She's like, wait, Stefan, answer me. This is important.
She said, like, you wanted to walk out of the plot. You're keeping me from doing my goddamn job.
And she's like, Who do you think you are in the story? The victim who tried for years not to feed on human blood, only for your selfish brother to blow into town and ruin it all? Or are you the monster who sealed your brother's fate the day that you forced him to turn into a vampire, and who doomed your brother to an eternity of misery because you were afraid of being alone? Okay. And I was like, oh no. Yeah. That was when I realized this is what we're going to deal with this season.
What it's about, baby. There was no third option.
And listen, in a season where it's like, oh, fear of hell and damnation and eternal torment and, you know, your karmic punishment, whatever. If we had said, yeah, Damon's thing is he's dealing with how evil he is, makes perfect sense. If we wanted Stefan to have an equivalent, just let him deal with the Ripper stuff.
Yeah,
he's always felt guilty for that. Why does it now need to be he's guilty for Damon's sins too? Like, no.
It's not required for him to feel obliged to try and help his brother. It's his brother. As he's made clear, he's going to try and help Damon regardless. This guilt aspect is unnecessary. There's already so much guilt in this man's hands because, as you say, he's the Ripper. And because for several chunks of his life, he was out of control and killed a lot of people. And in fact, that will come up when the devil shows up.
In this season, they will retcon in something else that he's done that he doesn't remember. That's also worse.
New massacre that he doesn't remember, not just because of a Ripper feud, but because somebody mind controlled it out of his memory. So I think we have enough.
I'm like, why? We don't need to do this. Gosh. Stefan is like, oh, you're bringing up me making Damon turn again. That's old history. And Sybil's like, you'd be surprised how fresh it is in Damon's mind. And I was like, oh. Wow. So she asks him again, and then Stefan, I guess, looks straight into camera and is like, I'm both. See that, audience? See what we did there? I'm both siblings in the story. There's a little bit of me in each of them.
In my blood is the older and the younger.
I am the blood of the elder and the younger.
It's the victim and the manipulator.
Sybil's like, you gotta claim that, dog. Yes. You are the blood of the victim and the manipulator. So then Sybil's like, okay, cool. Now that you've answered correctly, I'll tell you all about Cade and that he's the devil who collects souls for the wicked, but not the Christian devil. He's our version of the devil. Go to the Siren episode to see how that works out.
Oh, the Siren episode is so much more fun than this, I promise you.
So she's like, Cade created hell for horrible people, and he's waiting in hell for you, Stefan, because you're also bad. And Stefan's like, no, it can't be. I'm trying to help Damon. And she's like, oh, Stefan, did you really think your pathetic attempts at atonement would save you from the fate that deep down you know you deserve? A fate befitting the glorious Ripper of Monterey.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Stefan's like, no, I'm not that person anymore. It was 100 years ago. And then she says, it doesn't matter because that stain will always be on your soul. And that would have been an interesting thing to explore. The thing of, do you think just because you say sorry and try to atone that necessarily balances out the cosmic scales? Are you a good person now? And even if you are, does that mend the damage you've done? Not, oh, you asked Damon to turn and he said yes.
I mean, as you're saying, there's a lot here that is interesting in terms of exploration because Stefan is somebody who holds a lot of guilt and who considers atonement to be his moral obligation given the life that he has lived, nay, the life that has been thrust upon him. We talked about this back in the Klaus era of Stefan's Ripper writing names on the walls where it's like, yeah, that's well and good that you feel sorry and that you're trying to atone, but how much does that matter in the face of the sheer number of people that you've killed? So yeah, there's something here. I'd never want to say that, this came entirely out of nowhere, because you could argue that Damon stuff is part of that, where it's from a certain perspective, it's the guilt that Stefan holds in himself because he blames himself for Damon and what follows. The issue arises when the story's and you should, because it's on you. It's God, I'd hope that's not what we take away from this. But all right.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, if it was just in his own mind. Then he says something crazy. He's like, maybe I do deserve it. Hell, that is. But Damon doesn't, because I made him what he is. And at that point, I was like, okay.
Get me out
cool.
of here.
Whatever. I guess this is where we are. I'll just accept it. Sybil is like, you're as doomed as Damon is. That's where we close out Stefan for that episode.
Yeah, this is when she sings Hey Jude, and she gets him to, she's like, forsake all your bonds or whatever, or otherwise you'll go to hell. I don't know how she convinces him. He's he goes on a tear trying to, sever all ties to the people in his life.
Yes, and then murders Tyler.
Yeah.
Whose body is then discovered by Matt. They have a funeral for him, the Mystic Falls gang. Damon shows up to be annoying. Stefan breaks off a shovel and is like, go away, Damon.
We're tired. We're
so tired. Damon's like, okay, I might turn Matt into a vampire, but okay, no, I won't. But I'll be back. You're all destined for hell because none of you is pure. Damon is on this weird, like, religious fanatic nonsense thing for this first arc. It's so boring.
He's found God and he's trying to put it on everyone else. It's like, no, screw you, buddy.
Damon is holding up a sign and he's like, repent. The end is... Actually, no, he's not. He's saying there's no point in repenting because once your name is in the devil's book, it's there forever. Damon does not belong to a religion that believes in penance and the forgiveness of sins.
The day you chose, as you all did, to be vampires, you were signed in the devil's book.
Afterwards, he's like, let's have a proper funeral for Tyler. They go to the carnival. He mentions that, hey, I was once here with Elena, took her up to that Ferris wheel, and I told her that we have to enjoy these beautiful moments because these moments are all we have. Mm-hmm. And we never know who's going to drop dead next in this show.
And yeah, at the end, they learn the twins are kidnapped, I think.
Also, Damon comes off to Stefan and then gets tranked by Caroline. So they've captured Damon for the time being.
Icon. And she's like, don't try to go after him yourself. We're a team. I'm going to help you out. Because I think Stefan tried to go off on his own to deal with Damon. Because he's like, no, I don't want my family stuff to stain you. And Caroline's like, you asked me to marry you. This is our family stuff now.
Like I said, Steroline, the best part
honestly
of Stefan all season. Of course, in the next episode, I think Sybil almost immediately releases Damon. So they go off to join Celine, who's kidnapped the twins. Caroline is like, okay, my kids have been snatched. I'm going after them. Stefan's like, cool, I'll help. She's like, no, I don't want you to help. Because if your brother gets in my way, I am absolutely going to kill him. And I don't want you to have to be in the middle of that.
Enzo, who's been detoxing in another place with Bonnie, his humanity's back now. But because he has effectively, quote, betrayed the siren is now remotely psychically torturing him there in the cabin. Stefan is called over by Bonnie to try and help him, which Stefan attempts to do, but is unable to without alerting the siren. But he does observe through that mind space, gets a location of the diner. They then mobilize the forces to go to the diner, but Sybil and Celine become aware through, like, I don't know, an Amber Alert or whatever, and they siren the whole diner and then escape. Alaric and Caroline are, like, pissed, and then they're like, Stefan, stop trying to do some shit. And that's when he's like, I'm gonna figure out a way. Through Enzo's mind, directly speaks to Sybil. She's like, come meet me at this location at that motel that has the pool.
And then he gets attacked by a bunch of human thralls of Sybil, I guess.
Which is fun. I like the imagery of that.
Damon is like, Sybil, why did you send these people to attack my brother? The deal I've made requires him to be alive because Damon has now hijacked Celine's deal to swap herself and Sybil out for Alaric's kids as Cade's new servants. So Sybil is like, well, no, I will let Stefan live, but not until he's darkened his soul just enough by getting a little blood on his hands. That's how Cade likes them. So Stefan fights off the human assailants. He's able to take most of them down non-lethally, although they get a few good hits in, which is, I guess, why he's weak enough that a big human man almost overpowers him. The last one is like this big guy, and he almost stakes Stefan, and then Damon comes over and is like, hey, you're gonna have to kill him, Stefan. It's gonna be the only way. And then Stefan, I guess, is so weak that he can't disable this man without killing him. I'm like, it's very Stefan when you staked Vicky and you didn't need to. Could have snapped her neck. But anyway, so he stakes this man, and killing him in self-defense, according to Damon, somehow leaves a mark on Stefan's soul. So they go to see Cade. He's like, okay, Damon's given me, the 411. I'm going to work for you. At the end of the episode, Caroline comes over while Stefan is brooding over her ring, which she gave back to him in this episode because she was like, hey, I'm going to go maybe kill your brother, so I can't really accept this right now. So she comes and she's like, hey, sorry for cutting you out earlier today. I'm going to take this ring back. I love you. What did you have to do to get my girls back? And Stefan's like, I gave Damon what he promised me, an eternity of misery. I don't know why he couldn't just say it directly. And then he does. He's like, I promised my immortal soul to Cade, serving him like the sirens did so that I don't end up in hell myself. Caroline is crushed, and she's like, we're supposed to be getting married. Like, we're supposed to have a happily ever after. And Stefan's like, hey, tomorrow's my last day with you, because part of the deal was that I get a final 24 hours to spend with you. So that's tragic.
Yeah. I'm like, what do I take issue with in this situation? Because I'm like, okay, Stefan went there with the express purpose of saving those girls. Hours prior, Damon had already sold him out because when he formulated his plan is when he heard that the devil needs 2 willing agents and was like, oh, great, this is my ticket to not end up in hell if I work off this debt. But it was like, well, we need 2, so I'll just use Stefan. So it's like, okay, well, great. But can it fully be on Damon if apparently Stefan was also meant for hell regardless? I don't know. So I guess ultimately what I take issue is Cade's ability to just reach into the world as he decides when you die and snatch up your immortal soul for his psychic dimension. Because what the hell is that?
The mechanics of that are so wild.
Why is he that powerful? We've asked it many a time. Why can he just do that? Power boost in death.
He can just do that. If you aren't destined for Cade's hell, you automatically go to peace, no matter who you were in life.
If you were human, yeah. If you're supernatural, you go to the other side. The already existing purgatory where you can work through your shit and then ascend to peace.
But the other side, I was about to say, I guess the other side is the only thing that would save you from hell if you were destined for it. But Cade sucks Catherine into hell anyway.
Straight up.
He can clearly bypass the mechanics of the other side if he wants to.
He can override the other side if he so chooses. Okay, cool. I guess he is God.
He's God. He can block access to peace. He can block access to purgatory.
And I feel like that would have been interesting if not for the fact that he is killable in this season with very, quick means. And also this universe will then introduce gods later on. So it's really inexplicable why the psychic man who died burning in a fire remained and became more powerful because of it.
I guess the only explanation is that Cade is a liar. He was able to create this bootleg hell and then just lied to everyone that it was the one true hell and the only other place in the afterlife apart from peace and the other side and the ancestral plane and the ancestral well.
That's well and good. It still remains, how is he able to do that? How can he fashion... I guess as a psychic, you're just able to fashion a dimension. How is he able to reach into the physical world?
He's just the reality warper
Right.
of Wanda Maximoff levels.
I guess I just didn't know that was possible in this world and spontaneously out of nowhere.
He creates pocket dimensions like Franklin Richards and then just sucks you into them.
Okay. It's just I feel like that power set could have been set up better, but all right.
The next episode is the Christmas episode. That's where we find out that in 1917, 5 years into his Ripper craze, Stefan slaughtered his way through an encampment of innocents, which included 2 little kids. And it was Christmas Eve, so I guess this is the worst thing he's ever done.
If it weren't Christmas, those babies would have deserved it, but he did it on the Lord's birthday. So, ultimate sin.
The eve of the Lord's birthday. When Cade reveals his memory to him, Stefan's like, no, that's not true. I did a lot of horrible things and I hurt a lot of people, but I wouldn't have done that. Not on Christmas.
Not
and
on
I was like, what? I was like, oh, wait. So you can't feed on someone with the willpower to stop before ripping their head off, but you can go a whole 24 hours and say no. In fact, I guess 48 hours because you're counting Christmas Eve as part
and
of
Christmas Day. And hey, for the hell of it, throw in Boxing Day, why not? Because I get a day off for that, so you can't kill me on that day.
Stefan was like, I take the holiday season off from my Ripper state.
I love an addiction that respects national holidays as decreed by the ruling government.
I just like how sure he is. He's like, no, I wouldn't do that. Not on Christmas Day. And this is interspersed with Celine telling Bonnie and Enzo on her side of the story when she met Stefan. And she's like, I was going to eat him and give his soul to Cade. But then I looked inside his mind and I didn't see this evil monster. I saw this person who was in anguish. And I was like, I don't want you to suffer. Maybe you are destined for hell, but I don't want to be the person who sends you there. So I actually wiped the memory from his mind to give him some semblance of peace.
And interestingly, Christmas really helping everybody out. Interestingly, in present day, Celine's consternation is regarding this because she's trying to determine if she can be similar to Stefan the way Sybil was earlier. Just being like, can you genuinely atone? If you're somebody who was thrust into this life, who had to make a lot of in her sort of history, had to make some tough choices and doesn't want to be a bad person, doesn't want to have caused all this death and carnage, is there a way back? So that's why she's thinking on this Stefan moment. It's interesting. But yeah, it's just mostly with the devil. I think what comes out of this one is that, well, the devil's busy trying to convince him there's no escaping how bad he is.
The devil reheats Klaus's old nachos from several years ago and says, Stefan, you were magnificent when you were the Ripper. That's the kind of person I can use.
Nature.
I want you to be this way. When he takes him to the Christmas Massacre flashback, he's like, if death is your pen, this was your masterpiece.
Oh, boy. The drama from these hell beasts. But ultimately, they strike a deal where it's like, instead of serving Cade for however long they intended to, Stefan will serve on both his and Damon's behalf for 1 year with his humanity off. Because that'll get the job done quicker than anything. What is the job? Not
I
clear,
don't know,
Cade
because
hasn't
it's
said any KPIs.
Exactly. He hasn't said, oh, this is the quota that I need to reach by the end of eternity.
Right.
Yes.
Which is why I always say hell capitalist,
what's the job?
Infinite growth. I don't know why they don't ask questions before they sign the contract. But Cade is like, great for me, because if you do that, once you're the Ripper, you're not going to want to stop because your emotions will be off.
Exactly. Gosh. And Stefan sort of leans into it when he's making the offer. He's like, when I was the Ripper, I was one of a kind. No one could do it like me.
Sales pitch. He's in the office now trying to impress the CEO, being like, my business is what you need.
The other flashback that Cade takes Stefan to is just the high school hallway where he's like, this is really crazy. He's like, this is where you met Elena. This is where you literally ran into her. And Stefan is like, I'm not really seeing what's the correlation. He's like, yeah, Elena already had enough tragedy in her life, Stefan. Because Stefan is like, when I was with Elena, I was in a good place and I loved her. And Kay's like, no, but she already had enough tragedy in her life. And then you just had to insert yourself because you quote unquote had to know her. He throws Stefan's quote back in his face from the pilot episode. I have to know her.
So cruel, and I hate it.
And then he says, Elena's life was headed down the right path, and then you took it and veered her into the median. I guess he's saying Elena was a saint, and then you turned her into like a person of average morality.
Just like, okay,
I guess. Stefan is like, no, that was never my intention. I tried to protect her. And Kay's like, no, never meeting her would have been the best way to protect her. You took a total stranger and turned her into something dark. And I'm like, wait, what?
Here's the thing.
Now the story is saying that Stefan made Elena dark. I thought you said Damon helped her embrace her darkness, and that's why their relationship was good. What are you saying?
I told you. Guarding phone, they're hearing the thing from last season, which is hearing the thing from last season, and they're all so far from the original. But
no,
the thing is, except for that last bit, which is whatever the hell that is. What's happening here, I'm like, this would be interesting again in the final season when we're reckoning with the impact of these vampires, these monstrous creatures, and how, we romanticize and all this stuff. Like, there's something here. 2 issues. 1, the show is not aware of the thing that would make this story interesting. It's not self-aware in a way that would work, clearly, because of how it ends. 2, we establish very early on in season 2, there's a very key argument about this when Elena breaks up with Stefan because she realizes that the supernatural is messing up her life, and that's largely through Stefan coming into her life. And an episode right after that learns, no, she's the doppelganger, and immortal creatures 1,000 years old were already coming her way.
Exactly.
So it had nothing to do with Stefan.
In fact, I guess
she was screwed.
If you erase Stefan and Damon from Mystic Falls, which is what Catherine would have preferred because Damon messed with her plans.
Right.
Catherine was going to come back to town, get Elena's own birth mother to sell her out to Klaus, bring Mason Lockwood along, turn some rando into a vampire, say, here, Klaus, the Moonstone, the doppelganger, a werewolf and a vampire, please let me go. I want to live my life.
Right.
And that was going to be it.
Without Stefan in the picture, Elena's dead 2010. So, I don't...
I guess she would have died being a good person. I guess the corruption supposedly only took root in season 3. But I'm like,
sure.
But what corruption? What did Stefan do to her to make her dark?
I don't know.
He didn't do anything.
I don't know.
She's her best self when she's fighting for him. And even when she temporarily is like, I'm going to live my life. Stefan's not coming back. I can see he's just Ripper Stefan now. She's not bad. She's not worse for it.
And honestly,
so I'm like, what?
The choices she has to make when pushed up against the wall, if we're gonna be in the space of hell and talk about morality and whatever, is it her fault that she has to start making these wheels and deals because 1,000-year-old beings are beefing with her? I say no, Kate. I call bullshit.
Kate, to say that she's the median, I'm like, I don't know if I could have done what Elena did. Go to Catherine on her deathbed and say, listen, girl,
right.
Since you're dying and it doesn't hurt, I'm gonna forgive you. I have found it in myself to forgive you. I'm like, that's a person who deserves hell?
She was headed for that hellfire, baby girl. She was going nowhere else.
The same hell that apparently the sirens were saying, no, Enzo and Damon have to get the worst of the worst. Like, we're talking like serial killers.
This is who
and
they are.
Like, hit and run people.
These are the worst of the worst. Elena Gilbert and Stefan Salvatore.
Stefan is like, listen, I can't take back what I did to Elena. And that's when Kate is like, but you can do it again. Because actually, I want you to find people who would just make it into heaven, just above past mark, which is apparently what Elena was, I guess. And I want you to take that goodness and corrupt them so that they miss heaven by a mile and become these horrible, terrible people who are perfect for hell. And then Kate says something that I completely forgotten was a part of the lore of this world. These souls, the kind of souls that could be good but that you make bad, they're the juiciest for him to feed off. He feeds off their psychic torment, and that's why he wants them. And I'm like,
okay,
wait, so hell,
we have a
hell
reason.
isn't just because you're bitter. You eat them?
Okay, that's honestly, that finally makes this character make sense because now everything's falling into place. It's all bullshit, and he is just a devourer. He's a Galactus, waiting just beyond the precipice. And he's siring Silver Surfers to go into the world and fetch him things to eat. That actually is perfect.
That analogy works so well. Oh my gosh. The Silver Siren. Sony's next movie that nobody asked for. But at the end of the day, I guess all Stefan's time has been wasted. But he goes to Caroline and he's like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to serve Cade. We're going to speed run this thing that apparently has an end. I'm going to turn off my emotions. So I guess, bye.
I mean, yeah. It truly is just like, see you in a year. Sorry. And that's it.
He drives off with Damon and turns off his emotions, and he's now in his bad boy era.
I'm sure they played some sort of stinger. There was a needle drop of a song when the moment happened to be like, the boys are on the run.
It was a Christmas song, actually.
What?
Yes! It's this, like, pop rock Christmas song.
Okay. Get close at least to what I was thinking of. I guess maybe I had more supernatural vibes in my head, because two brothers. Oh, God. Sam and Dean, Stefan and Damon. That's funny.
Actually. Who's the older one? Is it Dean?
It's Dean. Dean's the older one, and the more annoying one, and the more beloved one.
The Dean's always the older one.
So...
So this next arc for Stefan, I actually like. I like evil Stefan a lot. He's a lot of fun. But in this particular one, it's like, it's the first time that he and Damon have been evil at the same time and working together. Mm-hmm. That doesn't last very long. But it's also fun how once he is Ripper Stefan with no emotions, he very quickly gets tired of Damon and is like, actually, you're kind of boring and I don't want to work with you anymore.
You're not doing enough, actually.
They find this, I think it's an anger management support group, and they use compulsion to force the guy running the meeting to reveal that he would rather let every single person here die than die himself because he doesn't really care about them. And they're like, that's evil. Let's kill him.
Get him.
Because I'm like, I guess he should care about these people, but how many people would die for a bunch of strangers?
Yeah. Crazy to set like the utopian ideal as the metric for hell. But now that I know again that he is just looking for food to devour, it makes sense. He's just like, I'll lower the threshold as far as I can to pretend that this has any sort of moral meaning.
Weirdly, the tastiest food is a person with the potential for good, but whom you corrupt. Because this is a guy running an anger management support group trying to help people and make the world a better place. Is he so pure of soul that he would sacrifice himself to save everyone here? No. but that doesn't make him evil.
Yeah, well, we're minority
He's not
reporting.
killing them. You compelled him and forced him to answer a question.
We're fully minority reporting. Stefan and Damon are the psychics in that, like, egg bath. We're fully doing it in advance of any action taken, because I don't know if it's this episode or in the next, they go to a doctor and compel her straight up.
They do. I think it's this episode. Damon eats this dude as part of, the mechanics of sending him to hell. Stefan instantly massacres everybody else in the room. Damon's like, they weren't on the list. And Stefan's like, oh, no, he's for Kate. These are for me. He's being very meticulous with his feeding, doesn't want to spill any blood. Damon's like, what are you doing, dude? He's like, I'm going to keep it in control this time. If I don't eat messily and spill a lot of blood, I won't go into my feeding frenzy and I won't rip heads off. And Damon's like, yeah, that'll last.
All right.
They go to a cafe to look for more victims, and that's where they find this doctor, Tara. Stefan tranks him with vervain, lies. He's like, oh, please help my brother. He's sick. Damon wakes up in hospital on a vervain drip to keep him looking sickly for these humans. And Stefan's like, hey, I've been doing some digging. So this doctor lost her parents in a car accident, was a hit and run, and she now volunteers at like this organ donor support group. And Damon's like, okay, I'm still not seeing how that necessarily means there's darkness around her. Stefan's like, no, let's do a little digging. Brings her in and is like, hey, my brother is like, he's made a lot of mistakes and hurt a lot of people. I don't know, maybe he deserves to die and these organs should go to someone who, deserves them. And she's like, okay, that's some pretty dark talk. This is making me uncomfortable. And he's like, no, but like you agree, surely, like I was on this website for organ recipients and I found this girl, Cassie, who's so good. She wants to go like give running clean water to developing nations, which I had to roll my eyes at. But
right.
And then Tara's like, hey, that's actually my patient. And Stefan's like, yeah, wouldn't it be better to just like, I don't know, let my brother die and then give his kidneys to her because she needs kidneys? And she's like, okay, I'm a doctor who took a Hippocratic oath, so I'm not allowed to think like that. Every life is worth saving. And Stefan's like, okay, this is boring. I'm going to compel you now to believe that Damon is a drunk driver who killed your parents. Now how do you feel about it? Even then, this woman is good enough that she still takes a lot of urging from Stefan to eventually be like, okay, yeah, let me kill Damon because ultimately he'll be more helpful in death. Damon is weirdly begging her not to, not because she actually has the ability to kill him, but because I guess he's trying to make Stefan lose this wager, I suppose. Also because Caroline cleverly... Oh, an aside. So in the Christmas episode, Caroline gives Damon a gift, which later on he opens and finds is Elena's necklace.
Oh, yeah.
This then sort of cracks the hold that the siren has on him. He starts to be like, oh, maybe I'm slipping into like caring again because of the Elena of it all. So Damon, I guess part of his begging her not to kill him is like, oh, I also want to kind of believe that maybe I can be redeemed, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Eventually she decides, no, I'm going to inject you with whatever drugs would, make a person fall asleep and not wake up, which obviously doesn't kill him. Later on, Stefan goes to her and is like, hee, surprise. I was lying and manipulating you because I'm trying to corrupt you and send you to hell, and you fell for it. And she's like, what? That's horrible. Damon shows up and he's like, hey, I revived from all the vervain because I ate the orderly you came to collect my not-so-dead body. Stefan's like, oh, by the way, Damon, I know that you have been carrying around Elena's necklace because he was snooping through Damon's stuff and found it. And he's like, your humanity is slowly slipping back in. It's really boring. And this is why I picked this particular woman to be the victim of the day. Because doesn't she remind you of anyone? Brown-eyed brunette, works in medicine, orphaned by tragedy.
I'm so done. I'm so done with all of this.
I was like, Stefan, this is nonsense. How could you?
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. I don't know what to think.
I can appreciate how conniving Ripper Stefan is. Like, he's truly evil. He was like, I'm going to either break Damon or get him back on my side.
It's just such a bizarre place to be, and I did not expect to go here today. I took a wrong turn trying to get off the N1, and now here I am. That's all I'm saying.
Just on some backwards path to hell.
Apparently.
Detoured on some backwards path to hell.
I see it now.
Damon's like, I swear, my humanity isn't back. Elena means nothing to me. I barely remember. They drive off at some point with Tara in the backseat. Damon's like, here, give me the necklace. Throws it out the window. Stefan's like, I'm still not convinced. So Damon's like, okay, let me pull over and kill this poor woman. There, now she's in hell. You happy? The next morning, Damon goes off to retrieve the necklace, showing that clearly he's slipping back into his good boy era, or as good as Damon can be. Stefan, meanwhile, goes to the hospital, gets hungry, and feeds on one of the nurses. And by the time Damon gets back to him, Stefan has slaughtered everyone in the hospital.
Yeah.
The Ripper is back in full force.
Just to backtrack a couple steps to understand what the conceit was this episode, is that Damon, because his humanity is back, which means something, supposedly. I've yet to see it.
It's not fully back. It's trying to slip back.
Even better, it's ebbing back in. Means that he's not going to kill a complete stranger because she kind of look and vibes like Elena? Is that what we're saying?
I guess it means that he is not... The thing is, what Damon keeps saying is, she is not bad enough for Cade. Okay. I guess you could read it as the little bit of his humanity that's coming through doesn't want to kill her, but he's like, the only way to save her is to convince Stefan that she's not destined for hell so that he leaves her alone. Or to help her pass this test that Stefan has set up so that he leaves her alone.
Why would Damon try to save her?
Because he's not feeling as murderous right now, because Caroline gave him a necklace.
Okay.
And because the story for the upcoming segment really needs Stefan to be evil while Damon is good again.
Because that's what I was getting to, right? I was like, the only logical I could see in my head of like, suddenly Damon cares about some stranger he doesn't know when he's been slaughtering people on the way here.
Yeah.
Is it just a scales balancing thing again? Because I'm like...
You can't have two bad Salvatores at the same time.
Yeah, I suppose.
So the next episode is the Miss Mystic pageant where Stefan is being a little shit. It's so fun. He's overindulging on his feeding. Damon is not that into it anymore because, as you know, his emotions are trying to come back. Stefan's like, this person was a bad guy. He was speeding. And Damon's like, he was speeding? Really, Stefan? You think Cade wants a person who's speeding on a motorcycle? And Stefan's like, okay, real talk. I am kind of passing the time until we find appropriate victims. But what's the harm? Cade's not going to care. Sybil calls Damon and is like, hey, Damon, in my own arc, I'm looking for the pieces of this Hellfire bell, and I need the one that you took from Peter Maxwell. Damon's like, okay, cool, I'll give it to you. Stefan's like, we work for Cade now. Why are you still obeying her? And then Damon's like, listen, my mind is all over the place. I'm enslaved by Cade. The Elena emotions are slipping back in, even though I don't really remember her. And I still kind of want to obey Sybil, even though I don't really care about her. So then Stefan's like, let's go back to Mystic Falls and kill Sybil so that we can get her out of your head for good. The Miss Mystic pageant is happening. Caroline at one point sees Ripper Stefan drinking some booze nearby, and she's like, oh, is this how you spend your time now? Slumming it at a pageant with hormonal teenagers? And then Stefan is like, you say that like you managing this pageant isn't a sad attempt at you reliving your glory days, which I was like,
goodness
damn,
gracious.
Clap back. Caroline, not to be defeated, this was head cheerleader. She gags him by saying, and how would you know that? The year I won, you spent the whole day in the woods trying not to kill Amber Bradley. No. And I was like, get him again, Caroline.
I don't like where we are. Nobody get anybody. No. I didn't ask to be here.
She's done with Stefan now because he's in his bad boy era. So... It's either this episode or a previous episode where at this point she's like given back his ring and is fully like...
It's at the end of this one because he toys with I think he toys with and eventually orchestrates the turning of Fel.
Violet
Fel. Just like here. There she is. And Caroline has to deal with it. So she's like, actually, screw you. Like, I know in my heart...
He's also weirdly in cahoots with Sybil this episode because Sybil is like, oh, I want the thing from Damon. And he's like, I just want to rid myself of Damon because I suspect that he's actually kind of a weight that's dragging me down. So that's also a strange story beat because he actively dislikes Sybil. So I'm like, okay, why are we working with her then? You don't need her to do what... He barely uses her in his plot. He uses his own compulsion to feed his vampire blood to all these girls. Threatens to kill and turn them. Caroline has to kill him, which, obviously doesn't take now because he works for Cade. But he's already murdered Violet at that point.
I guess Sybil distracts Damon. They dance at the party and she tries to like wake up the psychic whatever, but it doesn't work. And he whacks her over the head with the bocce ball from the bell. So none of it really amounts to anything, as you say.
Then at the end of this episode, Sybil makes Damon turn his humanity back on as a way to make him suffer. So now he's fully good. And Stefan is bad.
Okay.
Then the next episode is that insulting thing where Damon's in like his fugue state in this dream world.
This is the one I was thinking of.
So Stefan is then like, cool, I'm gonna go into Damon's mind where everyone else has been performing psychic surgery and help him out of this fugue state, but only because it's helping me. And it's in there that Damon has been dealing with this whole, oh, I need Stefan's forgiveness. And when Stefan shows up in his consciousness, Damon's like, actually, no, Stefan, you need mine. And I forgive you.
I wanted... murder entered my heart for maybe the first time in my life. It's just the idea that Damon was trapped in his psychic catatonic state, effectively, that Sybil, through expert of the subconscious psychic, determined was because of a guilt. And you're gonna tell me at the end of the episode it's because he thinks Stefan needs his forgiveness? Burn it all down. Bring the hellfire, actually. I don't want it stopped anymore. Erase everything. Wipe the slate.
It makes no sense. Stefan gets captured at the end of this episode and locked in the cellar one last time.
For old time's sake.
Insanely, Caroline comes to him in the denouement and is like, before you say anything catty and mean because you're emotionless right now, I get it. Damon means more to you than me. And he's the one who's going to break you out of this no humanity arc. And I'm fine with that. And I was like...
we said this. Elena said this in season 3 and she was wrong too. This is so stupid.
Season 8, just the rehash.
It's truly a rehash. And why do they set it up again to just not pay it off? Because that's not what breaks Stefan. It's not what breaks him the first time. It is Elena. And it's not what breaks him the second time. He doesn't get broken. He becomes human.
Yep, because in the next episode, Cade immediately frees him from the cellar and is like, I have a new deal. He goes to Damon and says, Damon, either kill 100 evil strangers or kill Caroline Forbes by sundown. Damon doesn't want to do this. Later on, Kate is like, tee-hee, I also sent Stefan to kill the love of your life. Damon phones Stefan and is like, Stefan, no, please, I'm begging you, don't do this. And Stefan's like, oh, I don't care because I have no humanity. I am taking a leaf out of your book, the way that you murdered Tyler Lockwood. I'm going to kill Elena to burn whatever bridges are between you and me so you finally leave me alone.
Okay.
And I can be free.
Cool.
He compels that random woman to sign over Bonnie's safe house to herself and then gets her to invite him in, murders Enzo, is about to kill Elena. Bonnie tries to stop him. She has the cure that she's extracted from Elena's body, and then she injects him with it. So now Stefan is forced to be human, which by extension means his humanity switch is turned
Nothing
back.
to do with Damon. I just don't understand why they keep setting it up, because they're so obsessed with this brothers bond. Sorry to diss the brand. Good for y'all. Is the most important thing in the goddamn universe. And on top of that, the second time Stefan, quote-unquote, killing Enzo is about to ruin a relationship, and I'm supposed to give a shit?
Gosh!
I'm sorry, Bonnie. That sucks for you. Genuinely, I'm sorry that you apparently can never be happy. I'm that fine. I'm gonna say it. I don't care that he ripped Enzo's heart out. I really don't.
I mean, I certainly didn't. I felt bad that Bonnie was crying. When I was like, when I watched the show the first time, I was like, oh, I guess that means she can end up with Jeremy at the end of the season. That was truly my thought.
The constant insistence of like trying to ruin Stefan's whole shit, all Stefan's relationships over this character who has lived 3 seasons past his shelf life date. I truly don't care. This is infuriating. And then to make him human? Now?
And by the way, by this point, because Damon's humanity is back on, he and Bonnie have finally mended fences. So we spend this last arc with Bonnie hating Stefan, but being besties with Damon. Which, considering where the TV show started, as you have said, the Stefan-Bonnie connection is just tragic. Stefan, who came to her grandmother's house, had Sheila Bennett's respect. Sheila even said, go find Bonnie. I know I can figure where she is. You go rescue her.
And I'm trusting you to go rescue her. And he helps her through that. And they went, you know what's a great way to close this one out, baby? A big old shit right on top of it. I'm not okay.
We're almost done, don't worry. The next episode is all that nonsense about the cops coming after Stefan because I guess They happened to catch him driving in this obviously state of absolute horror because he's like, oh my gosh, I can feel everything I've done. It's not heightened vampire emotion, but I've killed a lot of people and done a lot of bad stuff, especially recently, and now there's no humanity switch. Didn't clean the blood off my hands, so when a cop pulls me over, he's immediately like, okay, definitely bringing you in. Oh, your fingerprints are on file. We found them all over a bunch of crime scenes that we've been happening upon all season. You're a serial killer, aren't you?
Oh my god.
Caroline has to come in, use compulsion to come to the rescue. They happen to come across the daughter of the woman who Stefan ran into in the previous episode to get the house signed over. And he's like, oh yeah, I bit her and left her bleeding in a trunk. And I'm like, no, wait, stop. Why did you do the same thing to her that Damon did to Tyler? What's happening here? Why are we trying so hard to say that these brothers have equal points in the sin column? They don't. Stop lying to me.
These 2 episodes would be so funny if I wasn't so pissed.
I will say, as much as I hate that narratively Damon has to kill Tyler to show us how bad he is, technically he does that because Sybil has instructed him to burn bridges. So it's not a thing he does consensually. So I'll give him that.
Yeah. No, listen, I will never hold you for saying, Damon, you killed Tyler and that is on you. I certainly am not gonna keep you from doing that. But if we have to be fair, yes, the siren did make a suggestion.
So then Stefan's like, oh, this little girl's mother, I left her bleeding out. He happens to hear her telling the cops she has no one else in the world. So he's like, okay, let's go save her. They go to the woods, find she's already escaped the trunk that he left her in. They find her bleeding out a little ways away. He tries to help her. She stabs him. Caroline comes over to help. He's like, no, save her. Caroline heals her, tries to heal Stefan, but they're like, oh, wait, no, the cure, it doesn't work. Guess I have to get normal medical attention now.
God damn it.
So eventually they take him home. He has a series of conversations between Caroline and Damon, which is just, I feel bad for all the bad I've done and for hurting Bonnie. How will I ever atone? Now it's Damon who's in the position of, no, there is hope for us. Stefan literally says, do you think there's hope for redemption for the two of us after everything we've done? And Damon's like, yeah, I think there is. You can work to get Bonnie's forgiveness. She's a much better person than you or I. It'll take time, Stefan, but the clock only starts when you first go to her and say, I'm sorry. So, yeah. By now, Sybil and Celine are dead.
Oh,
so
yeah,
like, okay,
they're dead 2 episodes ago.
They're like, let's kill the devil. Suddenly, Kai Parker walks in and is like, yeah, I'll help you guys with that. In the next episode, it's all about the devil's bones nonsense and how we can fashion a dagger that will kill him. What is Stefan doing in that episode?
For the
I guess trying to apologize to Bonnie.
In 8 seasons, you asked me that question, I don't have an answer for you. I truly don't.
Oh, wait, I know what it is. It's your favorite plot beat of season 8. It's that now ingesting the cure frees people from the compulsion you put them under when you were human, when you were a vampire. So now all of Stefan's living victims have all their memories back, and Caroline has to deal with that. Dorian is one of those victims and wants to kill Stefan for revenge because he killed his dad. I don't care. I'm so sorry, Dorian.
Sorry, Dorian. You're on the end of a long list of rehashes that we simply do not have the time or the energy for you. Buddy.
Yeah.
Good luck in Legacies.
Good luck in Legacies. It's not going to bring us anything new to discuss in terms of Stefan's sins. It's like, yay, we've introduced / retconned in another character Stefan has hurt. So in one season alone, we have a Christmas massacre. We have Mr. Dorian. We have this little girl whose mom Stefan almost kills. And then we have Enzo. It's like, okay. We get it. Damn.
Okay.
I'm like, writers, look at how much work you have to do for Stefan's sins to be at an equal level as Damon's. Just look. It's that thing when you're arguing with someone on Twitter and they're fighting back and they're saying the thing without realizing they're saying the thing, and you just reply, you're so close to getting it.
You're right there, babe. Dorian stabs him or shoots him. He ends up in another medical malady where it's like we need medical attention for him again.
How does Dorian eventually forgive this particular sin?
I can't remember. He has a change of pace for whatever reason, and he needs to now help Stefan get back to... I don't care, actually, I don't. They get Stefan to safety again. He's healed. He tries to break up with Caroline. She's like, no, don't be stupid. So then they get back together an episode
I guess
later.
That's worth mentioning just for me to make fun of him. Stefan is like, well, now the future is uncertain, Caroline, because what do I have left with you?
Oh,
40,
I know what you're
50
gonna
years.
say.
And then we won't be together. And I'm like, okay, but when you were dating Elena and she was human and you were a vampire, you said this was fine. So now what, Stefan?
Let it go.
Now
I
what?
love that about you.
I refuse to let it go because this show looked me in the eyes and said, our vampire and human relationships don't have a clock on them. We aren't worried about the fact that you can't be with an ageless person if you are aging. It's okay. You can be 89, shriveled and gray, and the person who's still frozen at 19 will love you, and the relationship still counts. And it's like, okay, but now, and several other times, you say things that make it seem like, oh, that's not the case. And in this instance, Stefan, the poster boy for being like, I will love Elena as a human. I get accused of preferring her as a human. I said I'd be happy to spend eternity with her as a vampire, but since she didn't want it, I was gonna live with her as a human. I said she could have everything she wanted, including kids, so she was either gonna use a sperm donor or adopt. This was going to be our life. She and my own children were going to die before me. And now suddenly it's like, yeah, Caroline, I don't know, like, what kind of a future we can have. Because, like, I'm human now, and you're a vampire, and you're going to be young forever, and you're going to outlive me. No.
Listen.
And I'm like, okay.
I'm not going to stand here and say season 8 is something to be treasured in terms of writing. But at least in a time where I cared about any of this shit going on, it's like, well, now the shoe's on the other foot for him. Now he's from the opposite perspective of this dynamic, and so he feels differently. The opinion you have of the situation, I guess, or I should say the opinion Stefan has of the situation as the vampire who will live forever and who loves this girl so much, versus him as the vampire now turned human, and now perceiving himself as damaged goods because of all the, like, hell, destiny, guilt, spiral stuff that's been going on. Plus the fact that now he's a liability because he can't even be healed by vampire blood. His perspective on this dynamic has shifted because now he's on this end of it being like, oh no, I'm just gonna drag you down, girl. So that's my take on it. I am not arguing that it is neatly or perfectly done. I'm not even arguing that he's correct to be saying this. I have no dog in this fight. I clearly only bet on losing dogs, as Mitski said. So I truly am just like, let's let it end.
It's fine. Let's shoot the dog in the back of the head.
They've already done it for us. We don't have to put in that
yard.
work. They've taken it out to the back. They had the shotgun ready.
Okay, what happens in these final episodes is always such a fever dream to me.
Well, the devil dies. Ultimately, they kill the devil.
They
All
kill
Kai
the
stuff,
devil.
Nothing to do with Stefan. They kill the devil. We know who comes back. Our good girl Catherine comes crawling out of hell like a bat out of hell. And says, hey boys, it's me.
We don't actually see her yet. We hear that she's back through Kai. Then Vicky comes back after they've decided, I know how we get Catherine to show her face. We're doing the June wedding. I guess this is the zenith of Stefan's story.
Yeah.
He and Caroline get married.
And you know what? Why not as a tool to lure Catherine out and not for the sake of the wedding itself because they're in love and deserve to be happy, you know? Even now as a human, he has to be the one doing the thing to save the day. You love.
Yeah. It doesn't even work because I guess at this point Catherine's over him. She just sends... She sends the Donovan girls to blow them all out. I do like that being in hell has changed her.
That's true. Good for her. The wedding's beautiful. It's gorgeous. They look stunning.
Does he manage to earn Bonnie's forgiveness? I don't know.
Enzo convinces her to go to the wedding. So that's about as well as they could possibly leave it, I guess.
Fine.
Yeah.
The wedding is beautiful. We discussed it in the Caroline episode. It's lovely. Go Steroline. You were the best thing Stefan had in this final push. Ultimately, the show ends with us fashioning a devil-killing bone dagger out of Catherine's remains.
The second one.
And Stefan having to stay behind, stab her with it, and keep her in town as the hellfire consumes them, and effectively saving the day by dying. I hate it. I hate it for a number of reasons that are obvious if you've been listening to this podcast. Mm-hmm. I hate it because not only does Delena end up endgame, but also Stefan now has to die as well.
Yeah.
And they get their happily ever after. I hate it because after seasons of building up Steroline, of convincing me that it was nice and good and the best that we could have, given the pieces that are on the board. You let them get married and then kill him off in the finale. I hate it because in a show where, if anything, you've been trying to make Damon the main brother since Elena went to sleep, or arguably since Elena chose him in season 4. You don't think maybe it would be poetic for him to make this big sacrifice, or maybe for both brothers to sacrifice themselves. No, it has to be Stefan. At the end of the day, it needs to be Stefan. There's a scene several episodes before. I think it's when Stefan is speaking to this Dr. Tara lady, trying to convince her that, oh, my brother Damon should die for all the things he's done. And he has that conversation and frames it around, in death, Damon, donating his kidneys in this make-believe situation I've forced you to occupy, will do more than he could ever do in life. Damon is like, no, give me a chance. Have mercy. I can redeem myself, Dr. Tara. He's like, no. But, if we leave Damon alive, we leave the possibility open that he could just make more mistakes, that he could hurt more people. And even if we can't see the future and know what good or bad he might do, we can judge him based on the past. The past will never be wiped clean. The best he can do is die to save someone else. And then the show rips the blanket off you, splashes you with a bucket of cold water in the middle of the night and says, hey, wake up. Surprise, that was actually how Stefan was going to end his story. He has to die to atone for his sins. It's the best thing that he can do for everybody else. Just dying is his way to peace and his way of escaping hell that isn't going to exist anymore because Catherine and Kate are both gone.
That's really what it is. And I, every now and then for the past maybe 8 years, would reflect on this very ending and think, wow, they really said that Stefan can only be redeemed in his death, purged by the flames of hell. And that's the only way we can make sense of this. And Damon gets to live the rest of his human life, married with child, in bliss?
With Stephanie Salvatore, who, by the way, guys, spoiler for those of you who haven't watched Legacies, it's not a huge thing. She's not a character. Elena and Damon don't appear. But there's a throwaway line from one of the Mystic Falls going teenagers that mentions a Stephanie Salvatore is part of the student body. So Damon and Elena had a daughter who they named after Stefan.
Insult after injury after death. To tell me their child is named after that man who spent his entire time in this show carrying them on his back. You walked into my house, shot my family, shat in my pot to poison my food, slapped me across the face, and then walked out laughing because what is this nonsense? And you said it earlier, the obvious one is the Steroline one, of just like, actually screw you for doing that to me. But more importantly, because I don't care for the love triangles, I love the romance, but romance isn't always the most important thing. I care about characters and dynamics, especially familial dynamics, whatever. We've been talking this whole time about the dynamic of Stefan and Damon. And the fact that, as we spoke about in season 7, and as has been for this entire show, the dynamic being that Stefan spends all his energy, sacrifices so much to keep Damon both alive and sane, to keep Damon on the level in terms of his acts. In that last moment, it's meant to be Damon who dies in the hellfire, and Stefan orchestrates for it to be him who dies. And I want to know why? Whose decision was it narratively to be like, no, actually, the poetic ending that we should have been doing way earlier than the end of the show, of Damon for once in his life taking the stand, taking the shot for someone else instead of it being Stefan. The only sensible way to end the show with some kind of like justice from a narrative perspective of this dynamic. And you go, no, actually it's gonna be more of the same. I think that would really be a shocker, a real twist at the end. It's not a twist if Stefan sacrifices himself. It's the same shit he's been doing the whole show. And he dies now. He doesn't get to be happy. I guess in peace, away from his wife who is immortal and will not rejoin him until she eventually dies. She has kids to raise. Their decision in the end was no, he will sacrifice himself for Damon because Damon's the better man, apparently, and he's the one who deserves to live. I will never.
Or at the very least, it's not that Damon is better, but that as they've been working so hard to prove to us, Stefan and Damon are equally good and bad. So Stefan dies to atone for his badness. Damon's badness will be atoned for by virtue of getting to be in a relationship with Elena forever because she fixes him and makes him good.
As always.
So he doesn't need to die. That's why Damon doesn't have to die. I'm like, Julie Plec once said, and this was ages ago, so obviously things would have changed. This was like season 3-ish, season 2-ish. But she said she had always pictured an ending for the show would be a bittersweet Stefan and Damon die. There would be a scene of Stefan and Damon watching Elena unseen from the other side as she goes off to live her life. And she thinks, well, how lovely that I met those two boys. Everything I've learned and all the struggle that's made me grow and become stronger, it's partly tied back to them. And Stefan and Damon would go off and live their peace or whatever. And it would be like, yeah, the two brothers, nobody gets her. And maybe she ends up with Matt. We're still on the fence about that. To then take that and be like, no, that's not happening, but it's half happening and Stefan has to be the one. Because Elena has her little final narration, because Nina Dobrev is back for the finale, and it's like, and it's all because I met Stefan Salvatore when he saved me and breathed life back into me and walked into my life and all the goodness and blah, blah, blah. Not in love with him anymore, because no, Damon's my soulmate. But thank you, Stefan, for existing.
You walked back into my house and slapped me again and then jumped out. Because what are you talking about?
And I'm just like, if you spend so long this season, and you've been doing it for several seasons, but specifically this season when it's like hell and damnation and karma, if you spend so long trying to convince me that Stefan was equally as bad as Damon, why couldn't you at least let them both die to save the town? At least!
If
Give
they're
me
so
that
equal.
At least.
I read a little bit ago because I had been curious about the ending from a production point of view, and I'd read an article, and listen, you can take this with a grain of salt because I didn't do like 600 steps to verify, is this an interview that was not taken out of context, and is this like verified, whatever, but supposedly Mr. Vasilowski himself had requested or had suggested that actually maybe Stefan should die this season because he's so bad. They're both so bad. It would be unconscionable if they get to live beyond the show. And I was like, okay, interesting that you floated that. And as you say, Fadzai, they just decided Stefan would do it. But beyond that, I understand that at this point in the game, Paul Wesley is number 1 on the call sheet. And I understand that he has played this character for 8 years. If that is in fact true, I think that is kind of ridiculous on the production end of things to be like, we will make this narrative choice based on what the actor has requested, regardless of what is narratively fulfilling. If that is true, which again, I don't know, that would be insane. Barring that, if that's not what went in here, somebody hated Stefan in this last season. And I don't know who, and I don't know why.
Maybe.
Some Stefan hater got into that season 8 writer's room and said, you know what would be interesting? If he suffered the whole time and then died. And that was the end of their sentence. And I guess the room was like, all right. And then it happened. And then we watched it. And then it ended. And it was like, of all the people in this show who deserved some, other than Bonnie, because it's always Bonnie first before anyone else, and then a mile. Stefan Salvatore deserves a goddamn break. Stefan Salvatore deserves an ounce of happiness in his life without worrying about the world falling apart and without worrying about goddamn Damon. I think if Damon, truly, not just for Stefan, but also for Damon's story, if Damon had been the one to burn in hellfire at the end there, and that's the tragedy, oh, Elena loses Damon when she wakes up from the sleep, she'll get over him. I honestly think she'll get over him.
She'll get over him. She's loved 3 people in her young life.
Fine.
She'll find someone new.
We'll all mourn Damon because despite all his faults, and there were so many, so many that you question why we liked him to begin with, but okay. We loved him, we mourn him, we move.
She can rekindle things with Matt. She can go and find Liam from college. She'll find someone.
Doctor, it's fine. Stefan will have a period of deep tragic mourning because this codependent bond with his brother is broken, and he finally has to learn how to stand on his own damn 2 feet. But he'll get there because he's immortal, and his wife is immortal, and he has a support system. And for Damon, he finally does the heroic thing, right? That's the thing we've been searching for Damon for seasons that we never get to. Finally, he does the selfless thing and he burns in hellfire, and that's it. Nobody can take that away from him. And I really genuinely think that would have been the better way to end it, but here we are.
What's that telephone game you keep saying? Garlic phone?
Gartic
or whatever
phone.
It is. What?
It's like Broken Telephone. Broken Telephone is the oldest. It's the original game.
I think the writers might have been doing that, and they forgot how season 5 ended. And they thought, oh, but remember that time Damon sacrificed himself and stayed behind with Bonnie as the world was ending? So now it's Stefan's turn. And it's like, that's not what happened. He was the last person through the door, and then the door locked itself before he could enter.
And in fact, he should have dissolved into nothing there if Bonnie didn't choose to be generous and hold his hand before they got erased from the universe. So, yeah. I'll always be mad about it. I really will.
Same. Yeah. Once Stefan was human, I already had my fears for how the story was going to go, because I was like, you can't be with immortal Caroline if you're human. You yourself have said you don't really want that. So I was like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen now. Okay.
I think even with that, a good 80 years with Caroline would have been lovely. I think it would have at least been the not frustrating and out of character Captain America goes back to live his life with Peggy. It would have been at least I get these 80 years, this human lifespan of just like joy and love and growing old and dying, surrounded by people who care about me, surrounded by Salvatores, living Salvatores. That's all he wanted.
I was going to say, speaking of Captain America, because you said someone in the writing room hates Stefan. I was recently watching some analysis, actually 2 different videos, which were analyzing, but from the same YouTube channel, analyzing the MCU. One thing they said, which I'm like, I'm going to have to go back and watch all the movies, which I haven't done in a really long time, but they said in the Avengers movies that Joss Whedon does, 1 and 2, Captain America is often given the short end of the stick.
Yes.
Story-wise, because Joss Whedon doesn't like it.
Exactly. You want to talk about Joss Whedon self-inserts. Joss Whedon loves Iron Man. Joss Whedon loves a wisecracking, self-involved, inexplicably magnetic character. So that makes absolute sense. That's why Captain America in that first movie is the wet blanket. Guys, we need to play by the rules. And Iron Man is just like dragging him in every other scene. That makes absolute sense.
So in invoking the Buffy the Vampire Slayer of it all, they inadvertently summoned the specter of Joss Whedon into the writing room. He saw a wisecracking, snarky asshole versus a Boy Scout and said, ew, we know who I'm siding with, and influenced some head writer to decide Stefan had to die.
It's the only explanation.
Given the little that we have to work with, it's nice that we see him in the afterlife with Lexi's spirit and the spirit of his car, which is also there.
His car,
the
which
car
made
he
it to
burned
heaven.
in season 7. I almost shed a tear when he hugged Lexi, and I was like, at least you're here waiting for him. If nothing else, at least there's this. Maybe Lily and Sarah are in the background somewhere.
Yeah,
with
we
Uncle
just couldn't
Zach.
cast them, it's not a big deal. It's assumed his family's there, it's alright. And then they have the audacity to show Damon showing up at the end of his old-ass life, still looking 35 and hot, I guess.
I'd actually forgotten that, and now you've ruined my night.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, I gotta
That
address
happens,
it because
yes. I forgot that does happen.
he shows up, Stefan
And I'm like,
opens the
so
door.
Damon doesn't go to Elena in the afterlife. They go to separate afterlives, as we've said. Elena gets to be with her parents, Jenna and John.
Well, we don't. I don't think it's separate afterlives. I think it's a narrative, like visual thing to be like, we go and see our families. We'll meet each other later. It's fine. As much as I would love to believe it for Zaya, I think Damon and Elena passed away together, like in the Notebook, and they're heaven married now. It's unavoidable.
They died holding hands.
They were holding hands. They were 95 years old because their love and their goodness kept them alive, and they passed at the exact same second.
And their heavenly peace homes are next to each other. In this heaven dimension, Stefan's Shea Salvatore is right next to the Gilbert home.
That's what we
so
didn't
they
see.
can visit.
The camera didn't pan over to show Elena right next door hugging John and Jenna and her parents.
Yes. Oh, what a tragic
But I
end.
only bring up that scene at the end where he opens the door and is like, hello, brother. And I'm going to find the TikTok. I couldn't find the one where they were comparing Stefan and Damon, but I'm going to find the one because I know I saved it. He opens the door and he sees Damon, and then they play the video in reverse and it's Stefan shutting the door. And it's that Meghan Trainor song playing in the background that's like, doom da 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 da.
Oh, better when I'm dancing. Oh, yeah. But I guess that's it for Stefan. You deserved so much better,
So
my sweetie.
Much better.
A lot of bad stuff happened. The show, as we've said many times ad nauseum, works so hard to make you as bad as Damon, but ultimately, this is the first season, I will say, where any bad that Damon does is done because he does not have full control over his actions.
Oh, yes.
He is being mind controlled and manipulated, and there's psychic surgery happening to his subconscious and whatever. I'm like, okay, so we can forgive Damon for that, but for seasons of Ripper states and Klaus compulsion and literal addiction, which the show goes out of its way to acknowledge is an addiction, not just a lack of self-control or PTSD, it is an addiction.
They paint the metaphor, yeah.
No, Stefan is destined for hell because sometimes when his supernatural addiction got out of hand, he hurt people. And yeah, I know in real life, with real addictions, you are, to an extent, quite responsible for the damage you do.
Sure.
But I'm like, but in the story, as we're talking about magic and vampirism programmed into someone and the penance that Esther's magic brought about in the people who are now stricken with bloodlust and blah, 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 and humanity switches being turned off. And it's like...
And ultimately,
what are we doing?
Even in the framework of the supernatural and acknowledging they are vampires, they are monsters, they have both killed so many people. If we're comparing apples with apples, you're never going to convince me that they're equivalent, let alone that somehow Damon is better. I'm sorry to all you Damon heads out there. Sorry to all the Stannies. I simply am correct. And that's your business to reckon with.
What's the math on Damon is better because Elena chose him and not Stefan? No, that still doesn't work out because the story never makes you think Stefan is better because of his relationship with Elena. Like, he's working to be a good person.
It's because of his own good shit. It's because of his actions, the way we are judged universally, not by who we are connected to.
Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't have Peter show up, P-E-T-A, show up and say, actually, Stefan, part of your sins are all the animals you've eaten over the centuries because...
You're actually a
they
monster,
were victims too.
And you're going to the lowest circle of hell because of all the animals you drank blood from. Okay, well, I guess we can wrap that one up. Forever my top 3, one of my favorite characters in the show and in this universe. I will never be faulted for loving a character who is always trying to do his goddamn best.
Yes.
That is something I treasure greatly. Someone who's always trying to do right by the people around them, not just pay lip service to it. Someone who is always trying to protect people who need it. You're never gonna turn me away from the good boy. I'm sorry. The sweetheart, the darling, that's my shit. And I'm all about it. And I will be until the day I die.
And even though I find bad boys interesting to watch sometimes as characters, the various versions of them that exist, Damon gets so tiring. 8 seasons of cycling through the same plot beats get tiring. I think I would find him tiring even outside of the love triangle of it all. If this was just a story about 2 brothers, the way Supernatural is, I would have been so tired. So damn
And I was
tired.
in Supernatural, I'll tell you that much.
And then they said, okay, well, guys, what you don't know is Stefan had his niece named after him by Elena and Damon. So everything's fine now. Stephanie Salvatore.
I would
I'm
crawl
like, okay,
out
may
of
she
peace.
murder her father in the middle of the night.
I would descend as a bolt of lightning and strike them both dead, personally. But I am not an angel of peace.
Strike Elena dead as well.
Her too. Girl, you know better. I know your dumbass man doesn't have any tact, but you thought that was good? Honey.
You could have at least been like Bella Swan and named her after your mother's names combined.
What's
Lily and
Elena's
Miranda?
mother's name? Lalanda.
Miranda.
Lalandra.
Lalandra.
She's back, by the way. Did you know? She'd been dead for some time. She just got resurrected. Yeah. It was.
I didn't even know she was dead.
Oh, she's been dead for a while. Xandra, their daughter, has been on the Shi'ar throne for a while now. Maybe half a decade, a little bit longer.
Which also sounds like a combo name. Xavier,
It is. It's Xavier Lalandra.
Xandra. Good luck to her. Her aunt and uncle are insane.
Actually, Deathbird's really helping out. She's been like captain of the guard. She loves her little niece. It's cute.
Oh, is she okay now? Okay. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
if there's a story that likes to do redemption arcs, it's the X-Men book.
She's still
So-
Deathbird at the end of the day. It's like, she'll do what she need to do, but now it's for us.
We could have had Lalandra Salvatore.
God. You know what? The One Piece of Legacy, they take his house. No, it's not his house. It's the armory. I thought they used the Salvatore mansion to do the Salvatore boarding school for gifted youngsters.
No, it is the armory.
Oh, okay. But it's in his name, so that's nice.
No, naming shit after him after the fact does not make me happy. Let Damon die. Name stuff after Damon. I don't care.
Yeah. Damona Salvatore. The child Elena has with whoever her new husband is, I guess.
If she marries Matt, it's definitely not going to be Damona.
Damona Maxwell Donovan.
Damona Maxwell Victoria Donovan. One of your namesakes killed the other.
Help us, Severus sponsor. We have to go. We simply have to go.
We have to go. Our sanity is slipping, but that's all she wrote for Stefan Salvatore.
That was beautiful. I think you did him justice. You did our boy justice. He deserved better, but I think he was in excellent hands.
Thank you. And thank you all for listening. If you have any questions or thoughts, or you want to rant about how unfair a hand Stefan was dealt, or you're genuinely misguided enough to think that we are being unfair and the show was right,
bring it on.
You can mail us at animalattackpod@gmail.com.
I dare you.
We dare you to tweet us at animattackpod. That's at ANIM Attack Pod. You can go to our link tree in the bio, which has the rest of our online stuff. But until next time, goodbye.
Cheers.